Written by Sebahattin Ali. Madonna in a Fur Coat. Voiced by Destina Chennetolu. This book was prepared for the Hijaz Car Memories audiobook channel. Enjoy listening.
Madonna in a Fur Coat. Of all the people I have ever met, one has perhaps had the greatest influence on me. Months have passed, yet I cannot shake off that influence. Whenever I am alone, Raif Efendi's innocent face, his somewhat detached gaze, yet his eagerness to smile whenever he encounters someone, comes to life before my eyes. Yet he was not an extraordinary man at all. In fact, he was quite ordinary, without any distinguishing features. One of those people we see hundreds of every day and pass by without even noticing. It was certain that there was nothing in his life, known or unknown, that would arouse any curiosity. When we see such people, we often ask ourselves, why do they live? What do they find in life? What logic, what wisdom dictates that they walk the earth and breathe? But when we think this, we only look at their outward appearance. We never consider that they too have minds, and within them, intellects destined to function whether they want to or not, and consequently, that they possess an inner world of their own. Instead of concluding that they do not live spiritually because they do not outwardly express the manifestations of this world, if we were to explore this unknown world with the simplest human curiosity, we might discover things we never expected, encounter riches we did not anticipate. But for some reason, people prefer to investigate things they can predict they will find. Finding a hero willing to descend into a well known to be inhabited by a dragon is certainly easier than finding someone courageous enough to descend into a well whose contents are completely unknown. My acquaintance with Raif Efendi was purely a coincidence. After being dismissed from my minor job at a bank, I still don't know why, they just said it was for cost saving, but they hired someone else in my place within a week. I searched for work in Ankara for a long time. A few pennies allowed me to get through the summer without hardship, but the approaching winter meant the end of sleeping on divans in friends' rooms. I didn't even have enough money to renew my restaurant pass, which was due to expire in a week. I was still upset when the many entrance exams I took, knowing they would be fruitless, proved fruitless. And when I received rejection letters from the shops where I applied for shop assistant positions without telling my friends, I wandered around until midnight in despair. Even at the occasional drinking parties to which I was invited by a few acquaintances, I couldn't forget the hopelessness of my situation. Strangely enough, as my hardship increased and my needs became impossible to meet even from one day to the next, my shyness and embarrassment also increased. I had previously approached some acquaintances for help in finding me work, and I had never been treated badly. Now, when I encountered them on the street, I would lower my head and quickly pass by. Even my attitude towards friends from whom I had freely asked for food and borrowed money without hesitation had changed. When they asked, "How are you?" I would reply with an awkward smile, "Not bad, I'm finding occasional temporary jobs," and then immediately run away. The more I needed people, the greater my need to avoid them. One day, in the late afternoon, I was walking slowly along the deserted road between the station and the Sergi, wanting to create an optimistic atmosphere in my soul by fully absorbing Ankara's magnificent autumn. The sun reflecting from the windows of the People's House and casting blood-red holes in the white marble building, the smoke rising above the acacia trees and pine saplings, whether it was mist or dust, it was unclear, and the silent and somewhat dazed people returning from some construction site in their tattered clothes. The laborers walking around, the asphalt with its occasional tire tracks, they all seemed content with their existence. Everything was about accepting things as they were. Therefore, there was nothing else I could do. Just then, a car sped past me. When I turned my head to look, I thought I recognized the face behind the window. Indeed, after 5 or 10 steps, the car stopped. The door opened. Hamdi, one of my school friends, leaned out and called me. I snuggled closer. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Nowhere, just wandering around." "Come, let's go to our place." Without waiting for my answer, he made room for me beside him. According to what he told me on the way, he was coming from visiting some of the factories of the company he worked for. I'd informed my family of my arrival by telegram, so they must have made preparations. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to invite you, he said. I laughed. I hadn't seen Hamdi, whom I used to see frequently, since I left the bank. I knew he was an assistant manager at a company that dealt in machinery and other brokerage deals, as well as forestry and timber, and earned quite well. I hadn't approached him during my unemployment period almost for this reason. I was afraid he would think I was asking for financial help, not to help him find a job. "Are you still at the bank?" he asked. "No, I left," I said. He was surprised. "Where did you go?" Reluctantly, I replied, "I'm unemployed." He looked me up and down, examined my clothes, and apparently didn't regret inviting me to his home because he patted my shoulder with a friendly smile and said, "We'll talk tonight and find a solution. Don't worry," he said. He seemed content and self-assured. It seemed he had reached a point where he could even afford the luxury of helping acquaintances. I envied him. He lived in a small but charming house. He had a somewhat unattractive but friendly wife. They kissed openly in front of me. Hamdi left me alone to take a bath. Because he hadn't introduced me to his wife, I stood there in the middle of the guest room, not knowing what to do. His wife was standing by the door, subtly observing me. She thought for a moment. I think she considered saying, "Please, sit down." But then, seeing no need, she slowly slipped out. I wondered why Hamdi, who was never negligent and even paid excessive attention to such rules, and to which he owed part of his success in life, had abandoned me like this. Perhaps one of the fundamental habits of men who rise to important positions is this somewhat conscious absent-mindedness they show towards their old and lesser-known friends. Then there's the sudden change of humility and paternalism, addressing friends they previously called you, formal, with a friendly you, informal, interrupting someone mid-sentence to ask a random, meaningless question, and doing so quite naturally, often with a smile full of compassion and mercy. I had encountered all of this so often in recent days that it didn't even occur to me to be angry or offended with Hamdi. I only thought of getting up and leaving without telling anyone, and escape this unpleasant situation. But at that moment, an elderly peasant woman in a white apron and headscarf with patched black socks brought coffee without making a sound. I sat down on one of the dark blue armchairs with gold embroidery and looked around. On the walls were family and artist photographs, and on a bookshelf in the corner, apparently belonging to the lady of the house, were a few novels costing 25 kurush and fashion magazines. Several albums lined up under a cigarette chair looked quite battered by the guests. Not knowing what to do, I picked one up, but before I could open it, Hamdi appeared at the door. With one hand he gestured. One was combing her dark hair, the other buttoning her white, open-collared shirt. "So, how are you? Tell me about it," he asked. "Nothing, I already told you." He seemed pleased to have met me. Perhaps he was happy to be able to show off the levels he had reached, or perhaps, considering my situation, he was glad that he was not like me. For some reason, when we see that misfortune befalls people with whom we have walked together for a while in life, or that they fall into some kind of trouble, we feel relieved as if we have averted these troubles from ourselves, and want to show concern and compassion to those unfortunate people as if we have drawn upon themselves the troubles that could have befallen us. Hamdi seemed to address me with the same feelings. "Do you write anything?" he asked. "Occasionally. Poetry, stories." "Does it even do any good?" I laughed again. He said, "Leave such things alone, dear," and spoke of the successes of practical life, how frivolous things like literature could only be harmful after school. He spoke as if giving advice to a small child, without ever considering that he could be answered or debated, and he didn't hesitate to show through his demeanor that he drew this confidence from his own success in life. With a smile that I felt was quite foolish, I looked at him admiringly, and in doing so, I only encouraged him further. "Come see me tomorrow morning," he said. "We'll see, we'll think of something. I know you're a smart kid. You weren't very hard-working, but that doesn't matter. Life and necessities teach people many things. Don't forget, come early, see me." While saying these things, he seemed to have completely forgotten that he himself had been one of the leading slackers in school, or perhaps he was speaking so brazenly because he was sure I wouldn't confront him about it here. He made a movement as if he was about to get up. I immediately straightened up and extended my hand. "Excuse me," I said. "Why, dear? It's too early, but it's up to you." I had forgotten she invited me to dinner, I just remembered, but she had completely forgotten. I walked to the door. As I picked up my hat, I said, "My respects to the lady." Okay, come see me tomorrow. Don't worry, darling," she said, stroking my back. When I went outside, it was quite dark and the streetlights were on. I took a deep breath. The air, though mixed with a little dust, felt wonderfully clean and refreshing. I walked slowly. The next day, around noon, I went to Hamdi's company. I had no intention of doing so when I left his house the previous evening. He hadn't made any explicit promises anyway. He had simply sent me off with the usual platitudes I'd heard from every benefactor I'd approached. "We'll see, we'll think of something, we'll do something." Nevertheless, I went. More than hope, I felt a strange desire to feel humiliated. It was as if I wanted to say to myself, "Last night you listened silently and accepted his benevolent attitude towards you. Well, you should see this through to the end. You deserve it." The janitor first took me to a small room and made me wait. When I entered Hamdi's room, I felt that same foolish smile from yesterday and was even more angry with myself. Hamdi was preoccupied with a stack of papers spread before him and the numerous officials coming and going. He gestured towards a chair with his head and continued with his work. Without daring to shake his hand, I sat down on the chair. Now I felt a genuine astonishment at being treated as if he were my superior, even my benefactor, and I truly considered this treatment worthy of my humiliated self. Last night I was given a ride in my car by a school friend.
In just over 12 hours, what a huge problem had arisen between us. How ridiculous, how superficial, how empty, and above all, how little they had to do with true humanity were the factors that regulated relations between people. Neither Hamdi nor I had truly changed since last night. We were still the same. Nevertheless, some things we had learned about each other, some small, minor details, had led us in different directions. The strangest part was that we both accepted this change as it was and found it natural. My anger wasn't directed at Hamdi nor at myself, but simply at my presence here. When the room had quieted down, my friend looked up and said, "I've found you a job." Then, fixing his bold and meaningful eyes on me, he added, I invented a job for you. It's not tiring. You'll be handling our affairs at some banks, and especially at our own. Something like a liaison officer between the company and the banks. In your free time, you can sit inside and take care of your own business. Write as much poetry as you want. I spoke with the manager. We'll arrange your transfer. But we can't give you much right now. 40 or 50 lira. Of course, it will increase later. Let's go. Good luck. He extended his hand without getting up from his seat. I approached and thanked him. There was a genuine satisfaction on his face, as if he had done me a favor. I thought that he wasn't actually a bad person at all, that he was just doing what his position demanded, and that this might actually be necessary. But when I went outside, I paused for a while in the corridor and hesitated considerably between going to the room he had described to me and leaving. Then, slowly, with my head bowed, I walked a few steps and asked the first servant I encountered for the room of the translator Raif Efendi. The man pointed to an indistinct door and went through. I stopped again. Why couldn't I just leave? Couldn't I sacrifice my 40 lira monthly salary? Or was I afraid of having done something shameful to Hamdi? No. Months of unemployment meant I didn't know where I would go or where I would look for work once I left here. Not knowing, and a complete lack of courage that had gripped me, these were the things that kept me in that dimly lit corridor waiting for the next janitor to pass by. Finally, I opened a random door and saw Mr. Raif inside. I hadn't met him before. Nevertheless, I immediately sensed that the man I saw hunched over his desk could be no one else. Later, I wondered where this opinion came from. Hamdi had told me, "I had a desk set up for you in the room of our German translator, Raif Efendi. He's a quiet, God-fearing man. He wouldn't harm anyone." Even though everyone was addressed as Mr. and Miss at that time, he still referred to him as Effendi. Perhaps the image these descriptions created in my mind was that of the gray-haired, bespectacled, overgrown man I had seen there, so I entered without hesitation and asked the gentleman who looked up at me with a pensive gaze, "You are Raif Effendi, aren't you?" The person opposite me looked me over for a while, then in a soft, almost timid voice he said, "Yes, that's me. You must be the official who came to see us. They just prepared your desk. Please, welcome." I sat down in the chair. I began to observe the faint ink stains and lines on the desk. As is customary when sitting opposite a stranger, I wanted to secretly examine my roommate, to form initial and naturally wrong impressions about him with furtive glances. But I saw that he didn't feel this desire at all, and lowering his head again to his work, continued busy as if I weren't in the room. This continued until noon. I had now fixed my eyes on him without hesitation. The top of his short-cropped hair was beginning to thin. Many wrinkles extended from below his small ears down to his neck. He ran his long, slender fingers over the papers in front of him, translating effortlessly. Occasionally, he would raise his eyes, as if searching for a word he couldn't find, and when our gazes met, a smile-like expression would appear on his face. Although he looked quite old from the side and from above, his features, especially with such a smile, during our moments of laughter, he had an astonishingly innocent and childish appearance. His yellow, trimmed mustache only reinforced this look. As we went to lunch, I saw that he hadn't moved from his seat. Instead, he opened one of the drawers on his desk and pulled out a piece of bread wrapped in paper and a small lunchbox. I said, "Enjoy your meal," and left the room. For days, we sat opposite each other in the same room, yet we spoke almost nothing. I had met many of the employees from other departments, and we had even started going out together in the evenings to play backgammon at a cafe. From what I learned, Raif Efendi was one of the oldest employees of the company. Before this company was even founded, he had been a translator at the bank we are now affiliated with. Nobody remembered when he came there. It was said that he had a rather large family and could barely make ends meet with his salary. Meanwhile, when I asked why the company, which lavished money on this and that, despite his seniority, hadn't increased his salary, the younger employees laughed and said, "Because he's a lazy one. It's even doubtful he knows any languages properly." However, later I learned that he knew German very well, and that his translations were quite accurate and beautiful. He easily translated letters regarding the specifications of ash and fir timber arriving via the port of Susak in Yugoslavia, or the operating procedures and spare parts for sleeper drilling machines. The company manager, without hesitation, sent the specifications and contracts he translated from Turkish to German. I had seen him reading books absent-mindedly in the drawer of his desk whenever he had free time, and one day I asked him, "What is that, Mr. Raif?" He blushed as if I had caught him in the act, stammered, "Nothing, a German novel," and immediately closed the drawer. Despite this, no one in the company thought he knew any foreign languages. Perhaps they were right, because his demeanor didn't suggest he knew any foreign languages. He never spoke a foreign word. He was never heard to mention knowing any foreign languages.
He was never seen with foreign newspapers or magazines in his hand or pocket. In short, he bore no resemblance to those who proudly proclaimed, "We know French." His refusal to accept a salary increase based on his knowledge and his preference for seeking other, higher-paying jobs further reinforced this perception. He arrived exactly on time in the mornings, had lunch in his room, and in the evenings, after making a few small purchases, he went straight home. Although I offered for him to come to the coffee shop several times, he refused. "They'll be waiting for me at home," he said. I thought he was a happy family man, eager to be reunited with his wife and children. Later, I saw that this wasn't the case at all, but I'll talk about that later. His regularity and diligence didn't prevent him from being looked down upon in the office. If our Hamdi found even a small typographical error in Raif Efendi's translations, he would immediately call the poor man, sometimes even coming to our room to scold him. It was perfectly understandable why my friend, who was always more cautious than the other officials and feared retaliation from these young men, each of whom relied on some form of favoritism, would so harshly criticize Raif Efendi. Knowing that Raif Efendi would never dare to retaliate against him, he would turn bright red and shout loud enough for the whole building to hear over a translation that was a few hours late. What is there that intoxicates people more sweetly than testing their power and authority over one of their own kind? Especially if, due to some subtle calculations, this opportunity only presents itself to certain individuals. Raif Efendi would occasionally fall ill and be unable to come to the office. These were often minor colds. However, a bout of pleurisy he said he had suffered years earlier had made him overly cautious. At the slightest cold, he would immediately confine himself to his home. When he went out, he would wear multiple layers of woolen undershirts. When he was in the office, he would never allow the windows to be opened, and in the evenings, he would wrap scarves around his neck and ears, and never leave without raising the collar of his thick but somewhat worn coat. Even when ill, he did not neglect his work. Documents to be translated would be sent to his home by an office boy and collected a few hours later. Despite this, the managers and our Hamdi's treatment of Raif Efendi carried a tone that seemed to say, "Look, we're not kicking you out despite your whiny, sickly state." They wouldn't hesitate to throw this in his face, and after a few days' absence, each time he returned, they would greet him with a sarcastic, "How are you? I hope it's finally over?" However, I too was beginning to grow tired of Mr. Raif. I hardly ever sat in the office. I would go around the banks and government offices accepting orders, carrying a briefcase. Only occasionally would I return to my desk to organize documents and explain them to the manager or vice manager. Despite this, I had come to the conclusion that this man, sitting motionless at the desk opposite me, translating or reading his German novel in his drawer, was truly a meaningless and boring creature. I thought that no one with anything in their soul could resist the urge to express it, and I suspected that within such a silent and indifferent person lay a life not much different from that of a plant. He came here like a machine, did his work, read books with a habit I couldn't understand, and in the evenings he did his shopping and went home. Perhaps in these many days and even years that resembled each other exactly, the only change was times of illness. According to my friends, he had always lived like this. No one had ever seen him show any sign of excitement. He always responded to the most unwarranted and unfair accusations of his superiors with the same calm and expressionless gaze. And when handing in and receiving his translations from the typewriter, he always offered requests and thanks with the same meaningless smile. One day, Hamdi came to our room again because of a translation that was delayed simply because the typists didn't pay any attention to Raif Efendi. I said in a rather harsh voice, "How much longer are we going to wait? I have urgent business. I'm leaving." "You still haven't brought the translation of the letter from the Hungarian company," he shouted. The other, rising quickly from his chair, replied, "I've finished, sir. The ladies couldn't write at all. They've been given other tasks," he said. "Didn't I tell you this was the most urgent matter of all?" "Yes, sir, I told them the same thing." Hamdi shouted even louder, "Instead of answering me, do the job that was assigned to you." And he slammed the door and left. I saw Hamdi on the palm of my hand. Within 5 or 10 simple but extraordinarily skillful lines, there he was in his entirety. I doubt others would find the same resemblance. Perhaps even upon closer inspection, nothing resembled him at all. But for someone who had seen him shouting at the top of his lungs in the middle of the room just moments before, there was no possibility of being mistaken. Raif Efendi followed him out and went to beg the typists again. I thought of Hamdi, who hadn't even bothered to glance at me during this whole pointless scene. At that moment, the German translator re-entered, took his seat, and bowed his head. His face bore that unwavering composure which astonished, even infuriated one. He picked up a pencil and began to doodle on the paper. He wasn't writing, but drawing lines. But this wasn't the unconscious preoccupation of a nervous man. In fact, I felt as if a self-assured smile was appearing at the corners of his lips, just below his yellow mustache. His hand moved slowly across the paper, and every now and then he would stop, narrow his eyes, and look down. I understood from the faint smile that spread across his face that he was pleased with what he saw. Finally, he put the pencil down and gazed at the paper he had doodled on for a long time. I watched him without taking my eyes off him. I was surprised to see a completely new expression on his face this time. It was as if he felt pity for someone. I couldn't sit still with curiosity. Just as I was about to get up, he stood up and went back to the typist room. I immediately jumped up, reached the opposite table in one stride, and picked up the paper on which Mr. Raif had drawn something. When I glanced at it, I was frozen in astonishment. I saw Hamdi on the palm of my hand. Within 5 or 10 simple but extraordinarily skillful lines, he was there in his entirety. I doubt others would find the same resemblance. Perhaps, even upon closer inspection, nothing resembled him at all. But for someone who had seen him shouting at the top of his lungs in the middle of the room just moments before, there was no possibility of being mistaken. There was nothing else there. This mouth, wide open in a rectangular shape with a bestial rage and an indescribable vulgarity, these thin, slit-like eyes, seemingly choked with helplessness, as if wanting to pierce whatever they looked at. This nose, its wings exaggeratedly extending to the cheeks, thus giving the face an even more savage expression. Yes, this was the image of Hamdi, who had been standing there a few minutes ago, or rather, the image of his soul. But this wasn't the real reason for my astonishment. Since I joined the company, that is, for months, I had been making a series of contradictory judgments about Hamdi. Sometimes I tried to excuse him, but often I despised him. I confused his true personality with the personality his current position had given him, then tried to separate them and ended up in a complete dead end. The Hamdi that Raif Efendi had depicted in a few lines was the man I had long wanted to see, but could never quite grasp. Despite the primitive and savage expression on his face, there was a pitiable side to him. Nowhere has the complicity of cruelty and wretchedness been shown so clearly. It was as if I was truly getting to know my friend of 10 years for the first time today. At the same time, this picture suddenly explained Raif Efendi to me. Now I understood his unwavering composure, his strange shyness in his interactions with people very well. Was it possible for a man who knew his surroundings so well, who saw so clearly and sharply into the hearts of others, to become excited or angry at anyone? What could such a man do but stand like a stone against someone who was struggling before him in all their insignificance? All our sorrows, disappointments, and angers are directed at the incomprehensible and unexpected aspects of the events that confront us. Is it possible to shake a man who is prepared for everything and knows what to expect from whom? Raif Efendi had once again become an object of curiosity for me. Despite the light that had just appeared in my mind, I sensed many contradictions regarding him. The precision of the lines in the drawing showed that it wasn't the work of an amateur. The person who made it must have spent many years practicing painting. Here, there was not only an eye that truly saw what it looked at, but also a skill that knew how to capture what it saw with all its subtleties. The door opened. I wanted to quickly put what I was holding on the table, but I was too late. As Mr. Raif approached me with the translations of the letter from the Hungarian company, I said apologetically, "It's a very beautiful drawing." I thought he would be surprised, that he would be afraid I would reveal his secret. It wasn't like that at all. With his usual estranged and pensive smile, he took the paper from my hand and said, "Years ago I dabbled in drawing for a while. I doodle things out of habit. You see, meaningless things. Just boredom." He crumpled the picture in his hand and threw it into the paper basket. The typists typed it in a great hurry. There are probably mistakes, but if I try to read it, I'll only anger Mr. Hamdi even more. He's right. I might as well take it back to him. He went outside again. I followed him with my eyes. He's right, I muttered to myself. From then on, everything about Raif Efendi, even his truly meaningless and insignificant actions, began to pique my curiosity. I seized every opportunity to talk to him, to learn something about his true nature. He seemed oblivious to my excessive intimacy. He maintained a polite yet always distant attitude towards me. No matter how far our friendship progressed outwardly, his inner self remained close to me. Even getting to know his family and his position within them only increased my curiosity. Every step I took to get closer to him only led me to new mysteries.
I visited his home for the first time during one of his usual illnesses. Hamdi wanted to send a document to be translated by the next day via the servant. "Give it to me, I'll visit him," I said. "Okay, let's see what's wrong with him. This time it's gone on too long." Indeed, this time his illness had lasted a little longer. He hadn't been to the company for a week. One of the janitors described his house in the Ismet Pasa neighborhood. It was the middle of winter. I started walking through the streets where darkness fell early. I passed through narrow neighborhoods with broken sidewalks, nothing like Ankara's paved roads. There were successive ups and downs. At the end of a long road where the city seemed to end, I turned left and went into the coffee shop on the corner to find out where the house was. A 2-story, yellow-painted building standing alone among piles of stones and sand. I knew that Mr. Raif lived downstairs. I rang the doorbell. A girl about 12 years old opened the door. When asked about her father, she contorted her face in a feigned expression, pursed her lips, and said, "Yes, please." The interior of the house was not at all what I had imagined. In the hallway, which appeared to be used as a dining room, there was a large, extendable table and a sideboard filled with crystal tableware. A beautiful Sivas rug lay on the floor, and the aromas of food wafted from the kitchen next door. The girl first took me to the guest room. The furnishings here were also beautiful, even expensive. Red velvet armchairs, low walnut smoking tables, and a large radio filled the room. Everywhere, on the tables and on the backs of the sofas, hung finely crafted, cream-colored lace plaques with the Amentu written in the shape of a ship. A few minutes later, the little girl brought the coffee. For some reason, she always had that spoiled expression on her face, as if she wanted to belittle me or mock me. Taking the cup from my hand, she said, "My father is ill, sir. He can't get out of bed. Please come in." As she said this, she seemed to be conveying with her eyebrows and eyes that I was completely undeserving of such polite treatment. I was utterly astonished when I entered the room where Raif Efendi was lying. It was a small room unlike any other part of the house, almost like a boarding school dormitory or a hospital ward, with a row of white beds lined up side by side. Raif Efendi was lying on one of these beds under the white sheets, half asleep. He lay there in a strange position, trying to greet me from behind his glasses. I looked for a chair to sit on. The 2 chairs in the room were covered with woolen cardigans, women's stockings, and a few silk dresses that had been thrown aside. In one corner, a cheap, burgundy-painted wardrobe stood with its door half open, filled with randomly hung clothes, suits, and bundles of knotted things beneath them. The room was surprisingly chaotic. On the bedside table beside Raif Efendi's headboard lay a tin tray containing a dirty soup bowl, apparently left over from lunch, a small pitcher with its lid open, and next to them a number of medicines in bottles or tubes. The sick man said, "Please sit down here, dear," and gestured to the foot of the bed. I sat down. The person opposite me wore a patchwork knitted woolen cardigan with holes in the elbows. His head rested against the white iron frame of the bed. Clothes were hanging one on top of the other at the foot of the bed on my side. Sensing that I was looking around the room, the homeowner said, "I sleep here with the children. They're making a mess of the room. It's a small house anyway, we can't fit." "Are you a large family?" "Well, quite a few. I have an adult daughter, she's in high school, and then there's the one you see,
Then my sister-in-law and her husband, my 2 brothers-in-law, we all live together. My sister-in-law also has children, 2 of them. You know how difficult it is to find a place to live in Ankara. It's impossible to move out separately. Meanwhile, the doorbell kept ringing outside, and from the noise and shouting, it was clear that another family member had arrived home. After a while, the door to the room opened. A plump woman in her 40s with cropped hair falling over her ears and face entered. She leaned over and whispered something to Raif Efendi. Before he could answer, he pointed to me and introduced us. One of my office mates. My wife.
Then, turning to his wife, he said, "Take it from my jacket pocket." This time, without leaning closer to her ear or anything, the woman said, "Come on, I didn't come for the money. Who is going to go and get it? And you still haven't gotten up. Send Nurten over. It's only a short distance." How can I send a child so small to the grocery store in the middle of the night, in this cold, and then, even if I told her to go, would she listen to me? Raif Efendi thought and thought. Then, as if he had finally found a solution, he shook his head and said, it will pass, and looked ahead. After the woman left, he turned to me and said, "Even in our house, buying bread is a problem. If we get sick, they can't find anyone to send." As if it were my duty, I asked, "Are your brother-in-laws young?" He looked at me. He didn't answer. In fact, the expression on his face gave the impression that he hadn't even heard my question. But a few minutes later, he said, "No, they're not young. They both go to work. They're civil servants like us. My brother-in-law works at the Ministry of Economy. He got them both jobs. They didn't study. They don't even have a secondary school certificate." Then, suddenly interrupting himself, he asked, "Did you bring anything for translation?" "Yes, they need a draft. They'll send the janitor in the morning." He picked up the papers and placed them beside him. "I was curious about your illness, too." "Thank you. It's taking too long. I can't bring myself to get up." There was a strange curiosity in his eyes. He seemed to be investigating whether my interest was genuine. I was ready to do many things to convince him, but his eyes, which for the first time showed any sign of excitement, quickly returned to their former expressionless state and that usual blank smile. I got up, sighing. Suddenly, he straightened up and took my hand. "Thank you for your visit, son," he said. There was a warmth in his voice. He seemed to sense what I was feeling. Indeed, a closeness developed between Raif Efendi and me after that day. I can't really say that his treatment of me changed. I wouldn't even consider claiming that he became intimate with me or opened up to me. He remained the same reserved, quiet person, although some evenings we would leave the office together and walk to his house, and sometimes even go inside together and have a cup of coffee in his red-furnished guest room. But during these times, we either didn't speak at all or we talked about trivial things, the high cost of living in Ankara, the poor condition of the sidewalks in the Ismet Pasha neighborhood. He rarely spoke about his home or family. Occasionally, he would say, "Our daughter got another failing grade in math," and then immediately change the subject. I hesitated to ask him about it. The family members I met on my first evening of visiting him didn't make a very good impression on me. As I left the patient's room and walked through the hallway, I saw 2 young men and a girl of 15 or 16 sitting around the large table in the middle of the room. They huddled together, whispering and giggling, without waiting for me to turn around. I knew I wasn't someone to laugh at, but like all shallow people their age, they considered smiling at the first person they met a kind of sign of superiority. Even little Nurten was struggling to conform to her older sister and uncles. After that, every time I went to this house, I saw the same thing. I was still young, not yet 25, but this strange habit I observed in some young people, the curiosity to regard a stranger, someone they had never met before, as something very peculiar, amazed me. I also noticed that Raif Efendi's situation was not very pleasant, and that he seemed superfluous and unnecessary in this crowd. Later, as I frequented this house, I became friends with all of these children. They weren't bad people at all, only empty, hollow.
They were empty creatures. All their improprieties stemmed from this. Faced with the yawning emptiness within them, they could only satisfy themselves and become aware of their own personalities by despising and insulting other people, by laughing at them. I used to pay attention to their conversations. Vedat and Shihat, the two lowest-ranking employees of the Ministry of Economy, had nothing to do but gossip about their colleagues. Raif Efendi's eldest daughter, Nejla, talked about her school friends giggling and mocking the bizarre clothing and behavioral habits they themselves exhibited, but only saw in others. What kind of dress was that Mualla wore at the wedding? You should have seen how that girl snapped at our Orhan. Raif Efendi's sister-in-law, Ferhunda Hanım, was so preoccupied with her two children, aged 3 and 4, that she could only think of putting on a silk dress, hastily putting on makeup, and going out whenever she had the chance to leave them with her sister. I only saw her a few times in the mirror on the sideboard, struggling to tuck her dyed, wavy hair under her tulle hat. Although quite young, only around 30, countless wrinkles covered the corners of her eyes and mouth. Her bead blue eyes couldn't linger on anything for more than a second and reflected an inexplicable inner turmoil to which she had been condemned since birth. She was angry at her children, whose clothes were always unkempt, whose faces and hands were always dirty, and whose complexions were always pale, as if they were two punishments inflicted by a cursed enemy she couldn't understand. She didn't know how to get them away from her, so they wouldn't touch her with their dirty hands when she was getting dressed up to go out. Ferhunda Hanım's husband, Nurettin Bey, a branch manager at the Ministry of Economy, was a different kind of Hamdi. He was about 32 years old, with light brown, wavy hair that he meticulously combed and fluffed up like a barber's apprentice. Even after saying, "How are you?" he would press his lips together as if he had uttered a great wisdom, nodding his head slightly. While speaking, he would stare fixedly at the person's face, and at that moment a smile would flicker in his eyes as if saying, "Come on, are you even talking about anything? What do you know anyway?" After graduating from an industrial school, he was inexplicably sent to Italy to study leatherworking, but there he only learned a little English and the mannerisms of an important man. Nevertheless, he possessed important qualities for success in life. Firstly, he considered himself worthy of very high positions with great confidence, and by expressing opinions on every subject he knew nothing about, and by invariably belittling everyone he met, he convinced those around him of his worth. I suspect this affliction of belittling in his family was passed down to them from this brother-in-law whom they greatly admired. Secondly, he paid great attention to his appearance, shaved daily, had his worn trousers meticulously ironed under his own supervision, and could dedicate a Saturday to going from shop to find the most stylish shoes and the fanciest socks. In fact, as I later learned, his salary barely enough for his and his wife's clothing, and the 35 liras each of his two brothers-in-laws was of no use. All the household expenses fell on our Raif Efendi's meager wage. Despite this, everyone in the house except the poor old man called the shots. Raif Efendi's wife, Miria Hanım, who had aged before even reaching 40, with sagging flesh and a strange obesity, spent all day cooking in the kitchen, mending piles of children's socks in her free time, and looking after her sister's mischievous little ones, yet she could never please anyone in the house. No one asked how the house was managing. They only created new unpleasantness by complaining about the food, turning up their noses and frowning at everything, because they considered themselves worthy of a much higher standard of living. Nurettin Bey would say, "What kind of thing is this?" It was as if he wanted to say, "Where on earth are the hundreds of liras I gave going?" Meanwhile, her brothers-in-law, wearing scarves worth 7 liras around their necks, would say things like, "I didn't like this meal, cook me an egg," or "I'm not full, fry me some sausage," and send Miria away from the table. They didn't hesitate to wake him up and send him to the kitchen. Then, whenever they needed 11 kurush to buy bread any evening, they couldn't bring themselves to give it from their own pockets, so they woke Raif Efendi up, who was lying ill in his room, from his sleep, and as if that wasn't enough, they would get angry at him for not feeling well enough and not going to the grocery store himself. While the parts of the house hidden from the guests' eyes were in disarray, the order in the hallway and guest room was, to a degree, Nejla's doing. However, the others also found it acceptable to present their homes in this way, as a facade to their acquaintances. So they had endured considerable hardship, paying installments to furniture stores for years. But now the red velvet sets made guests nod their heads in appreciation, and the 12-lamp radio could fill the whole neighborhood with noise. And the gold-plated crystal liquor set displayed in the glass cabinet never made Mr. Nurettin feel inferior in front of his friends, with whom he often drank raki. While Raif Efendi bore all these burdens, his presence in the house was as if his absence was equally significant. Everyone from the youngest to the oldest seemed to ignore him. They discussed nothing with him except daily necessities and financial matters. Often they preferred to handle these through Miria Hanam. He was like a lifeless machine, sent out in the morning with a series of orders and returning in the evening with his arms full. Even Nurettin Bey, who 5 years ago had pursued Raif Bey relentlessly when he wanted to marry Ferhunda Hanam, playing all sorts of roles to please him, and after the engagement never forgot to bring something to appease his future brother-in-law every time he visited, now seemed weary of living in the same house with such a meaningless person. They resented him for not earning more money, for not securing a more luxurious life, but at the same time they were convinced that he was nothing, an insignificant and worthless zero.
Nejla, who seemed like a fairly sensible person, and even Nurten, who was still in elementary school, had probably conformed to the general attitude towards her father, influenced by her uncles, aunts, and cousins. Their affection for him was hurried, as if fulfilling a chore. Their concern for his illness was a faint pity, like that of a poor person. Only his wife, Mihriye Hanum, who seemed somewhat dulled by years of relentless work and worries about making ends meet, tried her best to care for her husband, striving to prevent him from being looked down upon or scorned by his own children. To avoid her brothers or Nuruddin Bey loudly ordering, "Let my brother-in-law go and get it," when a guest was present at dinner, she would pull her husband into the bedroom and, trying to sound sweet, say, "Go to the grocery store and get 8 eggs and a bottle of raki. Let's not clear them from the table now." But she no longer considered, or perhaps didn't even notice, why she and her husband didn't sit at these tables, and why, if they did so once in a blue moon, they would be met with uncomfortable glances as if they had shown some disrespect to others. Raif Efendi also had a strange tenderness towards his wife. He genuinely felt sorry for her, who for months hadn't had time to wear anything other than her kitchen clothes. Occasionally, he would ask, "How are you, wife? Are you very tired today?" Sometimes he would sit her down and talk about the children's schoolwork and the expenses of the upcoming holiday. But there were no signs whatsoever of any emotional connection to the other members of his family. Sometimes he would fix his gaze on his eldest daughter Nejla, as if expecting something from her, something warm and sweet. But these moments passed quickly, and with the child's meaningless flirting or inappropriate laughter, the void between them would suddenly reveal itself. I thought a lot about Raif Efendi's behavior. Such a man, I didn't know what kind of man he was, but I was sure he wasn't what he seemed. Yes, such a man could not possibly willingly avoid those closest to him. The whole problem was that those around him didn't know him, and he wasn't the kind of man to make any attempt to introduce himself. After that, there was no way to break the ice, to overcome the tremendous estrangement these people felt towards each other. Because people know how difficult it is to truly know one another, rather than undertaking this arduous task, they prefer to wander around blindly, only becoming aware of each other's existence when they collide. However, as I said, Raif Efendi seemed to expect something from his eldest daughter Nejla. In her facial expressions, in the way she moved her hands and mouth, she imitated her heavily made-up aunt, and she drew all her moral strength from her brother-in-law's arrogance. Despite this thick outer shell, there were signs that suggested something genuinely human remained within her. Sometimes, a genuine indignation could be sensed in her reprimands of her sister Nurten, who tried to insult her father to the point of disrespect. And when Raif Effendi was spoken of with disdain at the table or in the room, she would quickly slam the door and leave. But these behaviors were merely occasional attempts by the humanity hidden within her to breathe, and the false personality her environment had patiently cultivated over years was too strong to allow her true self to rebel. But, perhaps due to the intolerance of my youth, I resented Raif Effendi's almost terrifying silence. He not only tolerated the fact that people who were completely alien to him, both at the company and at home, didn't treat him with respect, but he even seemed to find a kind of justification in it. Although I knew that people who are misunderstood and always judged wrongly by those around them eventually begin to feel a sense of pride and bitter pleasure in their loneliness, I could never have imagined that they would ever condone the behavior of those around them. On many occasions, I had noticed that he was not a man of dulled feelings. On the contrary, he was very sensitive, quite refined and observant. Nothing escaped his eyes, which seemed to be fixed solely on what was right in front of them. One day, he overheard his daughters arguing quietly outside about who should make the coffee for me, saying, "You make it." He didn't say a word, but 10 days later, on my second visit to their house, he immediately called out, "Don't make coffee, he doesn't drink it." The fact that he made him his intimate friend in order to avoid a recurrence of this event only made me more attached to him. We still hadn't said anything, but I wasn't surprised anymore. Wasn't his quiet way of life, his endurance, his compassionate view of people's weaknesses and playful amusement at their indecency a sufficient display of willpower? When we walked together, didn't I feel with all my might that the person walking beside me was a human being? At that time, I understood why speaking wasn't necessarily required for people to seek each other out, find each other, and see into each other's hearts. Why some poets constantly sought someone to walk beside them in silence, in the face of nature's beauty. From this man who walked beside me without opening his mouth, who worked silently before me, I was certain that I had learned far more than I could have learned from someone who had taught me for years, even if I didn't fully know what I had learned. I sensed that he was pleased with me too. The shy and reserved demeanor he had shown towards everyone, including me, when we first met, had gone. Only on some days he would suddenly become withdrawn, his eyes losing all expression, narrowing, and when addressed, he would respond in a slow voice that forbade any kind of intimacy. During such times, he neglected his translation work, often leaving his pen aside and staring at the papers before him for hours. He sensed that the papers were now behind all distances and time and would not let anyone in, and he made no attempt to approach them.
I wasn't at the house, but a feeling of unease swept over me because I had noticed that, by a strange coincidence, Raif Effendi's illnesses often followed days like these. I learned the reason for this very quickly, but in a very sad way, but I will tell everything in order. One day in mid-February, Raif Effendi did not come to the company again. When I stopped by his house in the late afternoon, his wife, Miria Hamam, opened the door. "Is that you?" she said. "He fell asleep a little while ago. Shall I wake him up?" "No, don't disturb him. How is he?" I said. The woman took me to the guest room. "He has a fever. This time he's also complaining of pain." Then, in a complaining tone, she added, "Oh, my son, he doesn't take care of himself at all. He's not a child. He suddenly loses his temper for no reason. I don't know what's happening. He won't sit down and have a conversation with anyone. He'll just leave, and then he'll just collapse onto the bed like this." At that moment, Raif Effendi's voice was heard from the next room. The woman quickly rushed there. I was astonished. Could it be possible to imagine that this man, who took such care of his health, who knew how to protect himself in woolen undershirts and scarves, would commit any act of carelessness?
Mrs. Miria came back and said, "He woke up when the doorbell rang. Please come in." I found Raif Efendi's condition somewhat dejected this time. His complexion was very pale, and his breathing was very rapid. His usual childlike smile seemed to me more like a grimace that tired the muscles of his face. His eyes, beneath the glasses, also appeared sunken. "What happened again, Mr. Raif? Get well soon," I said. "Thank you." His voice was slightly hoarse. When he coughed, his chest shook violently and his voice wheezed. To quickly satisfy my curiosity, I asked, "How did you catch a cold? You must have a cold." He sat there for a long time staring at the white covers of his bed. A small iron stove, squeezed between his wife's and children's white beds, made the room too warm. Despite this, the man opposite me seemed to be shivering. Pulling his blanket up to his neck, he said, "Yes, I think I've caught a cold. I went out a bit after dinner last night." "Did you go somewhere?" "No, I just wanted to take a little walk. I don't know, I guess I felt bored." I was surprised that he said he was upset about something. I walked a bit too far. I went towards the agricultural institutes. I'd reached the bottom of the Keçiören hill. Did I walk too fast? I felt hot. I opened my shirt. It was windy too, and it was snowing a little. I guess I got cold. Walking for hours at night, in the snow and wind on deserted roads, with his chest bare, was not something one would expect from Raif Efendi. "Is something bothering you?" I asked. He replied anxiously, "No, absolutely not. It happens sometimes. I just like to wander around alone at night. Who knows, maybe it's the noise from the house that's bothering me." Then, as if afraid of having said too much, he hastily said, "I guess that's what happens when you get old." Outside, the noise and fast-paced conversations had started again. The eldest daughter, returning from school, came inside and kissed her father's cheeks. "How are you, Dottie?" Then, turning to me, she shook my hand. Raif Efendi continued, "Sir, it always happens like this. Every now and then he gets the urge to go for a coffee, and then whether he catches a cold there or on the way, he suddenly gets sick. This has happened several times. I don't know what's in that coffee shop." After taking off her coat and throwing it on a chair, she immediately went outside. She seemed accustomed to Raif Efendi's behavior and didn't attach much importance to it. I looked at the patient's face. He turned his eyes to me, and there was no explanation, no surprise in them. I was more curious about why he told me the truth than why he told his family, but I also felt a little proud, the proud of being closer to someone than others were. As I walked out and headed home, I found myself lost in thought. Was Raif Efendi truly not a simple, empty man? It was certain that he had no purpose, no ambition in life, not even affection for people, not even those closest to him. So what did he want? Was this emptiness within him, this aimlessness in his life that drove him to the streets at night? At that moment, I realized I had arrived in front of the hotel where I was staying. Here, I was staying with a friend in a room that barely fit 2 beds. It was past 8 o'clock. I didn't feel like eating, so I considered going up to my room and reading a book, but I immediately changed my mind. The gramophone in the cafe below the hotel was playing at full volume at this time, and the Syrian bar artist sleeping in the room next to ours was singing the most shrill Arabic songs while using the toilet before going to work. Turning back, I walked along the muddy asphalt towards Keçiören. First, there were car repair shops and low-ceilinged, shabby cafes on either side of the road. Then, on the right, houses climbed uphill, and on the left, slightly lower, gardens with deciduous trees began. I pulled up my collar. A strong, humid wind was blowing, and inside me was a tremendous urge to walk and run, something I only feel when I'm drunk. I thought I could go on for hours, even days. I had forgotten to look around and had gone quite a distance. The wind was increasing, as if someone was pushing me from my chest, and struggling against this force to move forward gave me pleasure. Suddenly, I wondered why I had come here. There was no reason at all. I had just walked here without deciding. The trees on either side of the road were groaning in the wind, and clouds were rushing across the sky. The dark, rocky hills ahead were still somewhat illuminated, and the clouds that were brushing against them.
It was as if they were leaving pieces of themselves behind here. I walked on, closing my eyes and breathing in the damp air. The question I had cast aside reappeared. Why did I come here? The wind was very similar to last night's. Perhaps it would soon begin to snow. Last night, another man was walking here, his glasses fogged up, his hat in his hand, his chest bare, almost running. The wind was blowing through his short, sparse hair, giving a coolness to his head, which was probably burning with fever. What was going on inside that head? Why had this head dragged this sick old body here? I wanted to imagine how Raif Efendi had walked in that dark and cold night, what expression had taken on his face. Now I understood why I had come here. I thought I would be able to see him and what was going on inside his head better here. But all I saw was the wind trying to blow my hat away, the howling trees and the clouds rushing by, changing into many shapes. To live where he lived didn't mean to live like him. One would have to be quite naive and as oblivious as I was to think so. I hurried back to the hotel. The gramophone in the cafe and the Syrian woman's song had stopped. My friend was lying in bed reading a book. He glanced at me sideways. "What's up? Coming back from a flirtatious outing?" he said. How well people understood each other. And here I was, in this state, wanting to analyze another person's mind, to see their simple or complex soul. Even the simplest, most wretched, even the most foolish man in the world possesses such a tremendously complex soul that it amazes one. Why do we shy away from understanding this so much? And why do we think that the creature we call a human being is one of the easiest things to understand and judge? Why do we hesitate to comment on the characteristics of a cheese we see for the first time, yet we make our final judgment about the first person we meet and move on with a clear conscience? I couldn't sleep for a long time. Raif Efendi lay in his bed covered with white sheets, his daughter's young bodies and his wife's tired limbs nearby. He lay there, burning with fever, sniffing the air that filled the room. His eyes were closed, and who knows where his soul was wandering. This time, Raif Efendi's illness lasted a little longer. It didn't seem like a simple cold as usual. The elderly doctor whom Nurettin Bey had brought recommended a mustard poultice and prescribed cough medicine. I visited him every 2 or 3 evenings, and each time I found him looking a little more frail. But he didn't seem overly worried and didn't take his illness seriously. Perhaps he was afraid of alarming the household. Mirya Hanum and Nejla's behavior was truly worrying. The woman, who seemed to have forgotten how to think after years of working, would go in and out of the patient's room in a state of great confusion, dropping towels or plates while putting mustard poultices on his back, always forgetting something inside or outside and constantly searching for it. I still see her running around in all directions in her crooked, heelless slippers, and I still feel her pleading gaze fixed on everyone she meets. Nejla, though not as distraught as her mother, was deeply saddened. Lately, she hadn't been going to school and was waiting for her father. When I came to check on her in the evenings, I could tell from her red and swollen eyes that she had been crying just moments before. But all this seemed to bother Raif Efendi even more. When we were alone, he complained about it, even once saying, "What's wrong with them? Are we dying all the time? And what if we did die? What does it matter to them? What am I to them?" Then, with an even more bitter and heartless tone, he added, "I am nothing to them. I was nothing. We lived together in the same house for years. They never wondered who this man was. Now they're afraid I'll leave." "Oh, Mr. Raif, what kind of talk is this? They're being a bit too anxious, but interpreting it like that isn't right. Your wife and daughter." "Yes, my wife and daughter, but that's all." He turned his head away. I hadn't understood anything from his last words and hesitated to ask anything further. To reassure his family, Mr. Nurettin brought in an internal medicine specialist. After a long examination, the doctor said, "The illness is pneumonia," and seeing their astonishment, he added, "No, it's not that serious. Thank God his constitution is strong, his heart is healthy, he'll get over it. Just be careful, don't let him catch a cold. In fact, it would be better if you took him to the hospital." Miria Hanum completely lost her control when she heard the word hospital. She collapsed onto one of the chairs in the hallway and began to sob loudly. Nurettin Bey, frowning as if his dignity had been violated, said, "What nonsense! He'll surely get better care at home than in a hospital." The doctor shrugged his shoulders and left. Raif Efendi initially wanted to go to the hospital, saying, "At least there I can have some peace of mind." It was clear from his demeanor that he wanted to be alone, but seeing how vehemently those around him opposed this, he fell silent. With a hopeless smile, he murmured, "They won't leave me alone even there." I still remember it. It was a Friday evening, and I was sitting on the chair beside Raif Efendi's bedside, watching the rattle as he breathed. There was no one else in the room. A large pocket watch standing among medicine bottles on the bedside table filled the room with its metallic sound. The patient, opening his sunken eyes, said, "I feel a little better today."
Of course, it can't always continue like this, can it? Then, with a somewhat sorrowful tone, he asked, "But how much longer will this continue?" I understood the true meaning of his question and was horrified. The weariness in his voice revealed what he meant. "What's going on, Mr. Raif?" I said. Fixing his eyes on mine, he insisted, "But what's the point? Isn't this enough already?" At that moment, Mihria Hanum entered. Approaching me, she said, "Today is a good day. Hopefully he'll get over this now." Then she turned to her husband. "We need to do the laundry. Could you bring that towel?" Raif Efendi nodded his head in agreement. The woman searched the cupboard for something, took it, and left again. The slight improvement in the patient's condition had dispelled all his wife's worries and anxieties. Now her mind was again filled with household chores, cooking, and laundry. Like all simple people, she moved from sorrow to joy, from excitement to calmness, and like all women, she quickly forgot everything. Raif Efendi had a deep, melancholic smile in his eyes. Pointing with his head to the jacket hanging at the foot of the bed, he said, "There's a key in my right pocket. Take it and open the top drawer of my desk. Bring me the towel my wife asked for. It will be a bother. I'll bring it tomorrow evening." He stood silently for a long time, staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, he turned his head towards me. "Bring everything that's in there," he said. "Everything. My wife seems to have sensed that I won't be able to go back to the company. Our journey is now somewhere else." His head was buried in the pillow again. The next day, before leaving the company in the late afternoon, I went to Mr. Raif's desk. There were 3 drawers stacked one on top of each other on the right. I opened the bottom ones first. One was empty, the other contained some papers and translation drafts. As I inserted the key into the top drawer, I shuddered. I realized now that I was sitting in the chair Mr. Raif had sat in for years, and that I was repeating the action he performed several times a day. I hastily looked around. It seemed empty, too. There were only a rather dirty towel, a piece of soap wrapped in gauze, a lunchbox, a fork, and a Singer brand screw-type pocket knife in one corner. I quickly put these away and wrapped them in paper. I pushed the drawer back into place and stood up, but then it occurred to me that something might have been left behind, so I pulled it out again and searched inside with my hand. Indeed, there was something like a notebook at the very bottom. I took it, put it among the other things, and rushed out. The longer I stayed in the room, the more the possibility that Raif Efendi would never sit in that chair again and never open that drawer again wouldn't leave my mind. I was met with great commotion again at his home. Nejla opened the door and, upon seeing me, shook her head and said, "Don't ask, don't ask." I had become almost like a member of the family, and the household didn't treat me like a stranger. The young girl said, My father has become ill again. Today he felt unwell twice. We were very scared. My in-law brought a doctor. He's with him now, giving him an injection. He rushed into the patient's room. I didn't go in. I sat on one of the chairs in the hallway and placed the package wrapped in paper before me. Although Mihriya Hanum had gone out a few times, I was ashamed to give her this poor thing. It would be quite inappropriate to offer a dirty towel and an old fork to someone close to a person struggling for life inside. I got up and walked around the large table in the middle. When I saw myself in the mirror of the sideboard, I was quite surprised. I had turned deathly pale. My heart started beating rapidly. It was a terrible thing to see a person struggling on the great bridge between life and death, whoever they may be. Then I thought that while his closest relatives, his wife, daughters, and other relatives were present, I didn't have the right to show more concern and sympathy than them. At that moment, my eyes fell upon the slightly ajar door of the guest room. Approaching a little closer, I saw Raif Efendi's brothers-in-law, Cihat and Vedat. They were sitting side by side on a sofa, smoking cigarettes. It was clear they were racked with inner turmoil and resentment at being unable to leave the house. Nurten was sitting in an armchair, her head resting on her arm. She was either crying or asleep. A little further away, Raif Efendi's sister-in-law, Ferhande, had her 2 children on her lap, trying to keep them from making noise, but it was obvious from her demeanor how inexperienced she was at soothing children. The patient's door opened, and the doctor came out, followed by Mr. Nurettin. Despite his overall nonchalance, he looked annoyed. "Don't leave his side, and if he gets a rash, give him one of those injections," he said. Nurettin frowned and asked, "Is it dangerous?" The doctor responded with the same answer every colleague gives in such situations: "You never know." To avoid further questions, and especially to avoid harassment from the patient's wife, he quickly put on his coat and hat and, grimacing, took the 3 silver coins that Mr. Nurettin had prepared in his hand and left the house. I slowly approached the patient's door and looked inside. Mrs. Miriye and Nejla were looking at the man lying before them with his eyes closed, with great curiosity. When the young girl saw me, she gestured for me to come closer. Now she and her mother wanted to see how the patient's condition would affect me. Realizing this, I tried with all my strength to control myself. With a gesture that suggested I was relieved by what I saw, I nodded slightly. Then, turning to the women who were huddled together on my left, I said with a forced smile, "There's probably nothing to worry about. He'll get through it, God willing." The patient opened his eyes and looked at me for a while as if he didn't recognize me. Then, with great effort, he turned his head towards his wife and daughter, mumbled a few incomprehensible words, and made some gestures while grimacing. Nejla approached him. "Did you want something, Daddy?" "Come on, you 2 go outside for a moment." His voice was very soft and broken. Mrs. Miriye gestured for us to leave, but the patient, seeing this, reached out his hand from the bed and grabbed my wrist and said, "Don't go." The women were a little surprised. Nejla said, "Father, don't take your arm out." Raif Efendi nodded quickly as if to say, I know, and gestured again for them to leave. Both women left the room giving me questioning looks. Then Raif Efendi pointed to the package in my hand, which I had completely forgotten about. "Did you bring everything?" At first, I looked at his face in confusion. Was all this ceremony just to ask this? The patient was still looking at me, his eyes shining with great curiosity. For the first time, I remembered the infamous black-covered notebook. I had never even opened it, never wondered what was inside. It never occurred to me that Raif Efendi would have a notebook of this kind. I quickly opened the package and placed the towel and other contents on a chair behind the door. Then I picked up the notebook and showed it to Mr. Raif. "Is this what you wanted?" He nodded his head, indicating yes. I slowly flipped through the pages of the notebook. I felt an irresistible curiosity growing within me. The single-lined pages contained large, irregular letters, lines that clearly indicated haste in writing. I glanced at the first page. There was no heading or anything. On the right side was the date June 20th, 1933, and immediately below it were these lines. Yesterday, a strange incident happened to me, and it made me relive some other events from 10 years ago. I couldn't read the rest. Raif Efendi had taken his arm out again and held my hand. "Read it," he said, and gesturing towards the other side of the room with his head, he muttered, "Throw it over there."
I looked in the direction he pointed. Behind the mica sheets, I saw the iron stove with its gleaming red eyes. To the stove? Yes. At that moment, my curiosity increased even more. Destroying Raif Efendi's notebook with my own hands was impossible for me. "What nonsense, Raif Bey," I said. "Isn't it a pity? Is it right to senselessly burn a notebook that has been your companion for so long?" "There's no need," he said, gesturing towards the stove again with his head. "There's no need for it anymore." I realized it was impossible to dissuade him from this idea. Perhaps he had poured out the depths of his soul, hidden from everyone, into this notebook, and now he wanted to go with it. I felt boundless compassion for this man, who wanted to leave nothing of himself behind, and took his loneliness with him even to death, and an immeasurable concern for his fate. "I understand you, Mr. Raif," I said. "Yes, I understand perfectly well. You're right to be possessive of everything you have. It's also right that you want to burn this notebook. But couldn't you postpone it for a while, at least for a day?" He looked at me with his eyes, asking why. To continue what I had started, and to try one last resort, I moved closer to him, trying to gather all the affection and love I felt for him in my eyes. "Would you leave this notebook with me for one night? Just tonight. We've been friends for so long, and you've never told me anything about yourself. Don't you find it natural that I'm curious about you? Do you really feel the need to hide so much from me? You are the most precious person to me in the world. Yet are you trying to leave me by saying that in your eyes I'm nothing, just like everyone else?" My eyes welled up with tears. My chest trembling, I continued speaking. It was as if I was finally pouring out all the resentment that had been building up in my soul against this man who had avoided me for months. "You may be right to withdraw your trust from people, but aren't there exceptions? Couldn't there be? Remember that you are one of these people. Ultimately, what you're doing might just be meaningless selfishness." Remembering that these were not the kinds of things to say to a seriously ill patient, I fell silent. He was silent too. Finally, with a last effort, I said, "Mr. Raif, please understand me. I am only at the beginning of the path you have reached. I want to learn about people, especially what people have done to you." The patient interrupted me, shaking his head violently. He was muttering something. I leaned closer, feeling his breath on my face. "No, no," he said. "People didn't do anything to me. Nothing. It was always me. Always me." He suddenly fell silent, his chin dropping to his chest. He was breathing faster. This scene had undoubtedly exhausted him. I, too, was beginning to feel a great deal of emotional exhaustion. I was thinking of throwing the notebook into the stove and running outside. The patient opened his eyes again. "Nobody's to blame, not even me." He couldn't continue. He was coughing. Finally, pointing to the notebook with his eyes, he said, "Read it, you'll see." As if I'd been expecting this, I immediately put the black-covered notebook in my pocket. "I'll bring it tomorrow morning and burn it right in front of you," I said. The patient, with an attitude completely different from his earlier meticulousness, shrugged his shoulders as if to say, "Do whatever you want." I understood that he had now severed his connection with even this notebook, which undoubtedly contained the most important parts of his life.
I kissed his hand to leave. When I tried to stand up, he didn't let me go. He pulled me towards him, first kissing my forehead, then my cheeks. When I lifted my head, I saw tears streaming from his eyes down to his temples. Raif Efendi made no move to hide or wipe them away. He looked at me without blinking. I couldn't control myself either, and I started to cry. It was one of those silent, sobbing tears seen only in extraordinary and genuine grief. I parted from him. I knew it would be hard for me, but I couldn't have imagined it would be this terrible, this painful. Raif Efendi moved his lips again. In a barely audible voice, he said, "We never had a chance to have a long conversation, my son. What a pity," and closed his eyes. We had now said our goodbyes. To avoid showing my face to those waiting at the door, I practically ran through the hall and darted out into the street. A cold wind dried my cheeks on the way. I kept muttering, "What a pity, what a pity." When I arrived at the hotel, I found my friend asleep. I got into bed, turned on the small lamp beside me, and immediately began reading Raif Efendi's black-covered school notebook. June 20th, 1933. A strange incident happened to me yesterday, and it made me relive some other events from 10 years ago. I know that these memories, which I thought I had forgotten, will never leave me again. What treacherous coincidence brought them into my path yesterday and woke me up from the deep sleep I had been in for years, from the numbed stupor I had gradually grown used to. I would be lying if I said I would go mad or die. People quickly get used to and endure things they thought they couldn't bear. I too will live. But how will I live? What an unbearable torment my life will be from now on. But I will endure, as I have until now. I can no longer bear one thing alone. I can't keep everything in my head all by myself. I want to say, to tell something, many things. To whom? Is there anyone else in this vast world who wanders as alone as I do? To whom can I tell anything? I don't remember telling anyone anything for 10 years. I needlessly ran away from everyone, needlessly pushed all people away from myself.
I was like that, but can I do things differently now? There's no chance of anything changing, and there's no need. It seems this is how it was meant to be. If only I could speak, if only I could pour out my feelings to at least one person. Even if I truly wanted to, there's no way I can find such a person anymore. I don't have the strength to search. Even if I did, I wouldn't search. Besides, why did I even buy this notebook? If I had even a little hope, would I embark on this writing business which I hate more than anything in the world? One absolutely needs to unburden oneself. If only yesterday's incident hadn't happened. If only I hadn't learned everything yesterday. My old and perhaps comfortable life would still be going on. Yesterday I met two people on the street. I was meeting one for the first time, and the other was perhaps one of the most distant people I'd ever met in the world. Would I have ever imagined that these things could have such a profound impact on my life? But since I've decided to write, I must tell everything calmly and from the beginning. In that case, I need to go back several years, even 10 or 12 years, maybe 15. But I will write without getting bored. Perhaps it's possible to drown out the truly horrific aspects amidst meaningless details, to escape their impact. Perhaps what I write won't be as painful as what I've experienced, and I'll feel a little relief. I'll realize that many things are less important, simpler than I thought, and I'll feel ashamed of my own excitement, perhaps. My father was from Havran. I was born and raised there. I received my initial education there. Then for a while I commuted to the Edremit Secondary School, which was about an hour away. In the final years of the First World War, at the age of 19, I was drafted into the army. However, the armistice was declared while I was still in training. I returned to the town. I resumed secondary school but did not finish it. I wasn't particularly interested in studying anyway.
The year that had passed and the chaotic situation prevailing in the region at that time had put me off education. After the armistice, all ties were loosened. There was neither a proper government nor a definite idea or goal left. Some regions were occupied by foreign forces, and a multitude of gangs suddenly appeared operating under various names. One would be active by establishing a front against the enemy, sometimes by looting villages. A bandit whose name was whispered from mouth to mouth as a hero one day would be announced as having been killed a week later, with his dead body hanging in Konakoni Square in Edremit. In such an era, shutting oneself away within four walls to read Ottoman history or moral discourses was not very appealing. However, my father, who was considered one of the fairly wealthy people in the country, for some reason had developed a passion for educating me. Seeing many of my peers going out into guerrilla warfare, strapping on crossbody ammunition belts and carrying rifles, and seeing some of them being killed by the enemy and others by bandits, I began to fear for my own fate. Indeed, I didn't want to remain idle and was secretly preparing myself. But at that moment, the occupying forces arrived in the town, and all my heroic ambitions were doomed to be stifled within me. For a few months, I wandered around like a vagabond. Most of my friends had disappeared. My father decided to send me to Istanbul. He didn't know where I would go either, just kept saying, find a school, study. The fact that my father said this to me, even though I had always been a somewhat clumsy and shy child, was enough to show how little he knew his son. Nevertheless, I harbored certain secret desires. There was one subject in school where I earned my teacher's admiration. I was quite good at drawing. The thought of entering the School of Fine Arts in Istanbul would occasionally cross my mind, filling me with sweet dreams. I had always been a quiet child, living more in a world of imagination than reality. I possessed an almost inexplicable shyness that often led to me being misunderstood and considered foolish by those around me, causing me distress. Nothing frightened me more than the need to correct an opinion about me. Even though the blame for any wrongdoing committed by my classmates was always placed on me, I never dared to defend myself with a single word, and when I got home, I would hide and cry. I often remember my mother and especially my father saying, "You were supposed to be a girl, but you were born wrong." My greatest pleasure was sitting alone in the garden or by the stream, lost in daydreams. These dreams were so bold and expansive that they stood in stark contrast to my actions. Like the heroes in the countless translated novels I had read, I would wreak havoc with my entourage, who obeyed my word without hesitation, and I would kidnap a girl named Fahriye, who lived a neighborhood away, and who aroused sweet desires in me that I could not quite define, from my magnificent cave in the mountains, wearing a mask and carrying 2 pistols. I would imagine how she would first be terrified and struggle, then how she would be amazed when she saw the people trembling before me and the unparalleled riches in the cave, and finally, how she would cry out in uncontainable joy and throw herself into my arms when I revealed my face. Sometimes I would wander through Africa like a great explorer, experiencing unseen adventures among cannibals. Other times I would become a famous painter and travel through Europe. All the books I had read, Michel Zavako, Jules Verne, Alexandre Dumas, Ahmet Mithat Efendi, Kibe, had left an indelible mark on my mind. My father used to get angry at my excessive reading, sometimes confiscating the novels and throwing them away, other times preventing me from having a light in my room at night. But when he saw that I always found a solution, that I would lose myself in the light of the small oil lamp, reading The Mysteries of Paris or Les Miserables, he gave up his pressure. I read everything I could get my hands on, and I was deeply affected by everything I read, whether it was the adventures of Monsieur Lecoq or the history of Marat.
When I read in an old Roman history about a negotiator named Mucius Scavula, who, while negotiating peace with the enemy, responded to a threat that he would be killed if he did not accept the terms by putting his arm into a fire nearby and burning it up to his elbow, thus calmly continuing the negotiations to show he could not be intimidated, I was seized by the desire to test the same thing on myself. I had burned my fingers quite severely. The image of this man, who endured the greatest pain while maintaining a smile on his face, has never left me. At one time, I myself tried to write, even to scribble small poems, but I quickly gave up. The fear of expressing what was inside me, this meaningless and unnecessary timidity, prevented me from writing. I only continued to paint. This work didn't feel like giving anything from within me. It seemed to me merely to take the outside world and reflect it onto paper, acting as a kind of intermediary. Indeed, when I realized that wasn't the case, I gave that up too, all because of that fear.
I learned on my own, without anyone's help, in Istanbul and at the School of Fine Arts, that painting is also a kind of expression, an inner expression, and I stopped attending school. Besides, the teachers didn't find much in me anyway. I could only show them the most meaningless of the sketches I made at home or in the studio. I carefully hid any paintings that expressed something about me, that contained something of me, and I was ashamed to reveal them. If these were to accidentally fall into someone's hands, I would be as shocked as a woman caught naked. Losing my composure, I would blush bright red and run away. I wandered around Istanbul for a long time, not knowing what to do. It was during the armistice years, and the city had become unbearably shameless and chaotic. I asked my father for money to return to Havran. About 10 days later, I received a long letter. My father was taking one last measure to ensure I became a useful man. He had heard somewhere that in Germany, because the currency had lost its value, foreigners were living very cheaply, even with less money than in Istanbul, and he was telling me to go there to learn soap making, especially musk soap making. He informed me that he had sent some money for travel and other expenses. I was extremely pleased. I developed an interest in these arts, not because of my birth or anything, but because Europe, which had been the subject of countless dreams and images in my mind since childhood, had presented itself to me in such an unexpected way. I was delighted that this opportunity had arisen. In his letter, my father wrote, "If you learn this trade in a year or two and come back, I will expand and improve our soap factory here and put it under your management, and you will enter the world of commerce and become happy and prosperous thanks to your valuable skills." But I hadn't even considered that aspect of it. I expected to learn a foreign language, read books in that language, and most importantly, find people in this Europe whom I had only encountered in novels until now. After all, wasn't one of the reasons for my aloofness and wildness the fact that I couldn't find the people I met and embraced in books in my own environment? I prepared myself within a week and left for Berlin by train via Bulgaria. I didn't know any of the language. During the 4-day journey, thanks to a few words I had memorized from a conversation book, I went to a guest house whose address I had written in my notebook while still in Istanbul. The first few weeks were spent learning enough of the language to manage myself and wandering around the city, looking around in amazement. The initial astonishment didn't last long. This was, after all, a city with slightly wider streets, much cleaner, and fairer-haired people. But there was nothing that would make one faint with wonder. I didn't know what my ideal Europe was like, or what shortcomings the city I was now living in compared to it. I hadn't yet realized that life is never as wonderful as it seems in our minds. Thinking that one couldn't start anything without learning a language, I began taking lessons from a former officer who had been in Turkey during the First World War and had learned a little Turkish. The lady who owned the boarding house also devoted her free time to chatting with me and helping me out. Other guests at the guest house also seized the opportunity to socialize and bombarded me with nonsensical questions. The crowds gathered around the dinner table were quite colorful. Among them, in particular, were Frau von Tiedemann, a Dutch widow, Herr Camera, a Portuguese merchant who brought oranges from the Canary Islands to Berlin, and the elderly Herr Dopke, all of whom were meth friends. The latter was a man who, after trading in Germany's Cameroon colony, had abandoned everything and sought refuge in his homeland after the armistice. With the little money he had managed to save, he lived a rather modest life, spending his days attending the political meetings that were so common in Berlin at the time, and recounting his impressions in the evenings. Often he would bring along newly met unemployed German officers and argue with them for hours. As far as I understand, Germany's salvation lay in an iron-willed man like Bismarck coming to power, and immediately rearming, waging a second war to rectify the injustices. Sometimes one of the boarding house guests would leave, and another would immediately arrive in the room that became available. But in time, I had become accustomed to these changes, to the perpetually lit red lampshade in the dark dining room, to the ever-present smell of various cabbages, and to the political discussions of my table companions. I had even become tired of them, especially these discussions. Everyone had their own opinion on how to save Germany, but all these opinions were not really about Germany, but about each person's own personal interests. An old woman who had lost her fortune due to greed was angry at the officers. The officers blamed the striking workers and the soldiers who didn't want to continue the war. And a colonial merchant would suddenly start cursing the emperor who had declared war. Even the maid who tidied my room in the mornings would try to talk politics with me, and in her free time she would immediately start reading her newspaper. She too had her own fervent opinions, and when she spoke of them, her face would turn completely red, and she would clench her fist and shake it in the air.
I seemed to have forgotten why I had come to Germany. I only remembered the soap-making business when I received letters from my father, and I would console both him and myself by writing that I was still busy learning the language and would soon apply to such an establishment. My days passed, each one exactly the same. I had explored the whole city, the zoo, the museums. The fact that this million-strong city could be exhausted in a few months filled me with despair. I said to myself, "This is Europe. What is there anyway?" And I concluded that the world was essentially very boring.
Mostly in the afternoons, I would wander through the crowds on the main streets, watching women returning home with a seriousness befitting people who had accomplished very important things, or women clinging to a man's arm, smiling with dreamy eyes, and men who still maintained the gait of a soldier. To avoid completely lying to my father, with the help of a few Turkish friends, I applied to a luxury soap company. The German officials of the company, which belonged to a Swedish group, received me very well, with the warmth of a friendship that was never forgotten. However, they refrained from showing me the deeper aspects of this profession, which I had learned through experience at our soap factory in Hafran, perhaps because they considered it a company secret. Perhaps they did this to avoid wasting time, as they didn't see much interest in me. Gradually, I stopped visiting the factory. They didn't ask where I was, my father increased the intervals between his letters, and I continued to live in Berlin without ever thinking about what I would do or why I had come there. 3 times a week in the afternoons, I took German lessons from the former officer, spent my days looking at paintings in museums and newly opened galleries, and could smell cabbage even before I was 100 steps from the boarding house. But after the first few months, I started to feel less bored. I gradually tried to read books, and found more and more pleasure in it. After a while, it almost became an addiction. I would lie face down on the pillow, open the book in front of me, place the old thick dictionary beside me, and stay there for hours. Often, I couldn't even bear to look up words, and I would move on, interpreting the meaning of sentences through context. It was as if a whole new world was opening up before my eyes. This time, what I was reading wasn't like the translated or original books of my childhood and early youth, which only spoke of heroes, extraordinary people, and unseen adventures. In almost all of them, I found a piece of myself, of my surroundings, of what I had seen and heard. Things I had lived through before but hadn't understood or seen suddenly came to mind, and I thought I was now giving them their true meaning. The authors who had the greatest influence on me were Russian writers. I would sometimes read Turgenev's enormous stories from beginning to end in one sitting. One of them in particular shook me for days. The protagonist of this story, Clara Milic, falls in love with a rather naive student, but without telling anyone about it, she becomes a victim of her terrible obsession, ashamed of loving such a fool. For some reason, I felt a strong connection to this girl. I saw myself in her inability to express her innermost thoughts, in her need to conceal her strongest, deepest, and most beautiful qualities with tremendous jealousy and distrust. The old masters of painting in the museums also gave me the opportunity to live without getting bored. There were times when I would gaze at a painting in the National Gallery for hours and then relive the same face and scene in my mind for days. It had been almost a year since I arrived in Germany. One day, I remember it very well, on a rainy and dark October day, while flipping through the newspapers, I came across a critique of an exhibition by new painters. I didn't understand much about these new artists. Perhaps the excessive pretentiousness in their works, their tendency to stand out, to show themselves off in any way, was contrary to my temperament, and that's why I didn't like them. I wasn't paying attention. In fact, I hadn't even read the article in the newspaper. But a few hours later, while wandering aimlessly through the streets on one of my daily strolls, I realized I was standing in front of the building where the exhibition mentioned in the newspaper was located. I had no important business to attend to. Giving in to chance, I chose to go inside, and wandered around for a long time, looking at the many paintings of various sizes on the walls with indifferent eyes. Most of the pictures made one want to smile. Angular knees and shoulders, disproportionate heads and breasts, landscapes depicted with sharp colors as if made of craft paper, shapeless crystal vases like broken bricks, lifeless flowers as if they had been left between the pages of a book for years, and finally gruesome portraits that looked like they were taken from a criminal's album. But still, people were amused. One might perhaps resent those who attempt to achieve such great things with so little effort, but when one considers that they accept with almost morbid pleasure and willingness the punishment of being understood and ridiculed, there is nothing left to do but feel pity. I suddenly stopped in front of a wall near the door of the large hall. It's impossible for me to describe how I felt at that moment, especially after all these years. I only remember standing there, as if rooted to the spot, in front of a portrait of a woman in a fur coat. Those passing by, looking at the pictures, were nudging me from side to side with their bodies, but I couldn't move from where I was. What was it about this portrait? I know I can't explain it. There was only a strange, somewhat wild, somewhat proud, and very powerful expression that I had never seen in any woman before. Although I knew from the first moment that I had never seen this face, or anything like it, anywhere at any time, I felt as if there was a familiarity between us. This pale face, these black eyebrows and the black eyes beneath them, this dark brown hair, and, above all, this expression that combined innocence and willpower, an endless melancholy and a strong personality, could never be foreign to me.
I knew this woman from the books I had read since I was 7, from the imaginary worlds I had created since I was 5.
There were pieces of Halitsia's Nihal, Vejihibei's Mehure, the lover of Knight Buridan, and Cleopatra, whom I had read about in history books, and even Amina Hatun, the mother of Muhammad, whom I had imagined while listening to the Mevlid. She was a composite, a blend of all the women in my imagination. Inside a fur coat made of wildcat skin, a small piece of neck, its dull white color visible despite being in the shade, rested on a slightly oval human face turned to the left. Her black eyes were incomprehensible, looking down as if lost in deep thought, as if she wanted to search with one last hope for something she was certain she would never find. Yet the sadness in her gaze was mixed with a touch of indifference, as if saying, "Yes, I will not find what I am looking for, but what does it matter?" This expression of indifference was fully revealed in her slightly fuller lips, the one underneath being larger. Her eyelids were slightly swollen. Her eyebrows were neither too thick nor too thin, but somewhat short. Her dark brown hair extended downwards, framing her angular and rather broad forehead and blending into the wildcat's fur. Her chin was slightly curved forward and pointed. She had a long, slender nose with somewhat fleshy wings. My hands trembling, I flipped through the catalog. I hoped to find details about this painting there. Towards the end, at the bottom of the page, next to the painting's number, I read these 3 words: Maria Puder, self-portrait. There was nothing else. It seemed the artist had only one work in the exhibition, a self-portrait. I was somewhat pleased by this. I was afraid that other paintings by this wonderful woman might not have such a profound effect on me, or perhaps might even diminish my initial admiration. I stayed inside until late. Occasionally, I would wander, glancing at other paintings with unseeing eyes, and then quickly return to the same spot, gazing at it for a long time. Each time I seemed to see new expressions on her face, a life that was gradually becoming more apparent. I imagined that her downward gaze was secretly watching me, that her lips were subtly moving. The room was deserted. A tall man standing by the door seemed to have been waiting for me. I quickly composed myself and went outside. A light rain was falling. Unlike every other evening, I returned to the boarding house without lingering on the roads. I was burning with the desire to eat my dinner immediately, retreat to my room, and conjure up that face in my mind's eye. I didn't speak at dinner. Frau Heppner, the owner of the boarding house, asked, "Where did you go today?" "Nothing, I just wandered around. Then I visited an exhibition of modern painters," I replied. Those in the room immediately started talking about modern painting, while I quietly went to my room. As I undressed, a newspaper fell from my jacket pocket onto the floor. I picked it up and placed it on the table, and suddenly my heart started pounding. It was the newspaper I'd bought that morning, the one I'd read in a cafe, the one that contained the article about the exhibition. I tore through the pages, eager to find out what was in it about the painting and its artist. I was surprised at how a slow and unemotional man like myself could be so flustered. I scanned the article from beginning to end. Towards the middle, my eyes fixed on the words I'd seen in the catalog, Maria Puder. The text spoke length about this young artist, who was exhibiting her paintings for the first time. It was said that the female painter, who seemed to prefer following the path of the classics, possessed an astonishingly great expressive ability, and that she lacked the tendency towards beautification or deliberate uglification seen in many self-portraits. After much technical deliberation, it was finally claimed that by a strange coincidence, the woman in the painting, in terms of her posture and facial expression, bore a striking resemblance to the Virgin Mary depicted in Andrea del Sarto's Madonna dell'Arpese. Finally, with a half-joking tone, the text wished this Madonna in a fur coat success before moving on to another painter. My search gradually turned to the Arpi Madonna. I found it in a large Sarto album. Although the rather poorly printed copy didn't show much, the author was right. The Madonna, sitting on a raised platform with the Holy Child in her lap, her eyes fixed on the ground as if she didn't notice the bearded man on her right and the young man on her left, her face, the way she held her head, and the expression of sorrow and resentment clearly visible in her gaze and lips resembled the painting I had seen yesterday. Since they sold this page of the album separately, I immediately bought it and returned to my room. When I looked at it carefully, I concluded that this picture had great artistic merit. It was the first time in my life I had seen such a Madonna. In the depictions of the Virgin Mary I had encountered until now, there was an expression of innocence that was emphasized a little too much, even to the point of meaninglessness. Looking at the baby in her lap, they seemed to say, "Do you see? What God has bestowed upon me." They resembled little children who wanted to say something,
or servant girls who stared bewilderedly at the child they had fathered with a man whose name they couldn't pronounce. However, the Mary in Sarto's painting was a woman who had learned to think, made her own judgments about life, and begun to despise the world. She looked not at the saints standing on either side of her as if in worship, not at the Messiah in her arms, and not even at the sky, but at the earth, and she was certainly seeing something. I placed the painting on the table. Closing my eyes, I contemplated the painting in the exhibition. Only then did it occur to me that the person depicted there actually existed. After all, since the painter had painted her own portrait, this extraordinary woman must be walking among us, her deep, dark eyes fixed on the ground or on the person opposite her, speaking with her slightly large lower lip slightly open. In short, she must be alive. It would be possible to see her anywhere. The first feeling I experienced at the thought of this possibility was a great fear. For a man like me who had never experienced any adventure in his life, encountering such many romantic adventures. While in Havran, a few flings facilitated by some older neighborhood friends were nothing more than drunken escapades whose meaning I couldn't comprehend, and my shy nature prevented me from repeating them. For me, a woman was a creature detached from the material world, unapproachable, who ignited my imagination and participated in my countless adventures while I lay under olive trees on hot summer days. Although I had secretly been in love with our neighbor Fakriya for many years and had fantasized about her, often bordering on the shameless, when I encountered her in the street, I would suffer such violent palpitations that I would collapse to the ground, my face would burn with fever, and I would seek refuge. On Ramadan nights, I would sneak out of the house and hide opposite her door to watch her and her mother go to the Tarawih prayers with a lantern in their hands. But as soon as the door opened and the yellowish light shining out revealed figures in black robes, I would turn my head to the wall, trembling for fear they would realize I was there. Whenever I found a woman appealing in any way, the first thing I did was try to avoid her. I feared that every movement and every glance would reveal my secret when I came face to face with her, and I would become the most wretched person in the world, consumed by an indescribable, almost suffocating shame. I don't recall ever looking carefully into the eyes of any woman, not even my mother. Lately, especially during my time in Istanbul, I had tried to combat this meaningless shyness and be more open with some young girls I met through friends. But the moment I received even the slightest attention from them, all my intentions and decisions vanished. I was never an innocent person. When I was alone, I would experience scenes with these women in my mind that even the most skilled lovers wouldn't imagine, feeling the intoxicating pressure of warm, throbbing lips on my mouth several times stronger than it actually was.
But this picture of her in a fur coat that I saw at the exhibition, it reminded me of her. She had enveloped me to such an extent that I couldn't even bring myself to touch her. I couldn't even imagine a love scene with her, let alone sit opposite her like two friends. Instead, the desire to go and look at the painting, to gaze for hours into those eyes I was certain weren't looking at me, was growing stronger. Putting on my coat, I headed back to the exhibition, and this continued for days. Every day, always in the afternoon, I would go there, strolling slowly through the corridors as if looking at the paintings, but with great impatience, forcing myself to restrain my steps as I tried to reach my real destination. I would stop in front of the Madonna in a fur coat as if by chance, gazing at it until the doors closed. I had noticed that the exhibition guards and the painters, many of whom were there every day, had now memorized me. As soon as I entered, a smile would appear on their faces, and their eyes would follow this strange art enthusiast for a long time. Lately, I had also abandoned the act I had been trying to play in front of the other paintings. I would go directly to the Madonna in the fur coat, sit in one of the rows there, and turn my eyes to the painting in front of me. My appearance was sure to pique the curiosity of those at the exhibition. Indeed, one day my worst fear came true. A young woman whom I had encountered several times in the hall, and whom I recognized as a painter herself from her conversations, long-haired, black-dressed, and wearing large ties, approached me and said, "Are you very interested in this painting? You look at it every day." I quickly looked up and then immediately lowered my eyes. The overly casual and somewhat mocking smile of the person opposite me had a terrible effect on me. The long-nosed shoes standing a step in front of me seemed to be staring at my face, waiting for an answer.
Her legs, protruding from beneath her short skirt, legs that I couldn't deny were truly shapely, would occasionally stretch slightly, creating a sweet wave beneath her stockings, spreading down to her rounded kneecaps. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving without an answer from me, "Yes," I said, "it's a beautiful picture." Then, for some reason feeling the need to tell a lie, to offer some kind of explanation, I mumbled, "She looks a lot like my mother." "Ah, so that's why you come here and stare at it for hours." "Yes." "Did your mother die?" "No." She waited as if she wanted me to continue. With my head bowed, I added, "It's very far away." "Oh, where?" "In Turkey." "Are you Turkish?" "Yes." "I realized you were a foreigner." She let out a light chuckle. With a very relaxed attitude, she sat down next to me. When she crossed her legs, her skirt lifted to below her knees, and I felt my face flush as usual. My behavior seemed to amuse the person next to me even more. She asked again, "Don't you have a picture of your mother?" The woman's unnecessary curiosity annoyed me. I realized she was doing it purely to mock me. The other painters were watching us from a distance, and they were certainly smirking. "Yes, but this is different," I said. "Oh, so this is different." And she immediately let a little laugh. I made a move to get up and leave. The woman noticed this and said, "Don't bother, I'm leaving. I'll leave you alone with your mother."
He got up and walked a few steps. Then, suddenly stopping, he came back to me. With a serious, even somewhat melancholic tone, unlike anything he had said before, he said, "Would you really want to have a mother like that?" "Yes, I would love that." "Oh." Turning her back, she walked away with quick, youthful strides. I looked up. Her cropped hair bounced around the nape of her neck, and because her hands were in her jacket pockets, her tight suit clung to her body. I was greatly surprised when I realized how I had given away my lie with my last sentence. I immediately got up and rushed out into the street, not daring to look around. Inside me was a feeling like saying goodbye to someone I had met and grown fond of on a trip, but was forced to part with too soon. I knew I could no longer set foot in this exhibition. People who understood nothing of each other, were avoiding me even here. As soon as I returned to the boarding house, I imagined the old, meaningless days beginning again, listening at dinner to plans for the salvation of Germany, or the complaints of middle-class people who had lost their fortunes due to inflation, and shutting myself away in my room with stories by Turgenev or Theodore Storm. But in those last 2 weeks, I realized how my life had begun to acquire meaning, and what it meant to lose it. An opportunity I hadn't even dared to imagine existing, had crept alongside my empty and meaningless life. And then, suddenly, as abruptly and without reason as it had arrived, it had withdrawn. I only understood this now. For as long as I can remember, I had spent all my days, without realizing it and without admitting it to myself, searching for a person. And because of this, I had avoided all other people. That picture had convinced me for a while that it was possible to find this person I was searching for, even that I was very close to them, awakening in me a hope that could never be extinguished. Therefore, the disappointment I experienced this time was all the greater. I avoided my surroundings even more. I hid even more within myself. I was thinking of writing to my father to tell him that I wanted to return. But what would I answer if he asked, "What did you learn in Europe?" I was thinking of staying a few more months. I decided to learn enough perfumed soap making to please him. I applied to the same Swedish company again, and although I was received a little colder, I started going to the factory regularly. I carefully noted down the formulas and methods I learned in a notebook, and I tried to read books written about this profession. Frau Tiedemann, the Dutch widow at the boarding house, had also become friends with me. At night, she would give me children's novels she had bought for her 10-year-old son, who was out of boarding school, to read and ask for my opinion. Some evenings, after dinner, she would come to my room on some flimsy pretext and sit and chat for a long time. Often, she would try to find out about my adventures with German girls, and when I told her the truth, she would wag her index finger and narrow her eyes with a knowing smile that meant, "You rascal." One afternoon, she suggested we go for a walk, and on the way home in the evening, she insisted on taking me to a beer hall. Unbeknownst to us, we drank until late. Although I had occasionally drunk beer since arriving here, I had never felt like I did that evening. I remember at one point the whole room started spinning around me, and I lost consciousness and collapsed into Frau Tiedemann's arms. After a while, when I came to my senses, I saw the kind widow wiping my face with a handkerchief she'd had the waiters moisten.
"Let's go home immediately," I said. The woman insisted on paying the bill herself. When we went outside, I noticed she was swaying just as much as I was. We walked arm in arm, bumping into passers-by. The streets weren't very crowded as it was nearing midnight. At one point, as we crossed to the other side of the street, something strange happened. As we reached the opposite sidewalk, Frau Tiedemann tripped. The somewhat plump woman, trying to keep from falling, grabbed onto me, but perhaps because she was taller than me, she ended up wrapping her arms around my neck. But this time, even though she had regained her balance, she didn't let go, holding me even tighter in her arms. I don't know if it was the effect of drunkenness or what, but I had forgotten all my shyness and hugged her tightly. Suddenly, I felt the hungry lips of this 35-year-old woman on my face. Her breath was a little heavy. Although it was a strange sight, this display of exuberant affection spread through me like a heavy but beautiful fragrance. A few people passing by smiled and offered their best wishes. At that moment, my eyes fell upon a woman approaching us from under an electric pole about 10 feet away. I felt my whole body tremble with an indescribable excitement. The woman still clinging to me noticed this and, even more passionately, showered my hair with kisses. But I was now trying to free myself and look at the woman approaching us. It was her. The face I had caught for a moment flashed through my hazy mind like lightning. It was her, the Madonna in a fur coat, in her wildcat fur coat with her pale face, black eyes, and long nose. The very same woman I had seen in the exhibition. She walked as if oblivious to her surroundings, with that characteristic mournful and weary expression on her face. She paused for a second in surprise when she saw us, and at that moment our gazes met. I saw something resembling a smile pass through her eyes. I recoiled as if I'd been whipped on the back of my neck. Despite my drunkenness, I understood perfectly well the horror of encountering her in such a state for the first time, and what it meant for her to pass judgment on me with such a smile. Finally, I broke free from the old woman's arms. I immediately wanted to run to catch up with the Madonna in a fur coat. Not knowing what to do or say, I went to the corner. She had disappeared. I looked around for minutes. There was no one there. Frau Tiedemann came to me again. "What happened to you? Tell me, what happened to you?" she asked. Taking my arm, she dragged me towards the house. On the way, she pressed my arm against her body, leaning towards my face. This time, her warm breath felt unbearably heavy, yet I didn't resist. I had never been accustomed to resisting anyone in my life. All I could do was run away, but I couldn't do that now. The woman would catch me before I could go 3 steps. At the same time, the earlier encounter had left me bewildered. As my drunkenness subsided, I tried to think clearly, to remember the eyes that had been staring at me and smiling just minutes ago. But all of that now seemed like a dream. No, I couldn't see her. I was terrified. I couldn't have possibly encountered her in such a situation. All of this was a nightmare, triggered by the woman beside me, hugging me, kissing me, and breathing on my face.
I wanted to go home as quickly as possible, throw myself into bed, fall asleep immediately, and escape these meaningless anxieties. But the woman had no intention of letting me go. As we got closer to home, her movements became more passionate, and her arm, strengthened by unquenchable passions, tightened its grip on me even more. She lunged at me again on the stairs, but with a swift movement, I freed myself and darted up. She ran after me, her large body shaking the stairs, breathing heavily. As I tried to put the key in my bedroom door, Herr Dopke, the former colonial merchant, appeared at the other end of the corridor. He walked slowly. I realized he had been waiting for us until this hour, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone in the boarding house knew he harbored some sweet desires for this widow, who was quite well off and in the prime of her womanhood. It was even said that the woman herself was not entirely unfamiliar with these feelings, and that she had certain plans to subdue this elderly bachelor, who, though past 50, had retained his vigor. The 2 friends paused for a moment when they met in the corridor. I immediately went into my room and locked the door from the inside. A whispered conversation began outside and continued for a long time. It was clear that the cautiously asked questions were answered without causing offense, and that this explanation had a soothing effect on ears determined to believe. A little later, the footsteps and whispers faded away and disappeared towards the other end of the corridor. I fell asleep as soon as I lay down in bed. Towards dawn, I had disturbing dreams. The woman in the fur coat appeared before me in various forms, her terrible and crushing smile tormenting me. I wanted to say something to her, to explain something, to give an explanation, but I couldn't. The sharp expression in her black eyes locked my jaws. The more I saw myself condemned by her with an unchangeable verdict, the more I writhed and fell into deep despair. I woke up before dawn. I felt weak, my head ached. I turned on the lamp and tried to read something. The lines faded before my eyes, and in the midst of the white pages, shrouded in mist, 2 black eyes appeared, silently and inwardly laughing at my wretchedness.
Even though I knew that last night I had only seen an illusion, I couldn't calm down. I got up, dressed, and went out into the street. It was a cold, damp Berlin morning. There was no one else on the streets except for children delivering milk, butter, and small loaves of bread to houses with their little wheelbarrows. At street corners, several policemen were trying to tear down and remove the revolutionary leaflets that had been plastered on the walls the night before. I walked along the canal to Tiergarten. 2 swans glided motionless on the still water, like toys. The meadows and benches in the forest were soaking wet. On one of these benches there was a crumpled newspaper and a few hairpins. Seeing them reminded me of my situation the previous evening. Frau Tiedemann must have dropped quite a few hairpins in the pub and on the streets, and she was probably now sleeping peacefully next to her elderly roommate, Herr Dobke, not thinking about the need to get up and go to her own room before the servants woke up in the morning. I went to the factory earlier than usual and greeted the doorman very warmly. I was determined to throw myself into work and thus escape the troubling anxieties born of unemployment. I took long notes in my notebook next to the soap vats into which rose essence was added. I noted down which factories produced the presses that stamped the soaps. I already envisioned myself as the manager of the large, modern soap factory I would establish in Havren, imagining how the pink, egg-shaped soaps, bearing the Mehmet Raif Havren stamp and wrapped in soft, fragrant paper, would spread throughout Turkey. Towards noon, I noticed that my worries had lessened, and I was beginning to see life a little more optimistically. I realized how much I had worried myself about meaningless things, and I found all the fault in my daydreaming, in withdrawing into myself and worrying. But I was going to change.
Reading beyond professional books was also included in what I was going to reduce. What reason was there for a child of the aristocracy like me not to be happy? My father's olive groves, 2 factories in Havran, and a soap mill awaited me. I would also inherit the shares of my sisters, both married to wealthy husbands, and live as a respected merchant of my homeland. The enemy had been driven from the country, and the National Army had liberated Havran. My father was full of enthusiasm in his letters, rattling off one patriotic sentence after another. Even we here at the embassy had tasted the excitement of victory by holding a large meeting. Occasionally, breaking my usual silence, I would offer advice to Herr Dobke and the unemployed officers with him on how Germany could be saved, based on what I knew about the Anatolian campaign. So there was nothing to be ashamed of. Why did a meaningless picture, or even if it were meaningful, what difference would it make? A novel based on imaginary events play a role in my life? No, I was about to change completely. Nevertheless, as evening fell and darkness descended, an inexplicable sadness overwhelmed me. To avoid encountering Frau Tiedemann at dinner, I decided to eat out and had a couple of beers. But despite all my efforts, my earlier optimism did not return. It felt as if something was constantly constricting and crushing my heart. Hoping that a walk in the fresh air would lift me from this bad mood, I hastily settled some accounts. A light rain was falling outside, and the sky was overcast. It was possible to see the reddish reflection of the city's abundant lights in the low clouds above us. I arrived at the wide, long avenue they called Kurfürstendamm. Here, the sky was completely bright. Even the raindrops falling from hundreds of meters above were painted an orange color. Both sides of the street were lined with casinos, cinemas, and theaters. People strolled along the sidewalks undisturbed despite the rain. I was walking slowly, lost in thought about a series of meaningless and unrelated things. It was as if I wanted to push away an idea that insisted on entering my mind. I read every sign and examined every illuminated advertisement. I walked back and forth like this several times along this street that stretched for miles. Then I turned right and walked towards Wittenberg Square. Here, on the sidewalks in front of a large department store they called Cotaway, a group of young men wearing red boots and with their faces painted like women strolled around, giving passers-by inviting glances. I took out my watch. It was past 11. So that's how late it was. My steps suddenly quickened, and I headed towards Noldorf Square, which was nearby. This time I knew exactly where I was going. I had come across the Madonna in the fur coat there at precisely this time the previous evening. The square was empty. A policeman was patrolling in front of the large theater building on the south side. I entered the street opposite and came to the place where Frau von Tiedemann and I had stood arm in arm the night before. I fixed my gaze on the lamppost ahead, as if the person I was looking for might suddenly appear. Despite trying to convince myself that what I'd seen last night was just a hallucination of my drunken mind, here I was, waiting for her, that woman, or perhaps that hallucination. The persona I had been building this morning was now gone. I was as detached from the world as before, always a plaything of my imagination and inner world. Just then, I saw a person walking through the middle of the square towards my street.
I hid behind the doorway of one of the houses and waited. When I peeked out, I recognized the woman in the fur coat approaching with short, firm steps. This time I couldn't have been mistaken. I wasn't drunk. The dry sound of her shoes echoed off the houses on either side of the deserted street. My heart began to ache as if it were crumbling and pounded with incredible speed. Footsteps were drawing ever closer. I turned my back to the street and fiddled with the door, pretending I was about to open it and go inside. When the footsteps came right behind me, I made a great effort to avoid falling and letting out a small cry, and I grabbed onto the wall beside me. The woman continued on her way, and I moved from where I was, fearing to lose sight of her again, and began to follow her very closely. I hadn't seen her face. Even though I was so afraid of encountering her, I was now walking 5 or 6 steps behind her. She wouldn't notice.
She seemed to be there. Given the possibility that she might see me, why had I come here and waited for her, looking for a place to hide? Why was I following her now? Was it her? How could I have concluded that a woman passing through a street at any hour of the night would necessarily pass through the same place again the following evening? I was not in a state to answer any of these questions. With a pounding heart, I followed behind, and the thought of him suddenly looking back and seeing me only made me more anxious. My head down, I walked, seeing nothing but the asphalt pavement, following his footsteps. Suddenly, the sounds stopped. I stood still. I lowered my head even more, waiting like a prisoner. No one approached me. No one asked, "Why are you following me?" But after a few seconds, I realized that where I was standing was brighter than the rest of the street. I slowly looked up. There was no woman in sight. A few steps away, there was a rather famous cabaret with an electric-lit entrance. A huge sign jutting out onto the street flickered the word Atlantic in blue light bulbs, and below the word were shapes made of light bulbs resembling ocean waves. A man about 2 meters tall in a gold-embroidered suit and a red cap stood at the door and bowed, inviting me inside. I realized the woman had gone in here, and without hesitation, I approached him. Did the woman in the fur coat who was walking in front of me a moment ago go in here? The doorman bowed once more and said, "Yes." She had a very meaningful smile on her face. Suddenly, the thought crossed my mind that this woman might be a regular customer. Her arriving at the same time every evening indicated that. Taking a deep, relieved breath, I took off my coat and entered the room. It was crowded. In the center, in the recessed area, was a circular dance floor. Opposite an orchestra, and along the sides were elevated, secluded boxes. More than half of them had their curtains closed. The couple inside would occasionally come out to dance, then return to their private box, drawing the curtains again. I went and sat at one that seemed unoccupied yet. I ordered a beer. My palpitations had subsided. I looked around with unhurried eyes. I had hoped to find her, the woman in the fur coat, the person who had kept me awake for weeks at one of these tables, with an old or young libertine, and that I would be freed from my vain fantasies when I saw how this woman, to whom I had given such great importance, such profound meaning, was putting her desires up for sale. She wasn't at the tables around the dance floor. She must have gone into one of the private boxes. I felt myself chuckle bitterly. I resented my insistence on looking at people with eyes other than they are. Even at 24 years old, I still hadn't shaken off the innocence of my childhood. A simple, perhaps even unattractive picture had left such exaggerated impressions on me, inspiring such great hopes. I had attributed enough meaning to that pale human face to fill books, finding in it qualities that were never actually present. Yet, like many young women, she was pursuing vulgar pleasures in such entertainment places. The wildcat fur coat that I had admired with such reverence was probably payment for her services in these places. I decided to observe each of the private boxes with their curtains closed, one by one, and get to know who was inside. After half an hour, I had completely memorized the passionate couples in these intimate corners. It was certain that the woman in the fur coat wasn't in one of them. Risking arousing everyone's curiosity, I carefully peered inside as the curtains opened and closed. There was no one sitting alone or in pairs who didn't join in the dancing. Once again, I was overcome with a sorrowful hesitation. Had I seen things wrong this evening too? Surely no woman in Berlin wore a fur coat like that alone. I hadn't even seen her face. How could I have possibly recognized a woman from her walk? A woman who had fixed her eyes at me with a mocking smile the night before when I was drunk. Had I really seen him last night? Or was it all just a dream as I've been interpreting it since this morning? I'm starting to get scared of myself. What was happening to me? A picture. To be so influenced by her. Then to imagine that the woman there appeared before me in the middle of the night, then to judge a random woman by her footsteps and her fur coat and chase after her. There was no other option but to leave immediately and regain strict control of myself. The hall suddenly darkened. Only the area where the orchestra was located was dimly lit. The dancing area was empty. A slow, heavy music began. A thin violin sound could be heard from behind the instruments. The sound was slowly approaching. A young woman wearing a white, very low-cut dress descended, continuing to play the violin. She began to sing one of the songs fashionable at the time in a very low but almost male alto voice. A spotlight illuminated the artist, drawing an egg-shaped circle on the floor. I recognized her immediately. All my hesitations, all my pointless assumptions had vanished. A pang of sadness washed over me again. It struck me as very sad that she had to work here, forced to put on so many fake smiles and engage in so many reluctantly flirtatious gestures. It was possible to imagine the woman I saw in the picture in any pose, even being passed from lap to lap. But I never imagined I would see her like this. In this state, there was a clearer wretchedness than the proud, self-sufficient, strong-willed woman I had in my mind. It would have been better if I had seen her, as I imagined a moment ago, with men, drunk, drinking, dancing, and kissing, I thought, because she would have done those things willingly, after all. She would have done them losing herself, letting herself go. But it was clear that she didn't want to do what she was doing now. There was nothing extraordinary about her violin playing, and her voice was only naturally beautiful, or rather effective. She sang songs that trembled with complaint like those of a drunken boy. The smile that hung on her face like a patch seemed to be waiting for a small opportunity to disappear, and indeed, after leaning over one of the tables and throwing a few faint melodies towards the customers,
As she approached the next table, her expression became serious for a moment, exactly the same as the expression I had seen in her picture. Nothing in the world has ever pained me more than seeing a naturally melancholic person trying to force a smile. A young drunken man sitting at one of the tables she approached slowly rose from his chair and kissed her on her bare back. A wrinkle, as if bitten by a snake, crossed her face and a chill ran through her body, but it lasted only a very brief moment, perhaps less than a quarter of a second. Then I saw her straighten up, smile at the man, and try to say with her eyes, "Oh, how kind of you," and the man's companion, seemingly annoyed by this action, turned his eyes to the woman and shook his head with an expression that seemed to say, "Please excuse me, madam, men are free to do such things to us." After each song, a few claps were heard, and the woman would nod her head to signal the orchestra to play something else. Then, with the same thick, complaining voice, she would begin another song, shuffling her feet across the parquet floor from table to table, disappearing beneath her white skirt and resting her head on the violin, her not-so-skilled fingers gliding across the strings, either beside the heads of drunken couples embracing each other, or in front of the closed curtains of the boxes, where what was happening inside could not be seen. I was startled when I saw her approaching my table. I didn't know how to look at her, what to do. Then I laughed at myself. Was it possible that she recognized a man she'd seen in a dark alley at midnight last night? What could I be to her other than any young man, a customer who'd come here to have some fun and find a companion? Even so, I kept my head down. I saw her skirt, its hem dusty from dragging on the floor, and the white low-cut shoes that peeked out from underneath. She was barefoot. On the top of her foot, where her toes began, there was a small patch, about a finger's width, that was pinkish despite the dull white light of the projector.
When my eyes fell on it, I felt a shiver as if I had seen her whole body naked, and I looked up, feeling embarrassed. She was watching me intently. She wasn't singing, just playing the violin. There was no forced smile on her face. When our eyes met, she greeted me with a friendly nod. Yes, without any exaggeration, without any smirk, she greeted me like an old friend. She did this with just a single blink, but in a way so clear that I couldn't possibly be mistaken. Then she laughed, a genuine, pure, and unpretentious laugh that spread across her entire face. She laughed as if she were laughing at an old friend. After playing for a while and greeting me once more, this time with her eyes and head, she went to other tables. I felt an overwhelming urge to leap up, hug her, and kiss her, crying uncontrollably. I don't remember ever being so happy, ever feeling so fulfilled. How could one person make another so happy almost without doing anything? A friendly greeting and a genuine smile. And at that moment, I wanted nothing more. I was the richest man in the world. I followed her gaze, murmuring, "Thank you, thank you." And as I looked at the painting in the exhibition, I was pleased to see that my thoughts had been correct. She was exactly as I had imagined her. If it were otherwise, would she have looked at me with such familiar eyes? Would she have greeted me? For a moment, a pang of doubt crossed my mind. I wondered if she had mistaken me for someone else. Or was it that this face, which she had seen in a disheveled state on the street the previous evening, didn't seem unfamiliar to her, and that she had greeted me cautiously because she couldn't remember where she knew me from? But there wasn't the slightest hesitation on her face, not a hint of absent-mindedness that would indicate she was searching her memory. She looked into my eyes with complete confidence, then smiled. Whatever the case, her showing me this friendliness was enough to make me the happiest man in the world. With that arrogant and relaxed smile of someone content with their life, I sat at my table, looking around me and at the young woman who had now gone to the other end of the room. Her dark, wavy, short hair fell to the nape of her neck, her bare arms. As she moved, her waist swayed slightly from side to side, and there were subtle muscle movements in her back. After playing her last song, she disappeared behind the orchestra with quick steps, and the lights came back on. I stood there for a while, overjoyed at my happiness, without thinking about anything. Then I asked myself, what should I do now? Should I go outside and wait for her at the door? For what purpose? If I waited for her and asked her, "May I escort you home," even though I hadn't spoken a word to her, what would she think of me? Was I to respond to her, showing me even a little interest with such a cliched, flirtatious remark? I decided the most polite course would be to leave immediately and return tomorrow evening. I would cultivate an acquaintance gradually. That was more than enough for one night. Besides, ever since I was little, I had been afraid of wasting happiness, preferring to save some for the future. Although this often caused me to miss many opportunities, I always hesitated to frighten away my luck by asking for too much. I looked around to call the waiter. My eyes fell on the woman coming towards the hall. Passing through the orchestra, she didn't have her violin. She was walking quickly. When I saw her approaching my side, I looked around. She was coming towards me, towards my table. She was smiling in a friendly way, just like before. She stopped in front of me and extended her hand. "How are you?" she said. But at that moment, I recovered somewhat from my surprise and remembered to stand up. "Thank you, I am good." She sat down on the chair opposite me. She shook her head to push back the hair falling across her cheeks, then fixed her eyes on me and said, "You seem angry with me." I was completely taken aback. Because I couldn't understand what she meant, all sorts of improbable possibilities ran through my mind. "No," I said. "What nonsense!" Her voice was not unfamiliar. I knew every line of her face by heart. Now it was natural for me to find even more meanings in it than actually existed.
I had spent days gazing at her picture, imprinting it on my mind, and then I had fully completed that image with the Madonna painting. But her voice, I must have heard it somewhere before, perhaps a long time ago in my childhood, or perhaps only in my imagination. I made a move to stop thinking about these things. Since she was right in front of me and talking to me, it was pointless and meaningless to be preoccupied with other things anymore. The woman asked again, "So you're not angry, but why didn't you ever come again?" Oh no, she really had mistaken me for someone else. I moved my lips to ask, "Where do you know me from?" But then, with a rather dishonest thought, I refrained. What if, upon hearing this question, she realized her mistake and, with a brief apology, got up and left? The longer this wonderfully beautiful dream continued, the better. I had no right to interrupt it, to leave it unfinished, to awaken even at the cost of the truth. When the woman saw that I didn't answer, she moved on to another question. "Do you receive letters from your mother?" After a moment of utter shock lasting less than a second, I jumped up from the chair. Grabbing her hands, I cried, "Oh my God, it was you!" I understood everything. I remembered where I'd heard that voice before. The woman let out a loud laugh. "You're a very strange child," she said. I remembered that laugh too. It was the woman who came up to me when I was sitting absent-mindedly in front of that painting at the exhibition, asked what I saw in it, and when I said, "She looks like my mother," she burst into laughter, saying, "Don't you have a picture of your mother?" I still can't understand how I didn't recognize her then. I was exhausted. Had the painting captivated me to such an extent that it deprived me of the ability to see the original? "But you didn't look anything like that picture then," I murmured. "How do you know?" she said. "You haven't looked at my face." "No, I don't think so." "How is that possible?" "Yes, you looked a few times, but how? As if to avoid seeing." Then, pulling her hands away from mine, she said, "When I went back to my friends, I didn't tell them you didn't recognize me. Otherwise, they would laugh at you." "Thank you." She thought for a moment. A cloud passed across her eyes. Then, suddenly becoming serious, she said, "Well, do you still want to have a mother like that?" I paused, not remembering at first, then quickly replied, of course, absolutely. You said exactly the same thing back then." "Maybe." She laughed again. "But could I be your mother?" "Oh, no. Maybe your sister." "How old are you?" "Is that even a question? But anyway, 26. And you?" 24. "See, I could be your older sister." "Yes." We were silent for a while. I felt that there were countless things I wanted to say to her in my head, things that would take years to say, but none of them came to mind at that moment. She too looked straight ahead without saying anything. She rested her right elbow on the table. Her hand lay casually on the white tablecloth. She had small fingers that tapered towards the tips, giving the impression that her bones were very thin, and the tips of these fingers were cold. I remembered how cold her hands were, the hands I'd held in my palms just a moment ago. Thinking I'd take advantage of it, I said, "Your hands were so cold." She answered without hesitation, "Heat them up," and she handed them both over. I looked at her face. Her eyes were commanding and determined. She seemed to find nothing extraordinary in surrendering her hands to a man she was speaking to for the first time. I wonder. The same inappropriate possibilities kept coming to my mind. To dismiss them by saying something, I said, "I'm partly at blame for not recognizing you at the exhibition. You were so cheerful, even sarcastic. And then, how can I put it? Everything about you was the opposite of the painting. Your hair was short, your skirt was short, and your dress was very tight. You walked as if you were running, almost hopping. It must have been difficult to compare you to that dignified, thoughtful, even somewhat melancholic painting that critics call Madonna. But I'm surprised. I guess I was very absent-minded. Yes, very. I've remembered you since the first day you came to the exhibition. You were wandering around looking bored, and suddenly you stopped in front of my portrait. You started looking at it with such strange attention that even passers-by found it odd. At first, I thought you mistook the portrait for that of an acquaintance. Then you started coming every day. I was seized by a curiosity you can easily understand. Several times I approached you and viewed the painting with you, almost as if we were alone together. You were completely unaware. Although you occasionally turned your eyes to this viewer who disturbed your peace, you didn't recognize her. There was a strange charm in your absent-mindedness. As I said, I was curious. Finally, I decided to approach you and talk. The other artist friends were curious about you too. They insisted too, but I wish I hadn't. We completely lost you. You never came to the exhibition again. I told them I thought they were going to make fun of me, I said, but then I immediately regretted my words. She might have been offended by my words, yet she replied,
Yes, you are right.
Then, his eyes scanning my face as if searching for something, she said, "You're alone in Berlin, aren't you?" "In what way?" "So, alone, without anyone, spiritually alone. How can I explain it? You're in such a state." I understand. I'm completely alone. But not in Berlin. I'm alone in the whole world, ever since I was little. "I am lonely too," she said. This time, taking my hands in hers, she continued, "I am so lonely I feel like I'm drowning, as lonely as a sick dog." She squeezed my fingers tightly, lifted them slightly, and then tapped the table. "We can be friends," she said. "You've only just met me, but I've been observing you for 15 or 20 days. You're unlike anyone else. Yes, we can be very good friends." I stared at her blankly. What did she mean? What kind of offer could a woman make to a man in that way? I knew nothing. I had no experience, and I didn't know people at all. She noticed it. With the anxiety of someone who fears having gone too far or being misunderstood, she said, "Please don't think like other men. Don't try to read my words into other words. I always speak so openly, like a man. In fact, many aspects of me resemble men. Perhaps that's why I'm alone." She looked me up and down for a long time. Suddenly, she said, "There's a bit of femininity in you. I'm just realizing it now. Perhaps that's why I judged from the moment I first saw you that I found something appealing about you. You have a youthful quality about you." I was surprised and saddened to hear this phrase, which I had heard so much from my mother and father, from someone I was speaking to for the first time. Continuing her speech, she said, "I will never forget how you were last night. I laughed all night whenever I thought about it. Defending your honor is, you weren't thrashing around like an innocent young girl, yet getting rid of Frau von Tiedemann isn't so easy." Opening my eyes in surprise, I said, "Do you know her?" "How could I not know her? She's my relative, my uncle's daughter. But now we're not on speaking terms. Not me. My mother doesn't want to see her, because of her behavior. Her husband was a lawyer. He died in the First World War. Now, in my mother's words, she's leading an inappropriate life. But what does that matter to us? What happened last night? Did you manage to escape? How do you know each other?" "We live in the same guest house. Last night I managed to escape thanks to a stroke of luck. There's a Herr Dopke in our guest house who's very close to your uncle's family, and we met him." I wish they'd get married. I understood that she wanted to end the conversation with that sentence. We were silent for a while, both wanting to subtly examine each other, and when our eyes met, we continued to exchange approving smiles that seemed to say, "I'm pleased with what I see." I was the first to break the silence. "So you have a mother?" "Just like you." I felt awkward, as if I'd asked a pointless question. She noticed it and changed the subject. "This is the first time I've seen you here." "Yes, I've never been to places like this before. Only tonight." "Tonight?" Gathering all my courage, I said, "I followed you." She was a little surprised. "You were the one who followed me all the way to the door?" "Yes, so you noticed." "Of course, how could a woman not notice such things? But you didn't look behind you." "I'll never look back." She was silent for a while. She thought for a moment, then said with a flirty smile, "This is my kind of amusement. Whenever I sense someone following me in the street, I resist all my curiosity and insist on not turning my head. And in the meantime, many possibilities run through my mind. It could be a young man, an old and frail womanizer, a rich prince, a poor student, or even a drunken vagabond. I try to determine who it is from the sound of their footsteps, and in this way, before I know it, the journey is over. So, it was you tonight, huh? I thought you were an old married man from your hesitant steps." Suddenly, looking me straight in the eyes, she said, "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes." "How did you guess I'd be passing through the same place tonight? Did you know I work here?" "No, but I don't know. Maybe I thought, or maybe I didn't think that, I just found myself there at the same time without realizing it. Then, when you passed by, I hid in a doorway out of fear that you might see me. Let's go, we'll talk on the way." Seeing my surprise, she asked, "Would you like to take me home?" I jumped up immediately. This made her laugh. "Take your time, my friend," she said. "I still have to go and change my clothes. Wait for me at the door in 5 minutes." She quickly got up. Gathering her skirt with her right hand, she disappeared behind the orchestra with swift paths. As she left, she looked at me again, winking those magnificent eyes like a friend of 40 years, and greeted me. I called the waiter and paid the bill. Suddenly, I felt more open and confident. The man, who was writing a few numbers on a long leaf notebook, was staring intently at the complainant, 81, who had not yet left the room, as if to say, "Don't you notice my happiness, you fool?"
I felt a strong urge to greet the audience, even the orchestra, with a smile. Suddenly, I had a yearning to embrace everyone, to kiss them all with the fervent affection of friends finally reunited after many years of separation. I rose from my seat. I walked with long, relaxed, confident strides, leaping down the few steps at once to the wardrobe. Although such extravagance was not my habit, I left a mark with the woman who had given me my coat. Taking a deep breath in front of the door, I looked around. The Atlantic sign above me had faded. The sea waves were no longer visible. The sky was clear, and in the west a thin crescent moon was approaching the horizon. A low voice behind me said, "Did you wait long?" "No, I just left," I replied, and turned around. She stood before me, blinking her eyes like someone deep in thought before making a decision. Finally, her lips moved slightly, and she said, "You really do seem like a good person." All my courage, my freedom, had vanished the moment she arrived. Although I longed to thank her, to kiss her hands, I could only manage to say in a barely audible voice, "I don't know." The woman, with a very relaxed gesture, took my arm, held my chin with her other hand, and said in a soft voice, as if stroking a small child, "Oh, you are truly as shy as a young girl." My face flushed, and I looked down. I was thoroughly annoyed by a woman treating me so brazenly. Fortunately, she didn't go any further. First, she released my chin, then the hand holding my arm slowly dropped to her side. When I looked up, I was astonished. There was a look of immense surprise, even embarrassment on her face. A flush spread from her neck to her cheeks. Her eyes were half closed and she avoided looking at me. A question immediately crossed my mind. Why is she doing this? She's certainly not that kind of woman, but why is she doing this? As if she had guessed my thoughts, she said, "That's just how I am. I'm a strange woman. If you want to befriend me, you'll have to put up with many things. I have many nonsensical whims. My hours are inconsistent. In short, I'm a rather annoying and incomprehensible creature for those I befriend." Then, as if annoyed that I had become so self-conscious, she added in a sharp, almost rude voice, "But if you wish, I don't need anyone. I have no intention of being indebted to anyone, of seeking anyone's friendship or favor. If you wish." In my usual slow and hesitant voice, I said, "I will try to understand you." We walked a few steps. She slowly took my arm and began to speak in a colorless voice, as if discussing very simple things. "So, you will try to understand me. Not a bad idea. But it seems to me that it's a wasted effort. I only sometimes think I can be a good friend. Time will tell. If I have minor arguments, it doesn't matter. You won't mind." She stopped in the middle of the road, raised her right index finger and shook it as if advising a child to behave. "Pay attention to this. The day you ask me for anything, it's over. Do you understand? You will not ask for anything." Then, in a fierce voice, as if fighting an unknown enemy, she continued, "Do you know why I hate you, all men in this world? Because you demand so many things from people as if it were your most natural right. Don't get me wrong, these demands don't necessarily have to be put into words. Men have certain looks, certain smiles, certain gestures. In short, certain ways of treating women one would have to be blind to not notice how overconfident and foolishly confident they are. Seeing their astonishment when their demands are rejected in any way is enough to understand their arrogant pride. They always see themselves as hunters and us as helpless prey. They never stop thinking that way. Our only duty is to submit, to obey, to give what is demanded. We cannot demand, we cannot give anything of our own accord. I despise this foolish and arrogant male pride. Do you understand? I think we can be friends for this reason, because you don't have that senseless self-confidence. But I don't know. I've seen the fangs of wild wolves grinning from the mouths of lambs." We had started walking again halfway through her speech. She was walking with hurried, firm steps. She spoke while making gestures with her hands, her eyes alternately fixed on the ground and the sky. She left long pauses between sentences, giving the impression that she had finished speaking, and during these pauses she would half close her eyes and continue on her way. We walked quite a distance. She had fallen into a long silence again. I walked beside her cautiously, remaining silent as well. She stopped in front of a 3-story stone building on one of the streets near Tiergarten. "I'm sitting here with my mother," she said. "We'll continue our conversation tomorrow. But don't come there. I don't think I'd be happy to be seen in that state. You can note that in your favor. Let's meet tomorrow during the day. We can go for a walk together. I have my own favorite places to stroll in Berlin. Let's see if you like them. Good night for now." "Wait a minute. I still don't know your name." "Raif." "Raif? Is that all?" "Raif, son of Hatip." "Oh, no way. I can neither remember it nor say it. Couldn't I just say Raif?" "I'd be more pleased." "You can just call me Maria. As I said, I don't want to feel indebted to anyone." She laughed again, her face, which had changed expression several times before, returning to that sweet, friendly look. Reaching out, she squeezed my hand in hers. In a soft voice that somehow gave me the feeling of apologizing, she wished me good night for the second time, and her bag. She took out her key and turned her back. I slowly walked away. I hadn't gone 10 steps when I heard her voice behind me. "Raif."
I turned back and waited where I was. Come in," she said. There was a hint of laughter in her voice, as if she were barely suppressing it. Adopted a very polite demeanor, she said, "I am fortunate to have had the opportunity to address you simply by your name so quickly." She was standing on the top steps of the staircase in front of the door, so I looked up at her face. Because it was twilight, I couldn't see anything. I was waiting for her to continue, and indeed, with that tone that resembled a laugh, but trying to sound very serious, she said, "So you're leaving?" My heart pounding, I took a step forward, with a possibility I couldn't determine at that moment whether it would please me or not, and a hope I was afraid to even consider. I said, "Should I not go?" She came down 2 steps. Now her face, illuminated by the streetlight, was perfectly clear. Her dark eyes scanned my face with cunning curiosity as she asked, "Don't you still understand why I called you back?" I understood. I was about to throw myself into her arms, thinking, "Here I come!" But inside, I felt a much stronger sense of devastation, shock, even nausea. Turning bright red, I stared straight ahead. No, I didn't want this." The woman's hand stroked my cheeks. "What's wrong with you? You're practically in tears. You really need a mother, not an older sister. Tell me, you were about to leave me, weren't you?" "Yes." "You weren't going to look for me in the Atlantic again. That's what we agreed on." "Yes, we'll meet tomorrow during the day." "Where?" I stared at her face blankly. That hadn't occurred to me. I asked pleadingly, "Is this why you called me?" "Of course. You really are unlike other men. Their first priority is to secure these aspects. You, on the other hand, are just going your own way. The person you're looking for doesn't always appear where you want them to, like tonight." I felt a crushing doubt lift from my soul. I was afraid of having a casual fling with her. I couldn't do it. I would rather be considered a fool, an inexperienced person by her, than see the Madonna in her fur coat in this state. But even that possibility was distressing. The thought that she would laugh at me after we parted, mocking my naivety and cowardice, could have had such severe consequences that it would have forced me to turn my back on everyone, to lose all hope, and to withdraw completely into myself. But now I felt at ease. I felt great shame for my indecent suspicions a few minutes earlier, and great gratitude towards the woman before me for freeing me from them. With unexpected courage, I composed myself and said, "You are a wonderful woman. Take your time, especially be very cautious when passing judgment on me."
I clasped her hands and kissed them. I think my eyes were filled with tears. For a moment, I saw her face draw closer to mine, her eyes, with an expression far warmer than anything I had ever seen before, almost embracing me. My heart almost stopped at the sight of this happiness that had come so close to my face. But suddenly, with a rather sharp movement, she withdrew her hands and stood up. "Where do you live?" "On Lutzow Street." "It's not far. Then come and pick me up from here tomorrow afternoon." "Which apartment do you live in?" "I'll wait for you at the window. You don't need to come up." She turned the key that was in the door and went inside. This time I hurried home. My body felt lighter than usual. Her image was constantly before my eyes. I was muttering something, but I didn't know what it was. When I paid attention, I realized I was repeating her name and addressing her with many affectionate words. Every now and then I would let out short, silent bursts of laughter that I couldn't control. The horizon was beginning to brighten when I arrived at the guest house. Perhaps for the first time since my childhood, I fell asleep without feeling crushed by the meaninglessness and emptiness of my life, without thinking, another day has passed, and all my days will be like this. What difference will it make then? I didn't go to the factory the next day. Around 2:30, I walked through the Tiergarten and approached the house where Maria Puder lived. I wondered if it was too early. I hesitated to disturb her, thinking she hadn't slept all night, and her work the night before had been tiring. I felt an indescribable tenderness for her. I imagined how she lay in bed, how she breathed slowly, how her hair was spread across the pillow, and I thought that there could be no greater happiness in life than seeing this sight. All the affection I had withheld from everyone until then, all the love I had never truly felt for anyone, seemed to have accumulated and now emerged as a colossal mass directed towards this woman. I knew I still knew nothing about her, that all my judgments were based on my imagination and fantasies. Nevertheless, I was absolutely convinced that I was never mistaken. In all my life, I had always searched for her, waited for her. Could it be possible for my senses, which had concentrated all their attention, all their being on a single point, searching for this person everywhere, scrutinizing everyone they encountered from this perspective, and thus acquiring an almost morbid faculty and sensitivity, to be mistaken? These senses had never been mistaken before. They are the first to pass judgment on a person. Then my mind and experience would modify it, often incorrectly, but it was always that first feeling that proved right. Sometimes a person I had judged positively would, over time, seem bad to me, or vice versa. At those times, I would think to myself, so my first impression deceived me. But after a while, whether short or very long, I would be forced to accept the accuracy of my initial judgment, acknowledging that any changes made by logic, external influences, or deceptive circumstances were false and temporary. Now, Maria Puder was someone I needed unconditionally to live. At first, this feeling seemed strange to me. How could the person whose very existence I hadn't known until this age suddenly become such a necessity for me? But isn't it always like this? Don't we only discover our need for many things after we've seen and known them? I, too, began to find the emptiness and aimlessness of my life up until then solely in the absence of such a person. My avoidance of people, my reluctance to reveal even the smallest part of my inner thoughts to those around me seemed causeless and meaningless to me. At times, I feared that the sadness and weariness of life that enveloped me were a sign of a mental illness. When I realized that 2 hours spent reading a book were more fulfilling and significant than many years of my life, I would contemplate the terrifying emptiness of human existence and fall into despair. But now everything had changed. In the few weeks since I saw this woman's picture, I felt I had lived more than all the years of my life combined. Every day, every hour, even when I slept, was full.
I saw that not only my weary limbs, but also my soul had come alive, and that the hidden, deep aspects within me, unaware of my existence, had suddenly emerged, presenting me with extraordinarily attractive and precious sights. Maria Puder had taught me that I had a soul, and I, for the first time among all the people I had ever met, was discovering that she also had a soul. Surely all people had souls, but many were unaware of it, and again, unknowingly, they would return to where they came from. A soul only manifests itself when it finds a kindred spirit, and without even needing to consult us, our minds, or our calculations. Only then do we truly begin to live with our souls. Then all hesitations and inhibitions were cast aside, and souls rushed towards each other, trampling over everything to embrace. All my shyness had vanished. I was impatient to lay bare everything before this woman, to expose my soul completely with all my good and bad sides, my strengths and weaknesses, without hiding even the smallest detail. I had so much to tell her. I thought I could talk my whole life and still not finish. Because all my life I had been silent, saying to myself about everything that crossed my mind, what's the point of saying it? Just as I had said about every person before, without any basis, purely under the influence of an irresistible feeling, a prejudice, this person won't understand me. This time for this woman, again without any basis, but following that infallible first feeling, I was saying, this one will understand me. Walking slowly, I came to a canal that ran along the southern edge of Tiergarten. Maria Puder's house was visible from the bridge over it. It was only 3 o'clock. The windows were so bright that I couldn't see if anyone was inside. Leaning against the edge of the bridge, I watched the still water. A light rain had just begun, making the water tingle. Far in the distance, a large motorized barge was unloading fruit and vegetables onto the carts at the dock. The leaves that had fallen sporadically from the trees at the edges curled and floated downwards in the air. How beautiful this dark and somber scene was! How fresh this damp air felt as I breathed in! To live is to live by sensing the slightest movements of nature, by observing the unwavering logic of life's flow. To live knowing that you are living more intensely, more powerfully than anyone else, filling a lifetime with as much life as possible, and especially to live thinking that there is someone to whom you can tell all this and waiting for that person. Could there be anything more refreshing in the world? Now we would walk together on these wet paths, sit in a secluded, dimly lit place, and gaze into each other's eyes. I would tell her many things I had never told anyone before, not even myself. Most of these thoughts came to me instantly and were replaced with new ones with astonishing speed. I would take her hands in mine, rub and bite her cold fingers, their tips slightly red. In short, I would be close to her. It was almost 3:30. I wondered if she was awake. Would it be wise to go to the front of the house and wander around there? She'd said she'd look out the window. Could she have guessed I'd wait here? Would she really come? I immediately dismissed that doubt. I felt that thinking this way was a sign of distrust, an injustice, like kicking the very building I had constructed. But these kinds of possibilities chased each other rapidly. She might have been ill. She might have had an urgent matter and gone somewhere. That had to be the case. It wasn't natural for such great happiness to come so easily. With each passing minute, my anxiety increased. My heart beat faster. What had happened to me last night was one of those extraordinary events that happen only once in a person's life. It wouldn't be right to expect it to happen again. My mind immediately began to find some consolations. Perhaps it wouldn't be good for me that my life had suddenly entered such a new and dark path. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to return to my old tranquility, to cling to the chains of sluggish days? When I turned my head, I saw her coming towards me. She was wearing a thin overcoat, a navy blue beret, and low-heeled shoes. She was smiling. When she reached me, she extended her hand and said, "Did you wait me here? How long have you been waiting?" "For an hour." My voice was trembling with excitement.
She mistook it for a complaint and with a half-joking reproach said, "It's your fault, sir. I've been waiting for you for an hour and a half. I only realized a moment ago, by chance, that you preferred this poetic scene instead of coming to the front of the house." So she had been waiting for me, so I must have been someone important to her. I looked into her eyes like a petted little kitten. "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" Without waiting for my answer, she took my arm. "Let's go." I started walking, following her. She took short but quick strides. I was afraid to ask where we were going. Neither of us spoke. Although I was extremely pleased with this silence, I was agonizing over the thought that I absolutely had to say something. Not a single one of those beautiful ideas that had been passing through my mind a moment ago, each one more important and interesting than the last, was present. The more I forced myself, the more my mind emptied and became pathetic, and I felt that my brain was nothing more than a throbbing piece of flesh. When I glanced at her, I saw that she showed no trace of this anxiety and excitement. Her dark eyes were lowered, her face as solid and motionless as stone, and with that barely perceptible curve of a smile at the corners of her lips, she continued on her way. She had simply placed her left hand on my arm. Her slightly raised index finger seemed to be pointing meaningfully at a point in the distance. When I looked at her face again, I saw that her thick, somewhat unruly eyebrows were raised, as if she were deep in thought. The fine blue veins in her eyelids were visible. Her thick black eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a few tiny raindrops glistened on them. Her hair was also damp in places. Turning her head suddenly towards me, she said, "Why are you looking at me so intently?" This question simultaneously crossed my mind. How was it that without any hesitation I could look at a woman, perhaps for the first time, with such intent? Without realizing I was staring at her so intently, I had been watching her for a long time. And how was it that even after she asked that question and turned her eyes to me, I continued to look at her without losing my courage? With a boldness that surprised even me, I said, "Don't you want to?" "No, it's not that. I just asked. Maybe I want to, that's why I asked." Her eyes were so dark and so expressive that I couldn't resist asking, "Are you originally German?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" "Your hair isn't blonde and your eyes aren't blue." "It's possible." Her face showed her usual smile with a hint of hesitation. "My father was Jewish. My mother is German, but she's not blonde either." I asked curiously, "So you are Jewish?" "Yes." "Are you anti-Semite too?" "Not at all. We don't have things like that here, but I hadn't expected that." "Yes, I'm Jewish. My father was from Prague. He converted to Catholicism before I was born." "So you're Christian by religion?" "No, I mean, I have no connection to any religion." We had walked quite a distance. She didn't continue her sentence. I didn't ask anything else either. We were slowly approaching the outskirts of the city. I began to wonder where we were going. Surely we weren't going for a countryside walk in this weather. The rain continued, just as it always had. Maria asked at one point, "Where are we going?" "I don't know." "Aren't you curious at all?" "I'm at your service, wherever you wish." Turning her pale, damp face towards me, like a white flower covered in dewdrops, she said, "You are so gentle. Don't you have any opinions, any desires?" I immediately brought up her words from the previous evening. "You forbade me from asking you for anything." She didn't answer. After a while, I continued, "Or were you not serious last night? Or have you changed your mind today?" She vehemently denied it. No, I'm still of the same opinion." She fell into thought again. We had arrived in front of a large garden with iron railings. Slowing her steps, she said, "Shall we go in?" "Where is this place?" "The botanical garden." "As you wish." "Then let's go in. I always come here, especially on rainy days like this." There was no one inside. We walked for a long time along the sandy paths. We were surrounded on both sides by many trees that, despite the advanced season, had not yet shed their leaves. Around the large rocky pools were various kinds of grasses, flowers, and moss. Large leaves covered the surface of the water. In the tall greenhouses were plants from warmer climates, trees with thick trunks and small leaves. Maria said, "This is the most beautiful place in Berlin. At this time of year, it's almost deserted. Then these strange trees always remind me of the distant lands I long for.
I feel a little sorry for them when I see that they were uprooted from their familiar places and brought here, and that they are being kept alive with such artificial measures and care. Do you know, in Berlin, the weather is only clear and sunny for 100 days of the year, and overcast for 265 days. The greenhouses, spotlights, and artificial sunlight?
Can their joy satisfy the leaves of these trees accustomed to light and warmth? Yet they live, they don't wither. But can this be called living? Isn't it a kind of torture to separate a living being from the climate that suits it and subject it to these terrible conditions for the pleasure of a few curious people? But you are one of these curious people. Yes, but every time I come here, I'm filled with deep sadness. Why are you coming then? I don't know. She sat down on one of the wet benches. I sat down next to her. Wiping the raindrops from her face with her hand, she said, "While I'm looking at the plants here, I'm also thinking about myself. Perhaps I'm remembering my ancestors who lived in the same places as these trees and these strange flowers centuries ago. Aren't we also uprooted and scattered like them? But that doesn't concern you. To be honest, it doesn't concern me much either. It only gives me the opportunity to think about many things, to experience many things in my head. You'll see, I'm a person who lives more in my head than in the world. My real life is nothing more than a boring dream. You may find my work at the Atlantic quite sad, but I'm not even aware of whether it is. In fact, sometimes it amuses me. Besides, I do this job because of my mother. I have to look after her, and it's impossible to make a living with the few paintings I've done in a year. Have you ever dabbled in painting? A little. Why didn't you continue? I realized I didn't have the talent. Impossible. Your talent for painting was evident from the expression on your face as you viewed the paintings at the exhibition. Just say you didn't have the courage. It's not very nice for a man to be so cowardly. I'm saying this for your own sake. As for me, I have the courage. I want to paint and reflect my judgments about people in them, and I am somewhat successful at it. But it's all for vain. There's no way the people I despise will understand this, and those who could understand are already unworthy of despise. Therefore, like all arts, painting is without an audience, that is, incapable of addressing its intended audience. Nevertheless, it is the only thing I take seriously in the world. I don't want to make a living just by painting, because then I would be forced to do what is demanded of me, not what I want. Never, never. I would rather put my body on the market, because it has no importance to me. She slapped my knee in a swaggering manner. See, my dear friend, that's exactly what we do. You were there last night when some drunk was kissing my back, weren't you? Of course he'll kiss it. It's his right. He's spending money, and they say my back is attractive. Would you like to kiss it too? Do you have the money? I was speechless. I was blinking rapidly and biting my lips. When Maria noticed this, she frowned, her face paler than usual, ashen. No, Raif, I don't want this. Absolutely not. The thing I can't stand the most is pity. The moment I feel you pitying me, goodbye, you won't even be able to see my face. Seeing my utter astonishment and the pitiable state I was in, she put her arm around my shoulder. Don't be offended by my words, she said. We shouldn't hesitate to speak openly about things that might later tarnish our friendship. Cowardice is harmful in such matters. What if we realize we can't get along? We'll say goodbye and part ways. Is that such a serious disaster? Still can't accept that being alone is the essence of life? All rapprochements, all unions are false. People can get close to each other up to a certain point. Beyond that, they fabricate it. And one day when they realize their mistake, they abandon everything in despair and flee. However, if they were content with what is possible, if they stopped mistaking their fantasies for reality, this would not happen. Everyone accepts what is natural. We'll find it, and there will be no more disappointment or heartbreak. In our current state, we all deserve pity, but we should pity ourselves. To show compassion to another is to think oneself stronger than them, and we have no right to see ourselves as so great, nor others as more miserable than us. Shall we go now? We both stood up. We brushed the raindrops off our coats. The wet sand crunched under our feet. The streets were beginning to get dark, but the street lights weren't on yet. We were returning just as quickly as we had arrived, taking the same routes. This time, I took her arm. Like a small child, I snuggled up to her, tilting my head in her direction. I felt a strange mix of joy and sorrow. I rejoiced as I saw how similar many of her feelings and thoughts were to mine, feeling a stronger connection to our closeness. But I was also afraid because I understood that she differed from me in one respect, that she never wanted to hide the truth from herself, never wanted to deceive herself at any cost. For a vague feeling whispered to me that once you have fully seen a person, whoever they may be, and have not hidden what you have seen from them, you can never truly approach them completely. But I didn't want to be so truth-seeking. I understood that I couldn't bear any truth distancing me from her. Wouldn't it be more humane and just to overlook other details after finding in each other what is most necessary and precious for our souls, or rather to sacrifice small truths for a great truth? It was certain that this woman who made sound and correct judgments on every matter thought this way as a result of her bitter life experiences and the corrupting influences of her environment. She was consumed by such deep resentment and suspicion towards everyone because she was forced to live among people she disliked and forced to smile at them. I, on the other hand, had never been angry at anyone because I had stayed away from people my whole life and hadn't been bothered much by them. The only thing that gnawed at me was a great feeling of loneliness, and it was under the influence of this loneliness that I felt close to her. I was prepared to deceive myself in many ways towards someone I knew. We had reached the middle of the city. The streets were bright and crowded. Maria Puder was thoughtful, and I think a little sad. Hesitantly, I asked, "Is something bothering you?" "No," she replied, "nothing to upset me. In fact, I'm pleased with our outing today. I suppose I am pleased." It was clear she was thinking about other things as she said these things. There was a pensive look in her eyes when they occasionally met mine, and a strangeness in her smile that unnerved me. At one point, she stopped in the middle of the street. "I don't want to go home," she said. "Let's have dinner together somewhere. We can talk until it's time for my work." I reacted to this unexpected offer with unnecessary excitement, but seeing that this only alienated her further, I quickly composed myself and looked ahead. We entered a large restaurant on the western side of the city. It wasn't very crowded. In one corner, a Bavarian women's orchestra in traditional costumes was playing lively tunes. We sat at a table on the side and ordered food and wine. The stillness of the person opposite me had rubbed off on me. I felt an inexplicable unease and oppression within. When she noticed this, she tried to shake off her thoughts, to open up a little, to smile. She tapped my hand on the table. "Why the long face? Young men dining with young women for the first time are usually more cheerful and talkative," she joked. But it was clear she didn't believe her own words. Indeed, she quickly reverted to her former mood. She glanced around at the other tables as if to say something meaningful. She took a few sips of wine and suddenly turned to me, looking me in the eyes. "What can I do? What can I do? I just can't be any other way." What did she mean? I could only sense it in a dark way. I was tired. I sensed that what she said she couldn't do was the same thing that had been upsetting me all this time, but I couldn't quite pinpoint its nature. Her eyes seemed to linger wherever they looked, and she could barely tear them away. A faint shiver ran through her pale, pearly white face from time to time. She began to speak again. There was a sudden tremor in her voice, an almost uncontrollable excitement. "Please don't be angry with me," she said. "It would be better for me to speak frankly with you so that you don't harbor false hopes. But don't be angry with me. I came to see you yesterday. I asked you to take me home. I suggested we go out together today. I suggested we have dinner together. I practically pestered you. But I don't love you. I've been thinking about this all along. No, I don't love you either. What can I do? Perhaps I find you pleasant, even attractive. Perhaps I see qualities in you that set you apart from all the other men I've met. But that's all. Talking to you, discussing many things, arguing, quarreling, getting upset, making up again, these things will certainly please me. But to love, I can't do that. Now you'll wonder why I'm saying all this out of the blue. As I said, so you won't be upset with me later expecting something else. Let me tell you now what I can offer you so you won't claim I'm playing games with you later. No matter how different you are, you're still a man, and all the men I've met, when they realized that I didn't love them, that I couldn't love them, left me with great regret, even anger. Goodbye. But why did they think I was to blame? Because I didn't give them something I never promised them? Something they only imagined in their minds? Isn't that unfair? I don't want you to think the same way about me. You can also note this as a point in your favor. I was surprised, but trying not to lose my composure, I said, "What's the need for all this? The form of our friendship depends not on me, but on you. It will be as you wish." She vehemently objected. No, not at all. Look, do you see? You, like all other men, are trying to get everything by pretending to accept everything. No, my friend, problems are not solved with this appeasement. Consider that on this matter, I have always tried to give open and honest judgments, both to myself and to others, and I have not been able to reach a conclusion. Human beings, especially the relationships between men and women, are so complicated, and our desires and feelings are so incomprehensible and muddled that no one knows what they are doing and they are swept away by the current. I don't want this. Doing things that don't completely satisfy me, that don't fully fulfill me, diminishes me in my own eyes. What I particularly cannot tolerate is the fact that a woman is always forced to remain passive in front of a man. Why? Why will we always be the ones running away and you the ones chasing? Why will we always be the ones surrendering and you the ones taking over? Will there be a domination in your pleas and even in our refusals? Will there be a weakness in me? I have always rebelled against this since childhood. I could never accept it. Why am I like this? Why does a point that other women don't even notice seem so important to me? I thought about this a lot. I wondered if there was something abnormal about me. No, on the contrary. Perhaps I think this way because I am more normal than other women. Because my life, purely by chance, has been far from the influences that accustom other women to accepting their fate as natural. My father died when I was very young. My mother and I were left alone at home. My mother was practically the epitome of woman accustomed to submission and obedience. She had lost the habit of walking alone in life, or rather, she had never acquired this habit. Even though I was 7 years old, I started to manage her. I advised her for fortitude, taught her wisdom, and supported her. Thus, I grew up naturally, without experiencing male dominance. The laziness and ambitions of my female classmates at school always disgusted me. I never learned anything to please men. I never looked down on men. I didn't blush, and I didn't expect any compliments from that. This made me feel amazing.
It condemned me to loneliness. My girlfriends found it against their tastes and comfort to befriend me and accept my opinions. Being a pampered toy was easier and more appealing to them than being human. I didn't befriend men either. When they couldn't find the easy prey they sought in me, they preferred to flee rather than face equal forces. Then I understood very well what male ambition and strength were. No creature in the world pursues success so easily, and no creature is as selfish, conceited, and arrogant, yet at the same time cowardly and pleasure-seeking as a man. Once I realized this, it was impossible for me to truly love men. Even the men I liked most and who were close to me in many ways, I saw that on small occasions they showed their wolfish teeth. After companionship that gave us both equal pleasure, they would approach me with apologetic, protective glances, but at the same time with a foolish look that made them think they had somehow triumphed. Yet it was they who were pitiable, whose wretchedness was revealed. No woman can be as helpless and ridiculous as a man in the throes of passion. Yet they possess such misplaced pride that they mistake their state for a display of strength. Oh my God, it drives one mad. Although I know I have no unnatural inclinations, I would rather fall in love with a woman. He paused for a moment, examining my face. He drank some wine. As we talked, he seemed to open up and relieve his distress. "Why are you surprised?" he continued. "Don't worry, it's not what you think, but I wish I could be."
Surely I would have done something that debased the human soul less. But I'm a painter, you know. I have my own conceptions of beauty. I don't find making love with a woman beautiful. How can I put it? It's not aesthetic. Besides, I love nature very much. I'm always hesitant around unnatural things. That's why I believe I absolutely need to love a man, but a real man, without relying on any force. A man who can lead me, a man who will love me and walk beside me without asking anything of me, without dominating me, without humiliating me. In other words, a truly strong, complete man. Now do you understand why I don't love you? Not enough time has passed for me to love you anyway, but you're not the one I'm looking for. Although you don't have that meaningless childishness I mentioned earlier, but you're very childish, or rather very womanly. Just like my mother, you need someone to manage you. That could be me, if you want, but I can't be much more than that. We'd make perfect friends. You're the first man to listen to me without interrupting, without trying to change my mind, persuade me, or bring me around. It's clear from your eyes that you understand. As I said, we can be very good friends. Just as I've spoken openly with you, you can also confide in me. Is that too little? Would it be better to lose even this by asking for too much? I would never want that. As I said last night, sometimes I'm inconsistent with the next, but that shouldn't lead you to the wrong conclusions. I never change on the main points. How? Will you be my friend? All these words had left me bewildered. I was afraid to pass a final judgment on her, sensing that I wouldn't be able to make the right one. Only one desire ran through my mind: to be close to her, to never leave her no matter the cost. I had no need for the other side. I was never accustomed to asking anyone for more than they gave me. Nevertheless, there was a strange stillness within me. Fixing my gaze on her dark, pensive eyes that awaited an answer, I said slowly, "Maria," I said, "I understand you perfectly well. I also see that your life experiences have led you to give such a long explanation, and I'm pleased to think that you are doing this to prevent anything that might jeopardize our friendship in the future. So this friendship has value to you." He nodded his head rapidly in agreement. I continued, "Perhaps you didn't need to tell me these things. But how would you know? We've only just met. It's better to be cautious." "Better. I don't have as much experience in life as you do. I've met very few people and have always lived by myself. I see that although we've taken different paths, we've both arrived at the same conclusion. We're both searching for a human being, our own kind of human being. If we find this in each other, it would be wonderful. That's what's truly important. Other matters are secondary. As for relations between men and women, you can be sure I've never been the kind of person you fear. Although I haven't had any adventures in my life, I never imagined I could love someone I didn't respect as much as myself or whom I didn't find as strong as myself. You mentioned humiliation earlier. For a man to allow that, in my opinion, means denying his own personality, truly humiliating himself. Like you, I love nature very much. In fact, I can say that the further I've distanced myself from people, the closer I've become to nature. My country is one of the most beautiful places in the world. Many civilizations that we read about in history were founded and destroyed there. Lying under 10 or 15-century-old olive trees, I would think of the people who once harvested their crops. In the pine-covered mountains, in places that seemed untouched by human feet, I would come across marble bridges and ornate columns. These were my childhood companions, the subjects of my dreams. Since then, I have valued nature and its logic above all else. Let our friendship also proceed on its natural course. Let us not try to give it artificial directions or bind it with preconceived notions. Maria tapped my hand on the table with her index finger. "You're not as childish as I thought," she said. Her eyes, hesitant and timid, wandered over me. Her slightly larger lower lip was more prominent, making her look like a little girl about to cry. Her eyes, however, were thoughtful and searching. I was amazed at how much her expression changed in such a short time. "You can tell me so many things about your life, your homeland, your olive trees. I can tell you many things."
I'll talk about my childhood and some things I can remember about my father. I suppose we won't have trouble finding things to talk about, but there's so much noise here. I guess the hall is empty. The poor things are just trying to cheer up the owner with the noise of their instruments. Oh, if only you knew what the owners of places like this are like. Are they very rude? Absolutely. This is another opportunity to get to know men better. For example, the owner of our Atlantic is a very polite man, not just towards his customers, but towards every woman with whom he doesn't have a business relationship. Certainly, if I didn't work in his cabaret, he would court me like a baron and make me admire his politeness. But he suddenly changes when it comes to people who take money from him, and he calls this, I suppose, professional ethics. Ethics of profit would be more accurate, because his ruthlessness, and sometimes even rudeness, stems more from a fear of being cheated than from a desire to maintain the seriousness of the establishment. You would be horrified to see how this man, who is probably a good family man or an honest citizen, demands that we sell not only our voices, our laughter, our bodies, but also our humanity. With a distant association, I interrupted her. "What was your father's profession?" I asked. "Didn't I tell you? He was a lawyer. Why did you ask? Are you curious how I ended up in this situation?" I fell silent. "It seems you don't know Germany very well yet. There's nothing extraordinary about my situation. I studied with the money my father left me. Our situation wasn't bad. During the war, I worked as a nurse. Then I continued at the academy. Our small income was wiped out by inflation. I was forced to earn money. I'm not complaining about that. Working isn't a bad thing at all. What bothers me is that our desire to work without degrading our spirits is not tolerated. And then there's the necessity of always being surrounded by drunkards and people who are hungry for human flesh, which bothers me. They have such a look in their eyes. I can't just call it bestiality. If only it were just that. This is something even worse than animalistic behavior. An animalistic behavior mixed with human hypocrisy, cunning, and wretchedness. Disgusting. She looked around. The orchestra had turned up the volume even more. A plump woman in a Bavarian dress with hair like corn silk was singing cheerful mountain tunes at the top of her lungs, making strange sounds from her throat and spinning around. Maria said, "Come, let's go somewhere quiet. It's still early." Then, looking at me carefully, she said, "Am I bothering you? I keep talking and dragging you around all morning. It's not a good thing for women to be so clingy. I'm serious. If you're bored, I'll let you go." I held her hands. I couldn't answer for a long time. I didn't even look at her face. However, only after I was sure she understood what I was thinking did I say, "I'm grateful to you." "Me too," she said, and withdrew her hands. When we went outside, she said, "Come, let's go to a cafe nearby. It's a very nice place. You'll see some amazing people." "To the Romanisch cafe?" "Yes, you know it? Did you go?" "No, I heard about it." She laughed. "From one of your friends who run out of money at the end of the month." I smiled too and looked straight ahead. I had heard that this cafe, always frequented by artists, filled after 11 o'clock at night, with old, pleasure-seeking, young, curious, and wealthy women, and many gigolos of all nationalities and ages went there at that time to try and please them. Since it was still early, only young artisans were in the cafe. They were sitting in groups, arguing loudly. We went up to the upper floor via a staircase between the columns. We found an empty table with difficulty. Around us sat young painters, imitators of the French, with wide-brimmed black hats and long hair, and writers with pipes in their mouths and long-nailed fingers constantly filling the pages. A tall, blond young man with sideburns that reached down to his mouth approached our table, gesturing from a distance. "I salute the Madonna in the fur coat," he said, taking Maria's head in his hands. He kissed her first on the forehead, then on the cheeks. I lowered my gaze and waited. They talked about this and that. It seemed they were exhibiting paintings at the same exhibition. Finally, the young man shook Maria's hand vigorously, and after saying to me, "Goodbye, young man," in what must have been an artistic way of greeting, he walked away. I was still looking straight ahead. The woman asked, "What are you thinking?" "You addressed me informally. Did you realize that?" "Yes. Don't you want me to?" "You're welcome. Thank you." "Oh, you're thanking me so much. We Easterners are very polite people. You know what I was thinking? That man kissed me and I wasn't jealous at all." "Really? And I wonder why I'm not jealous."
We looked at each other for a long time. We looked at each other with trust, searching for something. "Why don't you tell me a little about yourself?" she said. I nodded my head in agreement. I had planned to tell her many things earlier in the day, but none of them came to mind. Completely new things were running through my head. Finally, I decided and started talking randomly. I wasn't telling her anything specific. I was talking about my childhood, my time in the army, the books I read, the dreams I had, our neighbor Faria, and the bandits I knew. Until now, I hadn't even told myself.
The aspects of myself that I hesitated to reveal were emerging from their hiding places without my warning. Because it was the first time I had spoken to someone about myself, I wanted to appear completely naked, without concealing anything. I exerted so much effort to avoid lying, distorting myself, or altering anything, sometimes even going so far as to highlight my own negative points to such an extent that I ended up straying from the truth again. Memories and long suppressed feelings, always suppressed emotions, poured out like a flood, growing larger, swelling, and accelerating. I opened up completely as I saw how attentively she listened to me, how her eyes scanned my face, as if trying to understand even the parts of me I couldn't put into words. Sometimes she nodded slowly in agreement, sometimes she opened her mouth slightly in astonishment. When I got excited, she would gently stroke my hand, and when my words took on a complaining tone, she would smile affectionately. Suddenly, as if prompted by some unknown force, I interrupted myself and looked at my watch. It was almost 11. The tables around us were empty. I jumped up and shouted, "But you'll be late for work!" She tried to compose herself. She squeezed my hands tighter, straightened up slowly, and said, "You're right." Adjusting her beret, she added, "We were having such a nice conversation." I walked her to the front of the Atlantic bar. We hardly spoke at all on the way. We were both pensive and preoccupied, as if trying to absorb the impressions of that evening. Towards the end of the walk, I felt a shiver run through my body. "Because of you, you couldn't go home and put on your fur coat. You'll freeze," I said. "Is it your fault?" "Yes, it's your fault. But it's my fault. Never mind. Let's hurry." "Should I wait to take you home again?" No, never. "We'll meet tomorrow." "It's up to you." Perhaps to avoid getting cold, she snuggled closer to me. As we approached the door, illuminated by the lights, she stopped, released my arm, and extended her hand. She seemed to be thinking something extremely serious. She pulled me to the edge of the wall. Finally, she leaned towards me, her eyes fixed on the pavement, and in a whisper, but quickly, said, "So you're not jealous of me, are you? Do you really love me that much?" Suddenly, she raised her eyes and began to look at me with curiosity. At that moment, I felt a tightness in my chest, a dryness in my throat, because I couldn't find the words to tell her what I had just heard. I was afraid that every word, even every sound that came out of my mouth would spoil my happiness, would cloud my mood. She was still looking at me, this time with a little fear. I realized that tears were welling up in my eyes from helplessness. Then a relaxed expression appeared on her face. She closed her eyes for a second, as if resting. Then, holding my head, she kissed me once on the mouth, and turning around, without saying anything, slowly walked inside. I practically ran back to the guest house. I wanted to think of nothing, to remember nothing. The events of that night were so precious that I was afraid to even touch them with my memories. Just as I had feared a moment ago that the slightest sound from my mouth would spoil the atmosphere of that unimaginable moment of bliss, this time I was afraid that any tampering with it in my imagination would harm the marvelous events of those few hours I had lived, and their unparalleled harmony. I found the guest house with its dark staircase quite charming, and all the scents filling the corridors were pleasant. From then on, Maria Puder and I started meeting every day and going out together. We hadn't finished everything we wanted to say to each other that first evening.
The people and sights we encountered all the time gave us the opportunity to express our thoughts and to ascertain how close they were to one another. This proximity of ideas was the result of thinking alike at every point, although in this, one side's idea was not merely accepted and appropriated as one's own. The prior presence of the other party also had an effect. But wasn't seeking opportunities to find and adopt every opinion of the other a kind of sign of spiritual closeness? We mostly went to museums and art galleries. She would explain to me about paintings by both old and new masters, and we would discuss their value. We went to the botanical garden a few times and to the opera a couple of evenings. But we gave up going to the opera because it was difficult for her to leave for work at 10 or 10:30. Later, one day she said to me, "I don't want to go to the opera anymore, not only because of the time, but for another reason as well. Singing at the Atlantic after leaving there seems to me the most ridiculous, most vulgar thing in the world." I only went to the factory in the mornings. I had almost stopped seeing the people at the boarding house. Although Frau Heppner occasionally teased me, saying, "I think we've lost you to someone," I only smiled and didn't dwell on it. I especially wanted Frau van Tiedemann to hear nothing. Maria might not have objected to this, but I, perhaps out of a habit I'd picked up in Turkey, felt it necessary. Yet there was nothing to hide from anyone. From the very first evening, our friendship had remained within the boundaries we had agreed upon, and the scene at the Atlantic was never mentioned by either of us on any occasion. In the beginning, what drew us closer was more of a curiosity. We wondered what else was there and talked a lot. Later, this curiosity gave way to a habit. For some reason, if we couldn't see each other for 2 or 3 days, we felt like we weren't living properly. When we met, we rejoiced like separated friends, walking hand in hand. I loved her very much. I felt that I had enough affection inside me to love the whole world, and I considered myself happy that I could finally express it somewhere. It was certain that she liked me too, that she was looking for me, but our friendship was moving to other areas.
She never gave me an opportunity to take her away. One day, while walking in Grunwald, a forest near Berlin, she put her arm around my neck, leaning on me as we walked. Her hand, hanging down from my shoulder, swung gently, her thumb wiggling in circles in the air. With a desire I couldn't understand how it arose, I took her hand and kissed the palm of her hand. She immediately withdrew her arm with a soft but firm movement. We didn't discuss it further and continued our walk, but the seriousness of that moment was so clear and strong that it prevented me from ever again succumbing to such feelings. Sometimes we would talk about matters of love. I felt a strange pang of guilt when I saw how indifferently, how detached from herself, she approached the subject. Yes, I had agreed to everything, accepted all her conditions, yet despite this, I would sometimes skillfully shift the conversation to ourselves and try to analyze our friendship. In my opinion, there was no separate abstract concept called love. All the various forms of affection and sympathy that manifested themselves between people were a kind of love. They only changed their name and form depending on the situation. Not giving the love between a man and a woman its true name was nothing more than a kind of self-deception. Then Maria, wagging her index finger, laughed and said, "No, my friend, no. Love is not at all the simple sympathy or sometimes deep affection you speak of. It is something entirely different, a feeling we cannot analyze, whose origin we do not know, nor where it disappears to one day. Friendship, on the other hand, is lasting and based on agreement. We can show how it began and analyze the reasons if it breaks down. What love cannot do is analyze. Then consider, there are many people in the world that we all like. For example, many friends that I truly love. I can say that the esteemed gentleman is at the very top of this list. Now, am I in love with all these people?" I insisted on my point of view, saying, "Yes, you are truly in love with the one you love most, and only partially with the others." Maria gave me an answer I hadn't expected at all. "Then why did you say you weren't jealous of me?" I thought for a while, unable to find anything to say, then tried to explain.
A person who truly possesses the capacity to love can never confine that love to just one person, nor can they expect anyone else to do so. The more people we love, the more intensely and deeply we love that one person we truly cherish. Love is not something that diminishes as it is spread. I thought Easterners thought differently. I don't think so. Maria, after staring intently at a fixed point for a long time, said, "The love I'm waiting for is different. It's something beyond all logic, indescribable, and its nature unknown. To love and to like are different from to desire. To desire with all one's soul, all one's body, everything. In my opinion, love is this desire, an irresistible desire." Then, as if I had caught her, I said with a confident air, "What you're saying is a matter of moments. The love and affection that exists within you, through certain circumstances not explicitly known, at an undeterminable moment, suddenly accumulates and intensifies, just as the gently warming sunlight, after passing through a lens, gathers at a point and begins to burn. This love, whose strength increases extraordinarily, envelops and ignites you. It is not correct to think of it as something that comes suddenly from the outside. It is simply the feelings that already exist within us, suddenly intensifying to such an extent that it surprises us." We had left this discussion here, but we had taken it up again at other times. I sensed that neither my words nor her ideas were entirely accurate. It was certain that both of us, however open we wanted to be with each other, were governed by certain hidden, vague thoughts and desires that were beyond our control. However many points we agreed on, there were also places where we differed, and one side focused on the other. If she slept so easily, it was only for the sake of a purpose she considered more important. We didn't hesitate to reveal and discuss even the most hidden corners of our souls, yet there were aspects we never touched because we didn't really know what they were, but a feeling whispered to me that these aspects were the most important. Since I had never met anyone so close to me before, I felt that above all else I desired to preserve her. Perhaps the ultimate goal of all my desires was to possess her completely, without any deficiency, with her entire material and spiritual being, but for fear of losing what I had already obtained, I hesitated to turn my eyes to this goal, remaining motionless like a person who fears that with the slightest movement he will miss the magnificent bird he is watching and wants to catch. I had a dark sense that this immobility, this hesitation rooted in fear, was more harmful, that one couldn't remain frozen in place in human relationships, that every step not taken forward led backward, and that moments that didn't bring one closer inevitably distanced them. I felt a silent, growing anxiety taking root within me. But to do things differently, I would have had to be a different person. Although I knew I was constantly circling around the main point, I didn't know the paths to getting there, nor could I find them. My old shyness and timidity were gone. I wasn't withdrawn. In fact, perhaps I was even somewhat excessively expressing my soul, but always on the condition that I didn't touch the core issue. I don't know if I thought about all this so clearly and deeply at the time. Today, more than 12 years later, I recall how I was then and draw these conclusions. My judgments about Maria have also undergone the same process of refinement and explanation over that time.
At that time, I understood that Maria was also experiencing a number of contradictory feelings. Sometimes she was excessively calm, even cold, and sometimes she would suddenly become passionate, showing me an extreme interest that gave me the courage I had been suppressing, almost openly provoking me. But these moods passed very quickly, and the old atmosphere of friendship returned between us. It was certain that she, like me, realized that our friendship had reached a dead end by remaining stagnant. However, although she hadn't found what she was truly looking for, she saw that many other aspects of me were too precious to sacrifice for her, and therefore she refrained from doing things that she thought would cause me to distance myself from her. All these mixed feelings lay dormant in the deepest corners of our souls, as if afraid to come out into the light. And in truth, we were always two close friends, seeking and desiring each other, returning from each other's company ever more content and enriched. But suddenly everything changed and took an unexpected turn. It was late December. Her mother had gone to visit distant relatives near Prague to spend Christmas. Maria was pleased with this. One of the things that annoys me most in the world is that pine tree adorned with candles and gilding, she said. Don't attribute this to my Judaism, for since I find this kind of meaningless ceremony which people resort to in order to imagine themselves happy for a moment absurd, it is quite natural that I would not find the Jewish religion, full of such strange and unnecessary obligations, appealing. Besides, my mother, a Protestant of pure German blood, adheres to these customs only because she is old and as a formality. If she finds my ideas heretical, it is more due to her fear of disturbing the peace of mind of her final days than to her religious convictions. Don't you think New Year's Day has any special significance? I asked. No, she said. What difference does it make from the other days of the year? Has nature set it apart in any way? From our lives? It's not even that important that a year has passed, because dividing our lives into years is also a human invention. Human life is just a single path stretching from birth to death, and any divisions made on it are artificial. But let's leave philosophy aside, and if you like, let's go somewhere together on New Year's Eve. My work on the Atlantic finishes before midnight, because there are many other extraordinary shows that night. We can go out together, and, like everyone else, we can get drunk. It's nice to escape from ourselves and get carried away from time to time. What do you say? And we've never danced, have we? No, we haven't. I don't really enjoy dancing much anyway. Sometimes I like the person I'm dancing with, and that's why I put up with the hassle. I don't think you'll like me for this job. I don't think so either, but still, sacrifice is necessary in friendship. We had dinner together on New Year's Eve and sat and talked in the restaurant until it was time for her to go to work. When we arrived at the Atlantic, she went to a corner somewhere in the back to change. I sat in the ballroom at the table where I had sat on my first evening. The place was decorated with paper ribbons, colorful lanterns, and gilded wires. The people already seemed intoxicated. Almost everyone dancing was kissing and flirting. I felt an inexplicable boredom. What's the point? What's so special about this evening? We're just making things up and believing them ourselves. It would be better if everyone went home and went to bed. What are we going to do? We'll just hug each other and dance like them. With one difference, we won't be kissing. I wonder if I'll be able to dance. During my time at the School of Fine Arts in Istanbul, some friends had shown me some dances they'd learned from the White Russians who were filling the city at the time. I could even do a little waltz, but would I be able to manage a skill I hadn't shown perhaps 1.5 years? Come on, I'll just stop halfway through and sit down, I said. Maria's violin playing and singing lasted shorter than I expected and was lost in the noise. Everyone seemed to prefer being their own little showman that evening. As soon as Maria changed, we left and went to a large place they called Europe opposite the Anhalter station. It was completely different from the small, private Atlantic. Hundreds of couples danced incessantly in the vast halls. The tables were covered with colorful bottles. Some were already asleep with their heads bowed. Others were sitting in each other's laps. Maria was unusually cheerful this evening. She kept tapping my arm, saying, "If I'd known you'd be so sullen, I would have chosen another young man for tonight." She was drinking the bitter-sweet Rhine wines she'd had brought one after another with astonishing speed, and was even urging me to drink as well. The real fun in the casino began after midnight. Shouts, laughter, the deafening noise of music blaring from 4 different places, the stomping footsteps of couples dancing the old-fashioned waltz, all mingled together. The unrestrained exuberance of the post-war years was visible here in all its nakedness. The sight of the young men with their frail bodies, bony faces, and eyes shining as if afflicted with a nervous disorder, losing themselves in immoderate joy, and the young women who believed that the best way to rebel against society's unjust and illogical constraints and superstitious rules was to indulge their sexual desires, was truly pathetic. Maria, handing me another glass, whispered, Raif, you're not doing well. You see how hard I'm trying not to fall into terrible boredom and melancholy. Let's leave ourselves behind tonight. Imagine that we are not ourselves, that we are just one of the many people filling this place. And even then, are they all as they seem? I don't want to. I don't want to put myself in the place of everyone else, whether they are intelligent or sensitive. Drink and laugh. I realized she was starting to get a little drunk. She got up from the chair opposite me, sat down next to me, and put her arm around my shoulder.
My heart was pounding like a bird caught in a snare. She thought I was sad, but I wasn't. Now I was too happy to laugh, and I took my happiness very seriously. A waltz began to play. I leaned slowly towards her ear. "Come on," I said. "But I don't know very well." She acted as if she hadn't heard the second part of what I said and jumped up from her seat, saying, "Come on." We started spinning in the crowd. This wasn't dancing or anything like that. It was simply being dragged from place to place at the whim of the bodies pressing against us from all sides. But neither of us complained. Maria fixed her eyes on me. In those dark, pensive eyes, something I couldn't quite understand occasionally gleamed, surprising me. A faint but wonderfully beautiful scent of skin emanated from her chest. Above all, there was the feeling of being close to her, of knowing that I meant something to her. "Maria," I whispered, "how is it that one person can bring so much joy to another? What incredible power must be hidden within a person?" The sparkle returned to her eyes, but after looking at me intently for a while longer, she bit her lip. Her gaze was hazy and meaningless. "Let's sit down," she said. "What a crowd. I think I'm starting to get bored." She drank wine again and again. After a while, she got up and said, "I'll be right back," and staggered away. I waited a long time. Despite all her insistence, I had avoided drinking too much. I was dazed more than drunk. My head ached. Almost 15 minutes had passed, but she hadn't returned. I began to worry. I went and checked all the restrooms, just in case she had fallen somewhere. There were women there trying to mend torn parts of their dresses with pins, or refreshing their makeup in front of mirrors. I didn't find Maria in any of them. I looked one by one at the women curled up and passed out on the sofas at the edges of the rooms. I couldn't find her. A sudden, intense anxiety began to grip me. I ran from one room to another, bumping into people who were standing. I skipped several steps down the stairs to the lower floor and searched. She wasn't there. At that moment, my eyes caught a glimpse of something white outside through the fogged glass of the casino's revolving door. I rushed to the door and let out a cry. Maria Puder was leaning against one of the trees just outside, her face pressed against it, her arms clasped together at head height. She wore nothing but a thin woolen dress. Snowflakes were falling slowly on her hair and the back of her neck. When she heard my voice, she turned her head, smiled, and said, "Where have you been?" "Where have you been? What are you doing? Are you crazy?" I shouted. Putting her finger to her lips, she said, "Hush, I want to get some fresh air and cool down. Let's go." I practically forced her inside. I found her a chair and sat her. I went upstairs, paid the bill, and brought my coat and her fur coat from the cloakroom. We started walking, our feet sinking into the snow on the street. She was holding my arm tightly and trying to move quickly. There were many drunk couples in the streets. The main avenues were packed with crowds of people, women dressed so lightly that it gave the impression of being out in summer clothes 2 or 3 hours after midnight in this weather. Maria was pulling me along, trying to get through the cheerful, drunken crowd faster. She responded to those who taunted her or tried to embrace her with a perfunctory smile, skillfully dodging their grasp and dragging me along. I realized how wrong I had thought it was to think she was too drunk to stand. She slowed down as we reached slightly quieter streets. She was breathing heavily and rapidly. She let out a deep "oh," then turned to me. "How are you happy with tonight? Did you have fun? Oh, I had so much fun. So much fun. She started laughing heartily. Suddenly, she was seized by a cough. She was writhing as if she were suffocating, her chest shaking, but she wouldn't let go of my arm. When she calmed down a little, I said, "What's wrong? See, you caught a cold." Smiling broadly, she said, "Oh, I had so much fun." I was afraid she was about to cry, and this time it was I who wanted to take her home and leave her there as quickly as possible. Towards the end of the path, her steps became unsteady. Her strength and willpower seemed to have failed her, yet the cold air had completely exhausted her. I held her by the waist, occasionally stepping on her feet as I led her. We almost tumbled into the snow as we crossed a sidewalk. Now, in a barely audible voice, she was muttering jumbled words. At first, I thought she was trying to sing to herself. Then, realizing she was addressing me, I listened. "Yes, this is how I am," she was saying. "Raif, my dear Raif, this is how I am. Didn't I tell you? That one day is never like the next, but there's no need to be sad. You are a very good boy. You are certainly a good child." Suddenly she started sobbing, then she said again, "No, there's no need to be sad." Half an hour later, we arrived at her door. She waited, leaning her back against the stairwell's wall. "Where are the keys?" I asked. "Don't be upset, Raif. Don't be angry with me. Here, it'll be in my pocket." She reached inside her fur coat and pulled out a bunch of 3 keys. I opened the door, and as I turned to take her upstairs, she slipped away and started running up the stairs. "You're going to fall," I said. She answered, panting, "No, I'll get up myself." Since I had the keys, I followed her. She called out to me from the darkness on one of the upper floors. "I'm here. Open this door." I opened it by feel. We went inside together. She turned on the light in her room. The antique but remarkably well-preserved furniture and a beautiful oak bed were the first things that caught the eye. I stood motionless in the middle of the room. Taking off her fur coat and placing it aside, she gestured towards a chair and said, "Sit down." Then she sat down on the edge of the bed. With great speed, she took off her shoes and socks, pulled her dress over her head and threw it onto a chair, and crawled under the covers. I rose from where I was sitting. Without saying anything, I extended my hand to her. She scrutinized me as if examining someone she had never met before, a drunken smile spreading across her face. I lowered my eyes. When I looked again, I saw that she had sat up slightly in bed, her eyes wide open as if filled with great anxiety, and occasionally blinking as if trying to wake from sleep. Her right shoulder and arm, protruding from beneath the white sheets, were as pale and white as her face. She rested her left elbow on the pillow. "You'll catch a cold," I said. She quickly pulled my arm and sat me on the edge of her bed. Then she came closer, took both my hands and placed her face in my palms, saying, "Ah, Raif, so you can be like this too. You're right, but what can I do? If only you knew. Oh, if only you knew. But we had fun, didn't we? Absolutely. No, I know. Don't take your hands away. I've never seen you like this before. How beautifully serious you can be. But what's the reason?" I lifted my head. She knelt beside me on the bed, placing her hands on my cheeks. "Look at me," she said. "What you're thinking isn't true. I'll prove it to you. Actually, I'll prove it to myself. Why are you standing there like this? Don't you still believe me? Are you still doubting?" She closed her eyes. It was a struggle, as if she were trying to grasp something in her head that was darting here and there, and which she could never quite catch. She was trembling, her forehead and the area between her eyebrows furrowed. Seeing her bare shoulders shiver, I pulled the blanket over her, wrapped it around her back, and held it in my hand so it wouldn't slip. She opened her eyes. Smiling in surprise, she said, "There, you're smiling too, aren't you?" Then, unable to continue, she stared towards a corner of the room. Her hair fell across her forehead. The electric light shining from the side cast the shadow of her eyelashes on the bridge of her nose. Her lower lip trembled slightly. At that moment, her face was even more beautiful than in the painting, even more beautiful than the Arpi Madonna. I pulled her closer to me with the arm that held the blanket. I felt her body tremble. Breathing in short, ragged breaths, she said, "Of course, of course, of course I love you. I love you very much. How could it be otherwise? Of course I love you. I definitely love you. But why are you surprised? Did you think it would be otherwise? I understand how much you love me, and I undoubtedly love you just as much." She pulled my head towards her and showered my entire face with fiery kisses. When I woke up in the morning, I heard her deep, regular breaths. She was sleeping with her back to me, her arm under her head. Her hair was spread in waves on the white pillow. Her mouth was slightly open, and there were very fine hairs at the corners of her lips. As she breathed, the wings of her nostrils twitched, and a few strands of hair that had fallen over her mouth would float up and then fall again. I rested my head on the pillow, staring at the ceiling, and waited. I felt an impatient sense of uneasiness. I wondered how she would look at me when she woke up, what she would say, but for some reason I was afraid of her waking up. The peace and security I hoped to find the moment I opened my eyes were absent. I simply couldn't understand the reason for this. Why did I still tremble inside like a defendant awaiting judgment? What more could I have asked for? What more was I expecting? Hadn't all my desires been fulfilled to the fullest extent?
I felt an emptiness inside me, and this emptiness gave me a kind of physical pain. Something was missing, but what was it? I was as sad as a person who, after leaving home, stops realizing they've forgotten something, searches their memory and pockets unable to find it, and finally, giving up hope, continues on their way with hesitant steps, their mind still lingering behind. I noticed that Maria's breathing had become irregular for some time. I slowly lifted my head and looked at her. She was staring, her eyes fixed on an indistinct point. She hadn't moved, not even pushing back the hair that fell across her face. Even though she knew I was watching her, she continued to look at that unknown spot without turning her head. She wasn't blinking. I realized she had been awake for quite some time, and I felt my anxieties suddenly grow, as if an invisible circle was tightening around my chest. I was utterly distressed as I realized that all these meaningless feelings and unfounded fears were completely unnecessary at this moment, and that it was pointless to darken the brightest day of my life with anxieties and bad premonitions. Without turning her head, she asked, "Are you awake?" "Yes. Have you been awake for a while?" "Just a little while ago." Her voice gave me courage again. This voice, which had been the sweetest familiar to my ears for so long, and which only evoked good memories in me, suddenly appeared like a trustworthy friend, bringing me relief. But this effect lasted only a moment. She had said to me, "Are you awake?" Although in recent days we had been addressing each other sometimes informally, sometimes formally, should she have said that to me on the morning after that night? Perhaps she was still half asleep. She turned towards me in bed. She was smiling, but it wasn't her usual, genuine, intimate smile. It was more like the smile she used with clients at the Atlantic. "Aren't you getting up?" she said. "I'm going to get up. What about you?" "I don't know. I don't feel very well. I'm a little under the weather. Maybe it's from the alcohol. My back hurts too." "Maybe you were cold last night," I said. "Why were you wandering the streets so lightly dressed?" She shrugged and turned her back again. I got up, washed my face, and quickly got dressed. I sensed she was watching me out of the corner of her eye from where she lay. There was a tense atmosphere in the room. I tried to make a joke. A silence fell over us both. What's going on? Are we really starting to get bored of each other like married couples? She looked at me with eyes that didn't understand what I meant. I became even more annoyed and fell silent. Then I moved closer to the bed. I wanted to caress her, to break the ice between us before it grew stronger. She sat up, dangled her feet over the side, and put on a thin cardigan. She continued to stare at me. There was something about her demeanor that prevented me from approaching her. Finally, in a very calm voice, she said, "Why are you so shy?" A sudden pinkness I had never seen before spread across her pale face. Her chest rose and fell slowly as she continued,
What can you want? Could you ask for anything else? But I want many things, and I can't get any of them. I've tried everything, to no avail. You can be satisfied now, but what can I do?" Her head dropped, her arms hung lifelessly down. The tips of her bare feet touched the carpet. I pulled up a chair and sat opposite her. I took her hands, like a person about to lose their most precious treasure, the reason of their life. My voice trembling with emotion, I said, "Maria, my Madonna in the fur coat, what happened all of a sudden? What did I do to you? I promised I wouldn't ask for anything. Did I break my promise? What do you say at this moment when we need to be closer to each other than ever before?" Shaking her head, she said, "No, my friend, no. We are further apart than ever, because I have no hope left. This was the end. I thought I'd try it just once. Maybe this was a flaw, I thought. But it wasn't. That emptiness is always there inside me, even bigger. What can we do? It's not your fault. I'm not in love with you. Yet I know very well that I should be in love with you. That if I don't love you, I can't love anyone else. That I have to give up all my hopes. But I can't help it. So this is how I am. There's no other way than to accept it as it is. How much I wish it could be different. Raif, my kind-hearted friend, be assured that I want things to be different just as much as you do, perhaps even more. What can I do? All I feel is the bitterness of last night's drinks in my mouth and the increasing pain in my back." She was silent for a while. She closed her eyes. A sweet gentleness came over her. In a voice as sweet as if she were telling a fairy tale from her childhood, she said, "Last night, especially after I arrived here, for a moment I had hoped for so much. I thought I'd be completely transformed by a magical hand, that I would feel emotions in my soul as innocent as those of little girls, yet powerful enough to encompass my whole life, that I would wake up this morning as if born into another world. But how different the reality is. The weather is as cloudy as ever. My room is cold. In my room, despite everything, there is a stranger to me, separate from me, despite all his closeness, another person, tiredness in my muscles, and a headache." She got back into bed and lay on her back. She covered her eyes with her hand and continued, "So it seems that people can only get close to each other up to a certain point, and after that, every step taken to get closer only pushes them further apart. How I wish there were no limit, no end to the closeness between us. What truly saddens me is that this hope has been dashed. Then there's no need to deceive ourselves. We can no longer speak as openly as before. Why did we sacrifice all this, and for what purpose? Nothing. In our pursuit of something we didn't have, we lost what we did have. Is it all over? I don't think so. I know neither of us are children anymore. We just need a while to rest and stay away from each other until we feel the need to see each other again. Come on, Raif. When that time comes, I'll call you. Perhaps we can be friends again, and this time act more wisely. We don't expect or demand more from each other than we can give. Now go. I want to be so alone." She had removed her hand from her eyes. She looked at me almost pleadingly, extending her arm. I took it by the tips of her fingers and said, "Goodbye." No, this won't do. You're leaving upset with me. What did I do to you?" she cried. Trying hard to remain calm, I said, "I'm not angry, I'm just saddened." "Am I not upset? Don't you see me? Don't leave like this. Come here." She pulled my head towards her chest and stroked my hair. She pressed her cheek against my face and said, "Just smile at me once, and then go." I laughed, covered my face with my hands, and stormed out. I started walking randomly down the street. It was deserted. Most of the shops were closed. I was heading south. Trams and minibuses passed by with their foggy windows. I walked on. Darkened houses and cobblestone sidewalks began to appear. I continued on my way. I opened the front of my coat because I was sweating. I had reached the edge of the city. I walked again. I walked under railway bridges, over frozen canals. I just kept walking. I walked for hours.
I wasn't thinking about anything. I blinked my eyes from the cold and moved forward with quick, almost running steps. On both sides of me were neatly planted pine forests. Occasionally, chunks of snow would fall from the branches to the ground with a thud. I saw cyclists passing by, and a train shaking the ground in the distance. It was passing by. I walked on. On the right, I saw a large lake and a crowd of people ice skating on it. I turned into the trees and went towards them. Long, intertwined ski tracks ran through the forest. In the groves, enclosed by wire fencing, tiny pine saplings, laden with snow, trembled like children in white cloaks. In the distance, a 2-story wooden country cafe stood. On the lake, girls in short skirts and young men with tied trousers glided incessantly. They lifted one leg into the air, spun in place, held hands, and disappeared behind a headland in the distance. The girls' colorful scarves and the boys' blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Their bodies twisted and turned with graceful movements, their height seemingly increasing and decreasing with each step. I was paying attention to all of this. I was walking through snow up to my ankles, being careful of everything. I went around the back of the country cafe and headed towards the trees on the other side. I remembered seeing this place once before, but I couldn't remember when I'd been there or where I was. A few hundred meters from the casino, on a slightly elevated spot, were a few old trees. I stopped there. I started watching the crowd on the lake again. I had been walking perhaps 4 hours. I didn't realize why I had strayed from the path and turned here, why I hadn't turned back. The burning in my head had subsided. The tingling at the base of my nose had passed, but there was a terrible emptiness inside me. A period of my life that I thought was the fullest and most meaningful had suddenly become empty, lost all meaning. I felt like someone waking from a dream where their sweetest desires had been fulfilled to a bitter reality. I wasn't really angry at her. I was at all resentful. I was just saddened. This shouldn't be happening, I kept saying. It meant she just couldn't love me. She was right. No one had ever loved me in my life. Women were indeed very strange creatures. When I tried to draw a conclusion by gathering all my memories, I came to the conclusion that women could never truly love. When a woman is capable of loving, she does not love, but only fulfills unmet desires. She was sad, wanting to mend her broken self, lamenting lost opportunities, and all of this appeared to her under the guise of love. But then I quickly realized that I was being unfair to Maria by thinking that way. Despite everything, I couldn't possibly consider her that kind of creature. Then I saw how much she was suffering too. It was impossible for her to be so upset simply out of pity for me. She too was grieving over something she was searching for and couldn't find. But what was it? What was missing in me, or rather, in our relationship? It is painful to realize that when we think a woman has given us everything, she has in reality given us nothing. To be forced to accept that when we think she is closest to us, she is as distant as if she were beyond all distance. This shouldn't have happened. But, as Maria said, there was nothing I could do, especially not me. What right did she have to do this to me? For years, I had lived a haphazard life, unaware of its emptiness, attributing it to the peculiarities of my nature, even when I avoided people, drifting aimlessly, but I had no idea what kind of life would satisfy me. I felt my loneliness and was sad, but I didn't expect to find a way out. That's how I was when Maria, or rather her portrait, appeared before me. She suddenly pulled me out of my silent and dark world, leading me to light and to true life. Now it was leaving as suddenly and without reason as it had come. But for me, there was no possibility of returning to my old sleep. As long as I lived, I would travel to all sorts of places, meet people whose languages I knew and didn't know, and search everywhere, in everyone, for her, for Maria Puder, the Madonna in the fur coat. I already knew I wouldn't find her,
but I couldn't stop searching. It condemned me to spend my whole life searching for an unknown, something that didn't exist. I shouldn't do this. The years ahead were unbearably difficult for me.
Zin seemed to be there. I couldn't find a reason to bear this burden. Just as my thoughts were running through my mind, it was as if a veil was lifted from my eyes. I remembered where I was. This lake was C. Wannsee. One day, while going to Potsdam with Maria Puder to visit the park of Frederick II's Sanssouci Palace, she had pointed to this place from the train window and told me that more than 100 years ago, under the trees where I was now standing, the unfortunate German poet Kleist and his lover had committed suicide together. What had brought me here? Why had I turned around so quickly when my eyes fell upon this direction as I wandered aimlessly? Why, even, had I deliberately chosen this direction as soon as I left home, as if by prior agreement? After parting ways with the being I trusted most in the world, and after listening to her words about how two people can only be close to a certain point, was I somehow answering her by coming to the place where these people, who went to their deaths together, had parted ways? Or was I simply trying to convince myself to remember that there could be loves in the world that didn't end halfway? I don't know. I can't even be sure if I thought these things at the time. But suddenly, the ground beneath my feet began to burn. I felt as if I could see the woman and the man lying side by side, each with a gunshot wound to their chests and heads. I thought I was stepping on their blood, which flowed and curved through the grass, merging into a small pool. Their blood, like their fate, was intertwined, and there they lay, a few steps away. They were still together. I started running back the way I came. From below, across the lake, laughter echoed. Couples holding each other by the waist strolled ceaselessly, as if on an endless journey. Music and footsteps echoed from the casino's door, which opened and closed every now and then. Those tired from skiing climbed the slope towards the casino, presumably hoping to get aroused with some grog and do some dancing. They were having fun. They were living, and I, inside my head and by withdrawing into my own soul, I understood that I was not above them, but below them. I felt that separating myself from the crowd, as I had until now, was not a distinction or an advantage, but a disability. These people lived the way one should live in the world, fulfilled their duties, and added something to life. What was I? What was my soul doing other than gnawing at me like a woodworm? These trees, the snow covering their branches and skirts, this wooden building, this gramophone, this lake and the layer of ice on it, and finally these various people, they were all busy doing the work life had given them. Every movement of theirs had a meaning not immediately apparent. I, on the other hand, was swaying like a cart wheel that had come loose from its axle and was rolling aimlessly, trying to derive privileges from my condition. I was undoubtedly the most useless man in the world. Life would lose nothing by losing me. No one expected anything from me, and I expected nothing from anyone. It was at this moment that the change that dominated the direction of my life began. From that moment on, I believed in my uselessness, my pointlessness. Occasionally, I felt as if I were returning to life, as if I were living. Even a few days after thinking these things, a completely new situation would take hold of me and distract me for a while. But in the deepest corner of my soul, this conviction that the world didn't need me always remained firmly established. None of my actions escaped its influence, and even today, after so many years have passed, I remember everything, especially the details of that moment that completely shattered my courage and distanced me entirely from my surroundings. I see that I was not mistaken in the judgments I made about myself then. I ran to the paved road and started walking towards Berlin. I hadn't eaten anything since last night, but I felt more nausea than hunger in my stomach. My legs weren't tired, but there was a tension spreading up my torso. This time I was walking slowly and lost in thought. My despair increased as I approached the city. The next day, I simply couldn't accept the possibility that my life would be spent apart from her. I found this idea far from serious, ridiculous, impossible. I could never bring myself to bow my head and beg. Such a thing was beyond my reach and wouldn't do any good.
I imagined things similar to the fantasies I had in my childhood, but crazier, more absurd, and more bloody. How wonderful it would be to call her on the phone at night, precisely when she was performing her act at the Atlantic, apologize for disturbing her, briefly say goodbye, and then shoot myself in the head at the microphone. When she heard this terrible sound, she would first stop for a while, not understanding what was happening. Then she would scream like a madwoman, "Raif, Raif," trying to get a response from me. Perhaps as I breathed my last on the ground, I would hear these sounds and die smiling. She would be frantically struggling, unaware where I was calling from, unable to call the police, and the next day, her hands trembling, she would leaf through the newspapers with her heart pounding with remorse and despair as she read the details of this unsolved tragedy. She would understand that she would never forget me for the rest of her life, that I had bound myself to her memory with blood. I was approaching the city. I passed under and over the same bridges again. It was getting dark. I didn't know where I was going. I entered a small park and sat down. My eyes were burning. I leaned my head back and looked at the sky. The snow was freezing my feet. Despite this, I sat there for hours. A strange numbness spread through my body. To freeze here and be quietly buried somewhere the next day. What would Maria do if she found out about this by chance days later? What would her face look like? How much would she regret everything she had done? My thoughts kept revolving around her. I got up and set off again. I still had hours to walk to reach the middle of the city. On the way, I started muttering to myself. I kept addressing her. Just like in the early days of our encounter, 1,000 beautiful, attractive, deceptive ideas flooded my mind. There was no way these words wouldn't affect her, wouldn't change her mind. With tears in my eyes and a trembling voice, I spoke to her about the closeness between us, about two people loving each other.
I was explaining to her how impossible it was for us to separate for such meaningless reasons in this world, where finding love is so difficult. My sudden outburst of emotion from someone as calm and accepting as I am initially seemed strange to her, but then she slowly took my hands, smiled, and said, "You're right." Yes, I needed to see her and tell her all of this. She had to change the terrible decision I'd so easily accepted that morning. She was going to change. Perhaps she was even surprised or offended by my leaving her house almost without objection. I had to see her immediately, this very evening. I wandered around until 11 o'clock, and at night, pacing up and down the Atlantic, I waited for her, but she didn't come. Finally, I asked the man in the gold-embroidered uniform standing at the door. "I don't know, she didn't come tonight," he said. Then I guessed her illness had worsened. I ran to her house. There was no light in her window. She was probably asleep. Thinking it wouldn't be right to disturb her, I returned to the boarding house. For 3 days in a row, I waited for her on the road in the same way, then went to her door, looked at her dark windows, and returned, not daring to do anything. Every day I sat in my room, trying to read a book. I turned the pages without noticing a single letter. Sometimes, determined to pay attention, I started from the beginning, that after a few lines I found my mind wandering elsewhere again. During the day, I accepted events as they were, understanding that her decisions were final and that I could do nothing but wait for some time to pass. But with the night, my imagination began to function, making me think impossible things like a feverish patient. Finally, contrary to my decisions throughout the day, I would rush out of the house late at night, wandering along the routes she would take and around her house. I was now too embarrassed to ask the doorman, so I contented myself with watching from a distance. 5 days passed like this. Every night I saw her in my dreams, closer than before. On the 5th day, realizing she hadn't gone to work again, I called the Atlantic from a casino and asked about Maria Puder. They said she hadn't been coming for a few days because of something. So she really was that ill. Was I doubting it? Why did I wait for such confirmation before believing in her illness? She wasn't going to change her work hours or instruct the doormen to get rid of me just to avoid me, was she? Determined to wake her up even if she was asleep, I headed towards her house. The boundaries of our relationship were broad enough to give me the right to do this despite everything. It wouldn't be right to attach so much importance to a scene from the morning after a night of drunkenness.
I climbed the stairs breathlessly, and not wanting to hesitate and give up, immediately reached for the doorbell, rang it briefly, and waited. There was no movement inside. Then I rang it several more times, for a longer duration. The footsteps I expected didn't come. Only the door of the house opposite creaked open, and a sleepy maid asked, "What do you want?" "The one who lives here." After looking at me carefully, she said curtly, "There's no one there." My heart skipped a beat. Did she move somewhere else? My anxiety and excitement seemed to have softened the other person a little, and she nodded in reply. No, her mother hasn't arrived from Prague yet. She herself fell ill, and since she had no one to look after her, the doctor at the health insurance fund had her admitted to the hospital. I ran towards the girl who had said these things. What is her illness? Is it serious? Which hospital did they take her to? When? Startled by my barrage of questions, the maid stepped back and said, "Don't shout, you'll wake everyone up. They took her away 2 days ago. I think they took her to Charité." "What's her illness?" "I don't know." Without even thanking the maid who was staring at me in astonishment, I jumped down the stairs 4 at a time. I learned from the first person I encountered where this hospital, which they call Charité, is located. I went there without knowing the purpose. The huge stone building, hundreds of meters long, sent a shiver down my spine. But without hesitation, I went to the main door and led the doorman out of his room. The doorman, who had shown perhaps a little more politeness than deserved to the visitor who arrived after midnight and disturbed him in this terrible cold, had no information to give me. He had no knowledge of such a woman's arrival, her illness, or where she was admitted. To each of my questions, he would try to smile despite his annoyance and reply, "Come back tomorrow at night and you'll find out." I fully understood how much I loved Maria Puder and how madly devoted I was to her on this night when I wandered around the high stone walls until dawn, thinking only of her. I looked at the windows, many of which cast a faint yellow light, trying to guess which one she was in. I felt an irresistible urge to be by her side, to serve her, to wipe the sweat from her brow with my own hands. Tonight I understood that sometimes a person can be bound to another by ties far stronger than those that bind them to life itself. Tonight I also understood that after losing her, I can only roll and drift through the world like an empty nutshell. The wind was whipping the snow from one wall to another, filling my eyes with it. There was nobody in the streets. Occasionally, a white car would drive into Sebahattin and drive out again a short while later. A policeman passed by me a second time, staring intently, and on the third, he asked why I was wandering around. When I told him I had a patient inside, he advised me to go and rest and come back tomorrow. But in subsequent encounters, he passed by me with a pitying silence. As dawn broke, the streets gradually came alive. A little later, the number of white cars entering and exiting the hospital's numerous gates increased. At exactly 9 o'clock, although it wasn't visiting day, permission was granted by the on-duty doctor to see the patient.
I received the refund. I guess the miserable expression on my face was the reason for this exception being made for me. Maria Puder was in a single room. The nurse who accompanied me told me not to stay inside too long, saying it wasn't good for the patient to get tired. The illness was pleurisy, but the doctor didn't think it was very dangerous. When Maria turned her head and saw me, she immediately smiled, but her face suddenly changed, and she became anxious. As soon as the nurse left the room and left us alone, she asked, "What's wrong, Raif?" Her voice hadn't changed at all. Only the paleness of her face had turned yellowish. I leaned closer and said, "What happened to you? See? It's nothing. It'll pass, I guess. But you look quite exhausted." "I found out you were sick tonight from the Atlantic. I went home and the maid from the apartment across the hall said they brought you here. They wouldn't let me in at night, so I waited until morning." "Where?" "Here, around the hospital." Her eyes scanned me. She was very serious. She made a gesture as if she was about to say something, then changed her mind. The nurse opened the door a little. I said goodbye to the patient. She nodded but didn't smile. Maria Puder stayed in the hospital for 25 days. Perhaps they would have kept her longer, but she told the doctors she was bored there and that she would take good care of herself at home. With lengthy advice and stacks of prescriptions, she left the hospital on a snowy day and went home. I don't really remember what I did during those 25 days. I think I did nothing except go and see her, stand by her bedside, and watch her sweating face, her eyes occasionally rolling back, and her chest as she breathed with great difficulty. I didn't even live, because if I had, I would have at least a tiny memory of those days. Only when I was with her did a terrible fear, the fear of losing her, grip me. Her fingers sticking out from under the edge of the bed, her feet raising the edge of the covers, even they were already lifeless. Even her face, her lips, her smiles seemed to be waiting for a small opportunity, a moment to undergo this terrible change. What would I do then? Yes, maintaining my composure, I would attend to her final affairs, choose the location of her grave, console her mother, who would have returned from Prague by then, and finally, with a few others, I would lower her into the pit. I would leave with everyone, and after a while, I would secretly go to the grave and be alone with her, and that's when everything would begin. It was from that moment that I would truly lose her. What would I do then? Up to this point, I had considered everything in detail, but I could never imagine what would happen next. Yes, after I had laid her in the ground, and those at her grave had dispersed, leaving me alone with her, what could I do? Since all matters concerning her would be finished at that moment, nothing could be more ridiculous, more pointless, than my existence on earth. My whole soul was in a terrible state of emptiness. After she began to recover, one day she said to me, "Talk to the doctors, tell them to take me out." Then, as if saying something ordinary, she murmured, "You can take better care of me." Without answering, I rushed out. The specialist wanted her to stay a few more days. We agreed. Finally, on the 25th day, I wrapped her in her fur coat, took her arm, and led her down the stairs. I brought her home in a taxi, and the driver helped me upstairs, holding her arm. Even so, she was exhausted when I undressed her and put her to bed. From that moment on, I was truly the only one who looked after her. An elderly woman would come until midday to clean the house, light the large tiled stove, and cook a dish of food for the sick. Despite all my insistence, Maria refused to have her mother called. She would write letters handing over the news, saying, "I'm fine, you take care of yourself and spend the winter there." If she comes, she won't help me because she's the one who needs help. You'll upset yourself for nothing, and you'll upset me too. Then, with that same dismissive tone, she muttered, "Look, you're looking after me. Or are you tired? Fed up?" But she wasn't smiling or joking when she said this. In fact, she had hardly smiled since her illness. Only the first day I saw her in the hospital did she greet me with a smile. After that, she maintained a stubborn seriousness. Whether she requested something, thanked me, or discussed any matter, she was always serious and thoughtful. I would stay by her bedside until late at night and come home early in the morning. Later, I started sleeping in the same room with her, bringing a large sofa and her mother's bed covers from other rooms. The incident between us on New Year's morning, or rather, it wasn't even appropriate to call it an incident, that short conversation, wasn't mentioned in a single word. Everything became considered so natural that there was no need to talk about it. We both avoided even the slightest hint of faith in these matters, but it was certain that she was thinking something. While she busied herself with various tasks in the room, while I read out loud to her, I felt her eyes constantly following me, resting tirelessly on me. She seemed to be searching for something in me. One day in the evening, under the light of her lamp, I was reading her a long story by Jacob Wasserman, The Unkissed Mouth. It spoke of a teacher who had never been loved by anyone in his life, and who, though he never admitted it to himself, had grown old waiting for love, for human affection. The poor man's spiritual solitude, his hopes that arose only within himself and quickly died again unnoticed by anyone, were depicted with masterful skill. After the story ended, Maria remained silent for a long time, her eyes closed. Then she turned to me and said in an indifferent voice, "You haven't told me what you did during the days we didn't see each other after New Year's."
"I didn't do anything," I replied. "Really? I don't know." There was silence again. It was the first time she had touched upon the subject, but I wasn't surprised. In fact, I realized I had been waiting for this question for a long time. But instead of answering, I fed her her meal.
Then I tucked her in nicely, sat down beside her again, and said, "Shall I read you something?" "As you wish." After dinner, I had made it a habit to put her to sleep by reading things that were as boring as possible. I hesitated for a moment. "If you like, I can tell you what I did in the 5 days after New Year's. You'll fall asleep faster," I said. She didn't laugh at this joke. She didn't answer either. She only nodded her head as if to say, "Tell me." Slowly, pausing occasionally to gather my memory, I began. I recounted how I left the house, where I went, what I saw and thought in Wannsee, how I wandered at night along the road she would take and then around her house, and finally, on the last evening, how I rushed to the hospital when I heard she was there, and waited outside until morning. My voice was very calm. I was almost as unemotional as if I were narrating someone else's story. I focused on the details, trying to recall and analyze my thoughts one by one, pouring them out. She didn't move at all. She had her eyes closed. She was so motionless that it seemed as if she were asleep. Nevertheless, I continued. It was as if I were repeating all this to myself. I was expressing some feelings, the nature of which I myself did not yet understand, discussing them and moving on to other things without reaching a conclusion. Only once, when I was telling her about the time I wanted to say goodbye over the phone, she opened her eyes, looked at my face carefully, and then closed them again. Not a single line on her face changed. I was hiding nothing, and I saw no need to, because I had no ulterior motive. The events I was experiencing felt foreign to me, like memories from many years ago. A distance had formed between me and them. Therefore, in my judgments about myself and about her, I was almost merciless, devoid of any hidden thoughts or calculations. None of the countless deceptive sentences that rushed into my head during the nights I waited for her on the roads came to mind, and I ignored them. I wasn't looking for anything. I had no other interest than a simple need to tell a story. I valued events not in terms of their relation to me, but in terms of their own importance, and she, without making the slightest movement, listened to me with her full attention. I felt it very well. While I was watching her at her bedside in the hospital, describing what I was thinking, how I was imagining her as dead, she blinked a few times. That's all. After I finished speaking, I fell silent. She fell silent too. We remained like that for perhaps 10 minutes. Finally, she turned her head towards me, opened her eyes, and for the first time in a long time, smiled faintly, or so I thought, and said in a very calm voice, "Shall we not go to sleep now?" I got up, I straightened my bed, I undressed and switched off the light, but I couldn't sleep until late. I knew she was awake too, because I couldn't hear her breathing. Although my eyes were slowly growing heavy, I waited for that regular, gentle rustling of breath that I had grown too accustomed to hearing every evening. I was struggling to stay awake and kept moving. Despite this, I was the first one to drift off. I opened my eyes early in the morning. The room was still dark. Only a faint light filtered through the curtains. I couldn't find the sound I was waiting for, her breathing. There was an eerie silence in the room. We both seemed to be waiting with all the tension in our souls. Many things were building up inside both of us. I could feel it almost physically. At the same time, I was consumed with intense curiosity. When did she wake, or did she not sleep at all? Despite our motionless state, the room was filled with an atmosphere emanating from our thoughts swirling around each other. I slowly raised my head, my eyes adjusting to the darkness, and noticed Maria leaning against a pillow looking at me. "Good morning," I said, and went outside to wash my face. When I entered the room again, the sick woman was in the same state. I opened the curtains, I took down the night lamp, I straightened the couch on which I was lying, I opened the door for the maid, and helped Maria drink her milk. I did all this almost without speaking, Every day I would wake up the same way, do the same chores, go to the soap factory until noon, and in the evening I would spend the evening reading her the newspaper or a book, talking about what I had seen and heard outside. Was it supposed to be this way or not? I didn't know. Everything had taken this course on its own, and I was simply submitting. I had no desires within me. I didn't think about the past or the future, only about the moments I was living. My soul was as calm as a sea without wind or wrinkles. After shaving and getting dressed, I asked Maria permission to leave. "Where are you going?" she asked. I was astonished. "Don't you know?" I said. "To the factory." "Can't you not go today?" "Okay, but why?" "I don't know. I just want you to stay with me all day." I dismissed it as a quirk of illness, but I didn't respond. I began flipping through the morning newspapers the maid had left by the bedside. There was a strange unease, almost a restlessness in Maria. I put the newspapers aside, went and sat beside her again and said, "How are you today?" "I'm fine. I'm very well." Even though she made no movement, I understood that she didn't want me to remove my hand from her face. I could feel my fingers pressed against her cheeks and forehead. It was as if all her willpower was concentrated in her skin. Trying to sound as nonchalant as possible, I said, "So you're doing very well, but why didn't you sleep at all last night?"
She was momentarily taken aback. A flush spread from her neck to her cheeks. It was clear she was struggling to avoid answering my question. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, leaned her head back as if feeling a great weakness, and said in a barely audible voice, "Oh, Raif." "What's wrong?" She composed herself a little. Breathing heavily, she said, "Nothing. I don't want you to leave my side today. Do you know why? Because I think that as soon as you leave, the things you told me last night will flood my mind and won't leave me alone for a single minute." "If I knew, I wouldn't have told you," I said. Shaking her head, she replied, "No, I don't mean that. I'm not saying this for myself. I can't trust you anymore. I'm afraid of leaving you alone. Yes, I hardly slept at all last night. I was thinking about you all the time. I saw everything you did after you left me, how you moved around the hospital in all the details, even the parts you didn't tell me. I can't leave you alone anymore. I'm scared, not just for today. I'll never let you out of my sight again." Tiny beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. I gently wiped them away. At that moment, I felt a warm dampness in my palm. I looked at her face in astonishment. She was smiling, a clear, pure smile for the first time in a long time, yet tears were trickling down her cheeks. I grasped her head with both hands and rested it on my arm. Now she smiled more freely, more easily, but her tears had increased proportionally. She made no sound. Her chest didn't tremble with any sobs. I couldn't have imagined that one could cry so peacefully, so calmly. I held her hands, which lay like little white birds on the white bedspread, and began to play with them. I curled her fingers, then opened them again and clenched her hand into a fist, squeezing it in my palm. The palm of her hand had fine lines, like the veins of a leaf. I gently placed her head on the pillow. "You'll get tired," I said. Her eyes lit up. "No, no," she said, clinging to my arm. Then, as if muttering to herself, she said, "Now I know what's missing between us. This missing piece isn't yours, it's mine. I lacked belief. Because I couldn't believe you loved me so much, I thought I wasn't in love with you. I understand that now. So it seems people have taken away my ability to believe. But now I believe. You made me believe. I love you. Not madly, but quite rationally. I want you. I have a tremendous desire within me. If only I were well. When will I be well, I wonder?" I didn't answer. I gently wiped away her tears by touching the corners of her eyes with my face. From then on, I never left her side until she recovered and got back on her feet. When I had to leave her alone for an hour or two to get food or fruit, or to go to the boarding house to change my clothes, the time seemed terribly long to me. When I took her arm and sat her down on a sofa or put a thin cardigan on her back, I felt the boundless happiness of having devoted my life to another human being. We would sit opposite each other by the window for hours, watching the outside world without speaking, only occasionally looking at each other and smiling. Her illness and my happiness had made her childlike. After a few weeks, she grew a little stronger. On fine days, we started going out together and walking for about half an hour. Before going out, I would carefully prepare her, even putting on her socks for her because she would cough when she bent down. Then I would put her fur coat on her back and slowly lead her down the stairs. And we would rest for a while on a sofa about 150 meters from the house. From there, we would go to the edge of one of the ponds in Tiergarten and watch the mossy waters and the swans. And one day, it all ended. It ended so simply, so definitively, that at first it was impossible for me to grasp the magnitude of it. It didn't happen. I was just a little surprised, quite upset, but I never thought this event would have such an irreversible impact on my life. Lately, I had been hesitant to go to the boarding house. Although I had paid for my room in advance, my inactivity had made the landlords somewhat cold with me. One day, Frau Heppner said, "If you've moved somewhere else, let us know so we can report it to the police. Otherwise, they'll hold us responsible." I tried to brush it off with a joke. "Is it possible for me to leave you?" I asked, and went into my room. This room where I had lived for over a year, with my belongings, many of which I had brought from Turkey, and books scattered here and there, seemed completely foreign to me. I opened my suitcases, took out some things I needed, and wrapped them in a newspaper. At that moment, the maid came in and said, "You have a telegram that's been waiting for 3 days," and handed me a folded piece of paper. At first, I understood nothing. I couldn't bring myself to take the telegram from the maid's hand. No, this paper couldn't possibly have anything to do with me. I hoped that by not learning what was inside, I could ward off a disaster that was looming around me. The maid stared at me in astonishment, and seeing that I made no move, she left the telegram on the table and went away. I jumped up, to this time eager for whatever was going to happen quickly, and opened the telegram immediately. It was from my brother-in-law. It said, "Your father died. I've telegrammed you about the travel expenses. Come immediately." That was all. 4 or 5 simple words, perfectly clear in meaning. Nevertheless, I stared at the paper in my hand for a long time. I read each word carefully several times. Then I got up, tucked the package I had prepared earlier under my arm, and went outside. What had happened? I saw that nothing around me had changed. Everything was just as it had been when I had arrived a moment ago. There was no difference in me or the things surrounding me. Maria was probably waiting for me at the window. Nevertheless, it was now half an hour before I could go home.
Perhaps it wasn't me. Thousands of kilometers away, a person had suddenly ceased to exist. Even though this had happened days, perhaps weeks ago, neither I nor Maria had sensed anything. The days were all the same, but suddenly, a piece of paper the size of my palm turned everything upside down, taking me away from this world and reminding me that I belonged not here, but to the distant places from where the telegram arrived. Here, I was beginning to understand perfectly well how mistaken I had been in believing the life that had surrounded me for the past few months to be real, and in placing my hopes in its continuation. At the same time, I was still struggling to deny this reality. It shouldn't be this way. Being born somewhere and being the son of some man wasn't so important. What truly mattered was achieving this rare happiness in a world where finding each other is so difficult.
Everything else was just details. These things needed to correct themselves spontaneously, aligning with the main point, the truth that we had found each other. But I knew perfectly well that it wouldn't be like that. I saw that our lives were the playthings of a number of insignificant details, because life itself consisted of details. Our logic and the logic of life never coincided. A woman could look out of a train window, a piece of coal could get into her eye, she could rub it without giving it much thought, and this tiny incident could blind one of the most beautiful eyes in the world. Or a tile, dislodged by a light breeze, could shatter a head that was the envy of the time. Just as it didn't occur to us to consider whether the eye or the piece of coal, the tile or the head was more important, and just as we were forced to accept all these things without any deliberation, we were also forced to endure many other vicissitudes of life with the same resignation. Was it really like that? It was true that there were unavoidable events in the world, and we couldn't understand their causes and logic, but there were also some illogicalities and irregularities that, while supposedly modeled after nature, could very well have been avoided. For example, sending me to Havran. What were the things that bound me there? A few olive groves, a couple of soap factories, a few relatives I never bothered to get to know. Yet I was bound there with my whole life, with every living part of myself. So why couldn't I stay here? Quite simply, in Havran, things would fall apart. My brother-in-laws wouldn't send me money, and I would just flounder here, incapable of doing anything. Besides, there were many other things. Passports, embassies, residence permits. It was impossible to understand how necessary these were for human lives, but they were certainly important enough to give direction to my life. When I explained the matter to Maria Puder, she was silent for a while. There was a strange smile on her face. She looked down as if to say, "Didn't I tell you?" I thought I would look ridiculous if I poured out everything that was going through my mind, so I was trying with tremendous effort to maintain my composure. Only a few times did I say, "What can I do? What can I do?" "What will you do?" "Of course, you'll leave." "I'll leave for a while too. After all, I won't be able to work for much longer. I'll stay in Prague with my mother. The countryside life there is probably good for my health. I'll spend the spring there." I found it a little strange that she was talking about her own projects while ignoring me. She kept glancing at me furtively from time to time. "When are you leaving?" she asked. "I don't know. I should leave once I get the fare." "Really?" My surprise amused her. "You're always a child, Raif," she said. "It's childish to get anxious and excited about things that can't be prevented. Besides, we still have time. We can think about and decide on many things." I went out again to take care of a few minor things and cut off some contact with the guest house. I was quite surprised to see Maria ready to travel in the late afternoon. "Why waste time?" she said. She was tied up for a moment. "I'll go first and leave you free to complete your travel preparations. Then, I don't know. I've decided to leave Berlin before you. I don't even know why." "As you wish." We didn't discuss anything else. We didn't even touch upon the things we intended to think about and decide upon, not even with a single word. The next day, she left on the evening train. We didn't go out at all that afternoon. We sat opposite each other, front of the window, and watched the outside. We wrote each other's addresses in our notebooks. To ensure her letters could reach me, I would send each letter in an envelope with my address written on it. This was because neither she could write in Arabic script, nor could the postal workers in Havran read Latin script. For about an hour, we talked about this and that, how long the winter had been this year, and how even though it was almost the end of February, the snow was still not gone. It was clear she wanted the time to pass quickly, whereas I, however absurd it might seem, wished that the time we spent together would stand still, never end. Nevertheless, the things we talked about were surprisingly pointless. every now and then we'd glance at each other and smile in bewilderment. When it was time to go to the station, we practically breathed a sigh of relief. After that, time passed incredibly quickly. After she had put her belongings away, she insisted on coming down to the platform with me instead of staying in the compartment. Those 20 minutes filled with the same meaningless smiles seemed as short as a second to me. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind, but rather than try to cram them into such a short time, I preferred to not say anything at all. Yet since yesterday, I could have said so much. Why were we separating so abruptly? Maria Puder seemed to have lost some of her composure in the last few minutes. I was pleased to notice this. It would have saddened me to see her leave completely unfazed. She kept holding and releasing my hand, muttering, "What a pointless thing. Why are you even going?" "You're the one leaving. I'm still here," I said. She seemed oblivious to what I'd said. She grabbed my arm. "Raif, I'm leaving now," she said. "Yes, I know."
The train's departure time had arrived. An officer was closing the carriage door. Maria Puder leaped onto the steps, then leaned towards me and said in a low but clear voice, "I am leaving now, but I will come whenever you call." At first, I didn't understand what she meant. She paused for a moment and then added, "I'll come wherever you call me." This time I understood. I lunged to embrace her, to kiss her. Maria had gone inside, and the train had silently moved on. I ran alongside the window where she had been for a while, then slowed down, waving my hand and shouting, "I'll call her! I'll definitely call her!" She nodded, smiling. Her face and gaze showed that she believed me. Inside me was the sadness of an unfinished conversation. Why hadn't we touched on this point since yesterday? Why had we talked about packing suitcases, the pleasures of the journey, and this winter, but hadn't even approached the things that truly belonged to us? But perhaps this was for the best. What was there to talk about at length? Wouldn't it all lead to the same conclusion anyway? Maria had found the best option. Absolutely. An offer and an acceptance. Short, undisputed, and without calculation. There couldn't have been a more beautiful parting. All the beautiful words I'd kept hidden in my head, regretting not being able to say them, seemed so inadequate and colorless compared to this. Now I was beginning to understand why she had left before me. Berlin would probably seem quite boring to her in the first few days after I left. Even I, who had been so busy with travel preparations, passports, tickets, and visas, felt strange walking through the streets we had walked together. But there was nothing to be sad about anymore. As soon as I returned to Turkey and got my affairs in order, I would call her. I was going to take her there. That's all. My great skill at daydreaming had immediately shown itself once again. I could see before my eyes the location of the beautiful mansion I would have built near Havran, and the hills and forests where I would take her for a walk. 4 days later, I returned to Turkey via Poland and Romania. This journey, and indeed many years that followed, have no particular significance worth writing about. I only began to reflect on the event that brought me back to Turkey after boarding the ship in Constanta. So, my father had died. I felt a great shame for realizing this so late. Although there was no reason for me to truly love my father, a sense of estrangement always remained between us, and if someone were to ask me, "Was your father a good man?" I wouldn't be able to answer, because I didn't know him well enough to form an opinion about his good or bad qualities. My father, as a human being, was almost non-existent for me. He was merely the human manifestation of an abstract concept they called father. The bald, round, gray-bearded man who entered the house silently in the evenings, frowning and not deeming either us or our mother worthy of address, and the man I saw at the cafe by the pool, laughing, drinking buttermilk, and cursing while playing backgammon, were, in my opinion, completely different. How I wished the latter had been my father. Yet, even in that state, when he saw me, his face would immediately become serious. "What are you doing wandering around here?" he would shout. go to the cafe, have a drink of sherbet, and then go back to the neighborhood and play there. Even after I grew up and completed my military service, his treatment of me hadn't changed. In fact, for some reason, the more I thought I was becoming wiser, the more I seemed to diminish in his eyes. This time, he looked at my personal opinions and views, which I frequently expressed, with a touch of disdain. Lately, his agreement to all my requests was a sign that he didn't value me enough to bother arguing with me. Despite all this, there was nothing in my mind that would tarnish his memory. I would feel his absence, not his emptiness. As we approached Havran, a growing sadness overwhelmed me. It was hard for me to imagine our house and the whole town without him. There's no need to go into detail about these things. In fact, I'd prefer not to mention the 10 years that followed, but for certain things to be understood, at least a few pages must be devoted to these days, the most meaningless period of my life. I wasn't welcomed at all in Havran. My brothers-in-law mocked me, my sisters were complete strangers, and my mother was even more miserable than before. Our house was closed, and my mother moved in with my eldest brother-in-law. Since she didn't offer me that, I started living alone in the huge house with one of the old housekeepers. When I wanted to take over my father's businesses, I learned that he had divided his inheritance before his death. I could never properly find out from my brothers-in-law what my share was. The 2 soap factories were never mentioned. It turned out that my father had sold them some time ago to one of my brothers-in-law. The proceeds from these sales, and even the cash and gold that my father was said to possess in abundance, were nowhere to be found. My mother was completely unaware of anything. I asked her several times, "How would I know, my son? Perhaps the deceased left without telling anyone where he was buried. Your brothers-in-law never left his side in his last days. Could he have imagined he was going to die? He obviously didn't tell them where he was buried. What should we do now? Maybe we should go to a medium. They know everything," she was saying. Indeed, after that, my mother visited every nanny and fortune teller in the Havran area. Following their advice, she dug up every nook and cranny in the olive groves and along every wall in the house. She spent the few gold coins she had left on this endeavor. My sisters also went with the nannies, but they weren't very keen on contributing to the expense. I was particularly aware that my brothers-in-law secretly chuckled at her seemingly endless search for buried treasure. Since the harvest season had passed, it was impossible for me to harvest anything from the olive groves. Some of these would be used for the harvest in the years to follow, generally. I earned a few pennies by selling my belongings. My intention was to get through this summer somehow, and then, as soon as the olive season began next autumn, to do everything in my power to improve my situation and bring Maria Puder here immediately. After I arrived in Turkey, we corresponded frequently. During those muddy spring and stifling summer days when I was preoccupied with all sorts of absurd things, her letters and the hours I spent writing to her offered me a little relief. About a month after I arrived, she returned to Berlin with her mother. I sent my letters to the Potsdam Square post office, and she would go and pick them up herself. Once, in the middle of summer, she wrote something strange. She said she had some very good news to share with me, but that she would only tell me when she arrived and in person. I wrote that I hoped to invite her in the autumn. After that, although I repeatedly asked her in many of my letters, she never wrote what this good news was. She always said, "Wait, you'll find out when I arrive." Yes, I waited, not just until autumn, but for 10 whole years, and I received this good news 10 years later. I only found out last night, but let's leave that aside for now and tell everything in order. All summer long, I roamed the olive groves in the mountains and hills, boots on my feet, and a horse beneath me. I was amazed to see that my father, for some reason, had left me the most barren, inaccessible, and stunted areas. In contrast, the olive groves in the plains, in fertile areas close to the town, where each tree yielded more than half a sack of produce, had been left to my sisters, that is, my brothers-in-law. I realized that most of the trees in the places I visited had begun to grow wild because they hadn't been pruned or cleared for years, and that in my father's time, no one had bothered to come to these mountaintops to harvest crops. It seemed that quite a few schemes had been hatched in my absence, taking advantage of my father's illness, my mother's wretchedness, and my sister's cowardice. But I hoped that I would set everything right by working tirelessly, and I drew new courage and enthusiasm from every letter I received from Maria. In early October, just as the olive harvest was heating up and I was thinking of calling her, the letters suddenly stopped. I had the house repaired, and amidst the contempt and astonishment bordering on insults of all the people of Havran, especially my relatives, I had ordered a bathtub from Istanbul, among many other household items, and I had tiles laid in the old bathroom and placed it there. Because I hadn't yet revealed the reason for this to anyone, everyone attributed my actions to snobbery, superficial imitation of Western customs, and pretentiousness. It was sheer madness, especially for a man like me who hadn't yet properly organized his affairs to spend the few pennies he'd earned through borrowing or selling produce on a mirrored wardrobe and bathroom. I secretly laughed at these accusations. They couldn't possibly understand me, and I was never obliged to explain. But when 15 or 20 days passed and Maria didn't reply, I became terribly anxious. My mind, prone to suspicion and anxiety, began to torment me with all sorts of possibilities. When I received no reply to the letters I wrote repeatedly, I completely lost hope. The gaps between her last letters had widened considerably, and the pages seemed to fill with less and less effort. I laid all her letters before me and read them one by one. In the letters written in recent months, there was a certain bewilderment, something wanting to be hidden, and evasive, secretive expressions that didn't suit the usual open Maria. I even wondered if she wanted me to call her immediately or if she was afraid of me calling and worried about having to break her promise. I was now extracting meanings from every line, every unfinished statement, every joke, and I was going crazy. Everything I wrote was in vain, and all my fears turned out to be true. I never heard from Maria Puder again, nor did I ever hear her name, until just yesterday. But we haven't gotten there yet. Then, the last letters I sent came back with the note, "Returned to sender because not received from the post office." That's when I lost all hope. Even today, I'm surprised at how much I changed in those few days. I realized that something that gave me the ability to move, see, hear, feel, think, in short, to live, had been pulled out of me. I had become a husk. This time, it wasn't like the days following New Year's Eve. I had never been so hopeless then. The awareness of being close to her, the thought of going and talking to her and persuading her, had never left me. But now I was utterly helpless. This enormous distance between us tied my hands. I shut myself in the house, wandering from room to room, rereading her letters and my returned letters, focusing on points I had missed before, and laughing bitterly. My interest in my work, even in myself in general, had suddenly diminished, almost to the point of disappearing. I left the tasks of shaking the olives, harvesting them, and taking them to the factory to extract the oil to others. Sometimes, even when I put on my boots and went out into the countryside, I preferred to wander in places where I wouldn't see a single human face, come home at midnight, lie on the mattress, and after a few hours of sleep, wake up the next morning with a painful feeling, wondering, why am I still alive? The empty, aimless, purposeless days before I met Maria Puder had begun again, but in a far more agonizing way. There was one difference. The ignorance that had led me to believe that life was nothing more than this was now replaced by the anguish of having learned that life could be lived differently. I was no longer aware of my surroundings. I felt incapable of finding pleasure in anything. For a short while, that woman rescued me from my usual helpless, miserable state, showed me that I was a man, or rather a human being, that I too had aspects within me capable of living, capable of the world not being as meaningless as it was thought to be.
She had taught me that I knew, but as soon as I lost contact with her, as soon as I freed myself from her influence, I reverted to my old self. Now I understood how much I needed her. I wasn't someone who could walk alone in life. I always needed support like hers. It wouldn't be possible for me to live without these things, yet I lived. But the result is clear. If it can be called living, then I lived. I never heard from Maria again. The landlady of the boarding house in Berlin replied that Frau von Tiedemann no longer lived with them, and therefore she could not give me the information I requested. Who else could I ask? She had written that they had moved into a new house when they returned from Prague with her mother, but I didn't know the address. I was surprised at how few people I had met during the nearly 2 years I spent in Germany. I had never been anywhere else besides Berlin. I knew the city pretty well, down to its dead-end streets. I had visited countless museums, art galleries, botanical gardens, zoos, forests, and lakes. Yet, out of the millions of people living in this city, I had only spoken to a few, and truly known only one. Perhaps that would have been enough. Surely one person would suffice for another. But what if even that wasn't there? What could be done when everything turned out to be an illusion, a deceptive dream, a complete delusion? This time, I had lost the ability to believe and hope. Such distrust and bitterness towards people had arisen within me that I sometimes even feared it myself. Whoever it was, I considered everyone I came into contact with an enemy, or at least a harmful creature. As the years passed, this feeling, instead of weakening, intensified. My suspicion towards people reached the level of hatred. I avoided those who tried to approach me. I feared most those I considered, or thought I would consider, closest to me. Even she did this, I would say. What she had done was unknown, and precisely because of this, my imagination dwelt on the worst possibilities and passed the harshest judgments. Indeed, a moment of separation. However, the easiest way to break a promise made in the heat of a simple whim was to end the relationship without any discussion. Letters weren't received from the post office. They weren't answered. Things that were thought to exist suddenly vanished. Who knows what new adventure, what closer and more reasonable happiness was now opening its arms to her? To abandon all this, to embark on an unknown life, an adventure whose destination was uncertain, clinging to a promise made to appease a naive child, was not something her always sound mind could accept. But why, despite all my careful consideration, could I never adapt myself to circumstances? Why was I so hesitant to embark on every new path in life? And why did I greet every approaching person with apprehension, as if they were coming to harm me? Sometimes I would forget myself for a while, finding aspects of myself in someone, but that terrible judgment firmly entrenched in my mind would immediately reappear, calling me back to reality. Remember, remember, remember that she was closer to you, yet she did this. If I saw someone approach me even a step and felt a glimmer of hope, I would immediately compose myself. No, she was closer to me. There was no distance left between us. But this is the end, I would say. Disbelief, inability to believe. I felt how terrible this was every day, every moment. All my attempts to escape this feeling were in vain. I got married. From that very day, I realized that my wife was further from me than anyone else. I had children. I loved them, but knowing they could never give me what I had lost in life. My work never interested me. I worked like a machine without knowing what I was doing. I was knowingly deceived, and in a way, I even enjoyed it. I was made a fool by my brothers-in-law, and I didn't care. My debts, the interest on my debts, and the wedding expenses took away the little property I had left. The olive groves were worthless. Those with money were used to buying abandoned property for next to nothing. A tree root that could yield 7 or 8 liras worth of produce a year was sold for half a lira. My unfortunate surroundings had made me completely indifferent. I couldn't find customers. My brothers-in-law, solely to rescue me from my predicament and prevent the family fortune from being squandered, paid off my debts and bought my olive groves. I was left with nothing but a dilapidated 14-room house and a few belongings. My wife's father was still alive and worked as a civil servant in Balıkesir. Through his mediation, I became an employee in a company in the provincial capital. I stayed there for years. As the family burden increased, my interest in life diminished, and the zeal I needed completely vanished. My wife's father died, and my sister-in-law and brothers-in-law were left in my care. The 40 lira I received was insufficient to support them all. A distant relative of my wife's arranged for me to work at the bank in Ankara that I now work at. She hoped that, despite my timidity, I would advance quickly because I knew foreign languages. Things didn't turn out as she expected. Wherever I was, my presence or absence made no difference to those around me. Many opportunities arose everywhere, and many people gave me brief glimmers of hope, offering me the opportunity to express the love I knew I possessed in abundance, to begin living again. But I couldn't shake off that doubt. I had only ever believed in one person in the world. I had believed him so much that being deceived had left me without the capacity to believe anymore. I wasn't angry with him. I felt it was impossible for me to be angry, to resent him, or to think negatively about him. But I had been hurt. This hurt I felt towards the person I trusted most in life had spread to all people, as it were, because she was the embodiment of all humanity for me. Then, seeing how I was still attached to her even after all these years, I felt an even greater indignation in my soul. She must have forgotten me long ago. Who knows who she was living with now, who she was spending time with? In the evenings, while listening to the noise of the children in the house, the sound of my wife's slippers, the washing of dishes in the kitchen, the clinking of plates, and the quarrels of my sister-in-law and brothers-in-law, I would close my eyes and imagine where Maria was at that moment. Perhaps she was again with a like-minded person, admiring the red-leaved trees of the botanical garden, or in a dimly lit exhibition, under the light of the setting sun shining through the windows, gazing at the immortal works of master brushes. One evening, on her way home, she stopped at the neighborhood grocer.
I had stopped by and bought a few things. Just as I was about to leave, the radio of the bachelor who rented a room in the house opposite started playing Weber's overture to the opera Oberon. I almost dropped the packages I was carrying. This was one of the few operas Maria and I had gone to together, and I knew she had a special fondness for Weber. She would always whistle his overture on the way. I felt a fresh longing for her, as if we had parted only yesterday. The pain of losing one's most precious possessions, wealth, and all kinds of worldly happiness fades with time. Only missed opportunities are never forgotten and sting the heart every time they are remembered. This is probably because of the thought, it could have been different. Otherwise, people are always ready to accept what they consider fate. I received little attention from my wife, my children, or the household in general, yet I knew I had no right to expect it. The feeling of uselessness I had first experienced on that strange New Year's Day in Berlin had completely taken root within me. What need did I have for these people? Could they tolerate me for a few pennies for bread? People needed each other's love and attention, not their material help and money. Without that, the true meaning of having a family was feeding a bunch of strangers. I longed for this to end as soon as possible, for the moment when they would no longer need me in any way. Gradually, my whole life became a form of yearning for that day, which was still so far away. I was like a prisoner waiting for the day to pass. The days only had value insofar as they brought me closer to this fate. Like a plant, I lived on, without complaint, without consciousness, without will. Slowly, my feelings became numb. I was not saddened by anything, nor did I rejoice in anything. It was impossible for me not to be angry with people, because the most precious, the best, the dearest person to me had done me the greatest harm. What else could I expect from others? It was also impossible for me to love people and approach them again, because I had been deceived by the person I trusted and believed in the most. Could I trust anyone else? So I suppose years will pass, and the day I've been waiting for will come, and it would all end. I wanted nothing else. Life had played a cruel trick on me. Well, there it was. I wasn't blaming myself or others. I was accepting things as they were and silently enduring it. But there was no need for this to continue. One day, that is, yesterday, Saturday, I came home at midday and undressed. My wife said I needed some things. "The shops will be closed tomorrow. You'll have to go to the market again," she said. Reluctantly, I got dressed. I walked to the market. It was quite hot. There were many aimless wanderers and those seeking a bit of evening coolness in the dusty air. After finishing my shopping, I tucked the packages under my arm and walked towards the statue. I wanted to return home not through the usual winding streets, but by taking a slight detour on the paved road. A huge clock swinging from one of the shops showed 6 o'clock. Suddenly, I felt someone grab my arm. A woman's voice, almost shouting, was right in my ear. "Herr Raif!" I almost jumped up in fear and ran away. The woman held me tightly and shouted, "No, I'm not mistaken. You really are Herr Raif. Oh, how much a person can change!" And passers-by were staring at us. I slowly raised my head. Before seeing her face, I recognized her from her imposing physique. Her voice hadn't changed either. "Ah, Frau van Tiedemann. Who would have thought to see you in Ankara?" I said. "No, not Frau van Tiedemann, just Frau Dopke. I sacrificed a van for a husband, but I'm not doing much harm." "Congratulations. That means—" Yes, just as you guessed. We left the guest house shortly after you returned. Together, of course. We went to Prague. My heart ached the moment Prague was mentioned. I've been thinking about it all along. This time, I couldn't restrain myself from asking what I didn't want to hear. But what would I ask? She didn't know about my relationship with Maria. What meaning would she give to my question? Wouldn't she ask where I knew her from? And then what she would say? Wouldn't it be better not to know any of this? What good would it do to know after all these years? 10 years, maybe even a little more. I realized we were still standing in the middle of the street and said, "Let's go sit somewhere. We have things to ask each other. I'm still amazed to see you in Ankara." "Yes, it would be great if we could sit somewhere, but our train is almost here. Less than an hour left. We shouldn't miss it. If I had known you were in Ankara, I would have definitely called. We arrived last night. We're leaving this night." Only now did I notice that the woman was accompanied by a quiet, pale-faced girl of about 8 or 9 years old. I laughed. "Is she your daughter?" I asked. "No," she said. "She's my relative. My son is finishing law school." "Do you still recommend books to him?" She couldn't remember for a moment, then laughed and said, "Yes, you're right, but he doesn't listen to my advice anymore. He was so young then, around 12 years old. Oh my God, how quickly the years pass." "Yes, but you haven't changed at all." "You too." I remembered she'd been more friendly a moment ago, so I didn't say anything. We were walking downhill. I couldn't figure out how to begin asking about Maria Puder. I kept circling around unnecessary topics that didn't interest me. "You haven't told us why you came to Ankara yet." "Ah, yes, let me explain. We didn't come to Ankara, we were passing through Ankara. We stopped by on our way." She agreed to sit for 5 minutes at a lemonade stand and continued her story there. "My husband is in Baghdad now, you know. He's a colonial trader."
But Baghdad isn't a German colony, is it? I know, darling, but my husband specializes in warm climate produce. He's in the date business in Baghdad. Was he also involved in the date trade in Cameroon? The woman looked at me as if to say, "You're quite rude." I don't know. Write him a letter and ask him. He doesn't involve women in business. Where are you going now? to Berlin, both to visit my hometown and, she pointed to the pale-faced child sitting beside her, and also for this child. She spent the winter with us because she was a little frail. Now I'm taking her back again. So you travel to Berlin frequently? Twice a year. Herr Dupke's business seems to be doing well. She laughed and smirked. I still couldn't bring myself to ask. I realized by then that this hesitation stemmed not from not knowing how to ask, but from fear of what I might learn. But wasn't everything the same for me? I felt no life in my heart. Why was I afraid? Maria might have found another Herr Dupke for herself. Perhaps she was still single, running from man to man, searching for a man to believe. She must have even forgotten the features of my face. When I thought about it, I couldn't remember her face either, and for the first time in 10 years, I realized that neither of us had a picture together. I was astonished. How could we not have thought of this when we parted? Let's say we had anticipated meeting again soon and trusted in the strength of our memories, but what about the fact that I only realized this now? Hadn't I felt the need to bring her face to mind? In the first few months, I had memorized every detail of her face, and I remembered that I kept her face alive in my imagination at all times, without any difficulty. Then, when I realized it was all over, I carefully avoided seeing and imagining that face. I knew I couldn't bear it. Her face, the face of the Madonna in the fur coat, was so powerful and impactful that it could make me lose all my composure even in my imagination. But now, as I tried to recall all the old days and memories once more, certain that I would feel no excitement, I searched for her face but could not find it, and I didn't even have a picture of her. What's the point? Frau Dupke looked at her watch and stood up. We walked towards the station together. The woman was very pleased with Ankara and Turkey. I have never seen a country where foreigners are treated with such respect, she said. Even Switzerland, which owes its prosperity to foreign travelers, is not like this. The people treat every foreigner as if they have broken into their home. But in Turkey, everyone seems to be waiting for an opportunity to do a favor for a foreigner. Then I think, I really like Ankara. The old woman kept talking incessantly. The little girl walked 5 or 10 steps ahead, touching the trees along the side of the road. When we had gotten quite close to the station, I made a final decision, but trying to appear as nonchalant as possible, I began to speak. Do you have many relatives in Berlin? No, not really. I'm originally from Prague, from the Czech Republic. My first husband was Dutch. Why did you ask? While I was there, I saw a woman who said she was your relative. Where? In Berlin. I met her by chance at an art exhibition. I think she was a painter. The woman suddenly became interested. So, what then? She said. I hesitated. Then, I don't know, we talked once or something. She had a beautiful painting. On that occasion, do you remember her name? I think it was Puder. Yes, Maria Puder. Her signature was under the painting. It was in the catalogue too. The woman didn't answer. I composed myself again. Do you know her? I asked. Yes. Why did she tell you she was my relative? I don't know. I think I mentioned the hotel where I was staying and she said she had a relative there, or something else. I can't remember now, of course. It was 10 years ago. Yes, it wasn't a short time ago. Her mother told me that her daughter had once been friends with a Turk and talked about him all day, and I wondered if it was you. But isn't it strange? The woman had never even seen this Turk that her daughter admired. She had gone to Prague that year and learned from her daughter there that the Turkish student had left Berlin. We had gotten to the station. The woman walked towards the train. I was afraid if I changed the subject, I wouldn't be able to return to the same topic and wouldn't learn what I really wanted to know. So I looked into her eyes, waiting with great interest for her to continue. After dismissing the hotel waiter who had placed her luggage in the train carriage, the woman turned to me and said, "Why are you asking? You said you barely knew Maria." Yes, but it must have had a very strong effect on me. I really liked her painting.
She was a good painter. With a sudden anxiety that I couldn't understand, I asked, "Did you say she was a painter? Not anymore?" The woman looked around, searching for her little daughter, and when she saw her sitting in the carriage, she leaned her head towards me and said, "Of course not, because she's no longer alive." "How?" I heard the word come out of my mouth like a whistle. Those around us turned to look, and the child in the compartment leaned her head out the window and stared at me in amazement. The woman's eyes swept over me intently. "Why are you so surprised?" she said. "Why have you turned pale? You said you knew very little about her." "After all," I said, "it's an unexpected death." "Yes, but it's nothing new. Maybe 10 years ago?" 10 years? Impossible. After scrutinizing me again, the woman pulled me slightly aside and said, "I see that Maria Puder's death interests you. Let me briefly explain. About 2 weeks after you left the boarding house to return to Turkey, Herr Dopke and I went to visit relatives who owned a farm near Prague. There we met Maria Puder and her mother. I wasn't on very good terms with her mother, but we didn't dwell on it there. Maria was very frail and weak, saying she had suffered a serious illness in Berlin. After a while, they returned to Berlin. The girl had recovered considerably. We then went to East Prussia, my husband's original homeland. When we arrived in Berlin in winter, we heard that Maria Puder had died in early October. Of course, I forgot all the resentment and immediately called her mother. She was very distressed. She looked almost 60 years old. Yet at that time, she was only 45 or 46. According to what she told us, after leaving Prague, Maria felt some changes in herself, went to the doctor, and it turned out she was pregnant. At first, she was very happy about this, but despite all her mother's insistence, she refused to tell her who the father of the child was. She never told her. She always said, "You'll find out later," and talked about a trip she would be taking soon. Towards the end of her pregnancy, her health began to deteriorate. The doctors found the birth dangerous, and despite the advanced stage of her condition, they wanted to intervene, but Maria absolutely refused to let them touch the child. Then suddenly she became ill and was hospitalized. It seems she had too much albumin. Her previous illness must have also taken a toll on her body. She completely lost consciousness several times before giving birth. Doctors intervened and took the child and saved her life. However, Maria continued to have seizures and died a week later in a coma. She couldn't say anything. She never imagined she would die. Even in her last moments, she would say incomprehensible things to her mother, like, "You will be surprised when you find out, but then you too will be pleased." But she would never give the man's name. Her mother remembers that before going to Prague, her daughter often talked to her about a Turk, but she had neither seen his face nor known his name. The child stayed in hospitals and care homes until she was 4 years old. Then she was taken in by her grandmother. She is a bit frail and quiet, but very charming, don't you think so? I felt an overwhelming weakness, as if I were about to collapse where I stood. I was feeling dizzy, yet I stood upright and smiled. "Is that the girl?" I said, gesturing with my head towards the train window. "Yes, isn't she sweet? She's so well behaved and quiet. Who knows how much her grandmother has missed seeing her." As she said these things, she kept looking at me. There was an almost hostile glint in her eyes. The train was about to leave. She jumped into the carriage. A little later, they both appeared side by side at the window. The child watched the station and occasionally me with a nonchalant smile. The old fat woman couldn't take her eyes off me. The train started moving. I waved to them. I noticed Frau Dopke laughing wickedly. The child had withdrawn inside. All of this happened last night. As I write these lines, a little over 24 hours have passed. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Lying on my back in bed, I kept thinking about the girl on the train. I felt as if I could see her head moving with the jolts of the carriage. A girl's head with lots of hair. I couldn't remember the color of her eyes, her hair, or even her name. I was watching. I hadn't paid any attention to her. Even though she was standing right beside me, a step away, I hadn't once looked at her face with curiosity.
I hadn't even shaken her hand when we parted. Nothing, oh my God, nothing at all about my own daughter. The woman must have sensed a lot. Why had she looked at me so maliciously? She must have guessed something, and she took my daughter and left. Now they're on their way. My daughter's sleeping head shakes gently as the wheels jump from one track to another. I was constantly thinking about them, but finally I couldn't bear it any longer, and the image I wanted to keep out of my mind slowly, silently appeared before me. Maria Puder, my Madonna in a fur coat, stood before me with the delicate curve at the corners of her lips and the deep gaze of her black eyes. There was no resentment or reproach on her face. Perhaps a little surprised, but more than that, she looked at me with interest and tenderness. Yet I lacked the courage to meet her gaze. 10 years, exactly 10 years, with all the bitterness of my poor soul, I had been angry at a dead person. I had blamed a dead person. Could there be a greater insult to her memory? For 10 years, I had suspected the person who was the foundation, the purpose, the reason of my life, without hesitation, without ever considering that I could be doing her an injustice. I had imagined the most unthinkable things about her, and not for a moment had I stopped to think, maybe there's a reason why she did this and left me. But the greatest, the most irresistible reason was death. I was going to go mad with shame. I was writhing in a sorrowful and futile remorse for the dead. I sensed that even if I were to kneel until the end of my life trying to atone for the crime I had committed against her memory, I would still not succeed. That burdening the most innocent of women with the gravest of offenses, the betrayal of abandoning a loving heart, would never be forgiven. Just a few hours ago, I thought I couldn't remember her face because I didn't have a photo of her. However, at this moment, I saw her much more vividly and in more detail than I had ever seen her in life. Just like in the painting, she was a little melancholy, a little detached. Her face was paler, her eyes. It was dark. Her lower lip was reaching towards me, her mouth preparing to say, "Ah, Raif!" She was more alive than ever. So she died 10 years ago. She died while I was waiting for her, while I was preparing my home to receive her. She died without telling anyone, taking all her secrets with her, so as not to cause me distress or hardship. I now understood the true reason for the anger I had felt towards her for 10 years, for me having built an impenetrable wall around myself. For 10 years, I had continued to love her with an undiminished passion. I hadn't allowed anyone else to enter my heart, but now I loved her more than ever. I reached out my arms to the image before me, wanting to take her hands in mine again and warm them. Our life together, those 4 or 5 months, were before my eyes in every detail. I remembered every point, every word we spoke. From seeing her picture at the exhibition, to listening to her song on the Atlantic, to her coming close to me, to our walks in the botanical garden, to sitting opposite each other in her room, to her illness, I was reliving each moment. Memories rich enough to fill an entire lifetime, compressed into such a short time, were more vivid and impactful than reality itself. They showed me that I hadn't lived a single moment for 10 years, that all my actions, thoughts, and feelings were as distant from me as if they belonged to a stranger. The real me, in my nearly 35 years of life, existed for only about 3 or 4 months before I was buried deep within a meaningless identity that had nothing to do with me. Last night, lying in bed opposite Maria, I realized that carrying this body, this mind that has no connection to me, will be even harder for me from now on. I will feed them like a stranger, drag them from place to place, and always observe them with pity and contempt. Also last night, I understood that since that woman left my life, everything has lost its authenticity. I died with her, perhaps even before. The whole family went out for a walk early today. I stayed home, using my lack of feeling well as an excuse. I've been here since morning. I am writing these things. It is beginning to get dark. They still haven't arrived, But soon they will come, laughing and shouting. What is my relationship with them? What do all the bonds between us mean if our souls are not together? For years, I haven't spoken a single word to anyone, yet how much I need to talk. To be forced to stifle everything inside is nothing but being buried alive. Oh, Maria, why can't we sit and talk by a window? Why can't we walk silently side by side on windy autumn evenings, listening to our souls speak? Why aren't you with me? For 10 years, perhaps needlessly, I've been avoiding everyone, wrongly failing to trust people. If I had searched, perhaps I could have found someone like you. If I had learned everything then, perhaps I would have gotten used to it over time and tried to find you in others. But now, everything is over. After committing the greatest and unforgivable injustice against you, I don't want to correct anything. Based on a wrong judgment I made about you, I held all people guilty. I avoided them. Today I understand the truth, but I am forced to condemn my breath to eternal solitude. Life is a gamble played only once, and I lost it. I cannot play a second time. Now a life worse than before will begin for me. I will again shop like a machine in the evenings. I will meet and listen to the words of people whose identities and backgrounds I don't care about. Was it possible for my life to have been different? I don't think so. If chance hadn't brought you into my life, I would have continued living the same way, unaware of everything. You taught me that there is another kind of life in the world, that I also have a soul. If you couldn't carry this to the end, it's not your fault. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to truly live for those few months. Aren't those few months worth several lifetimes? The child you left behind, our daughter, will wander in distant places, unaware that she has a father on earth. Our paths crossed once, but I know nothing about her, neither her name nor where she is. Despite this, I will always follow her in my dreams. I will imagine a life journey for her and walk alongside her. I will try to fill the loneliness of my coming years by picturing how she grew up, how she went to school, how she laughed, and how she thought. There are noises outside. I guess they've returned. I always want to write, but what's the point? What good did all this writing do? I should buy our daughter another notebook tomorrow and put this one away, hiding it. I should hide everything, especially my soul, in places where it will never be found. Raif Efendi's notebook ended here. There were no notes or records on the other pages. It was as if for once he had reflected the soul he had hidden with great fear onto the pages of this notebook. And then, after that, he had withdrawn into himself again and remained silent for years. It was morning. To keep my promise, I put the notebook in my pocket and went to the patient's house. The commotion I encountered when the door opened, the crying coming from inside, told me everything. For a moment, I stood there hesitantly. I didn't want to leave without seeing Raif Efendi one last time, but I felt I couldn't bear it, that I couldn't watch this man whose most vibrant life I had witnessed all night, even lived with, suddenly become a meaningless mass. So I slowly went out into the street. Raif Efendi's death hadn't affected me that much. I felt not like I had lost him, but rather like I had found him now. Last night he said to me, "We haven't had a chance to sit down and talk properly." I no longer think that way. I had a long conversation with him last night. As he departed this world, he entered my life in a way that no other person would ever experience. From then on, I would always find him by my side. I sat down at Raif Efendi's empty desk in the company and placed his black-covered notebook before me, beginning to reread it once more. October 1940, February 1941. The end.